vibe and sound.
Don't tell me when to stop.
Good times to make your vibe get down, 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 get down.
the bass drum 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 Girl on flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 멈출 건데 Ay 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to rock 쓰고 질러 눈치 보지 마 큰 시끄러운 사회가 준 고질병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 dance flow 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의 보여 Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 무 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 speak your mind That's right just spinning around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 zero 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 날큰 울음처럼 나의 groove Hit the bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend you know, We got no time for hesitate Take that now take that red pills Feel like living in the mattress 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling 뿌리는 champagne Let us get funky Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 무 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 To the left to the right 이끌이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐 To the left to the right 목소린 더 높였어 you know what 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 speak your mind That's right just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 hero 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 날큰 울음처럼 나의 groove
Oh my god, you know what? I'll just drive. Oh my god, you know what? Cruising through in the morning, windows down in the night. We know all the warnings. I just can't understand why we gon' speed through the lines. Baby, I'll take you on for a ride. Get high, get wild. Shut up and drive. Can we just shut up and drive? 한 손은 박스 바퀴 다른 손은 우리의 밤. We can talk for the night. Give me something to make me leave it all behind. My heart is racing for you on this road. 또 터져가 차분했던 너의 미소를 다시 번지고
Oh baby can't you see
Oh my god, you know what? I'll just drive. Oh my god, you know what? Like 우리 맨날 봐 너와 함께 걸어. Oh my god, you know what? Like can't you see my beaming lights? Yeah, it cuts through. Baby, we're on the highway now. Yeah, this is our life. Cartier, Louis, Beetle, Westside, 살지 따라하지 마. License required. LAX to ICM back in July. 뜨겁지 sound, I don't go back. No rewind. 난한번 보여. Pedal to the metal till the yellow lines blur. I'm speeding through time and it doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter where we go. My heart is racing for you on this road. 또 터져가 차분했던 너의 미소는 다시 번지고
Oh baby can't you see
Oh my god, you know what? I'll just drive. Oh my god, you know what? Like 우리 맨날 봐 너와 함께 걸어. Oh my god, you know what? Like 내게로 달려갔던 그 밤 절대로 잊을 수 없는 날 너와 함께하는 모든 순간 빛이 나 focus on me. If I like it, I'ma get it. No, you cannot like me. 한참 멀었지. 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸. 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸넌. 내 앞에 서 있는 지금 날 봐. 꾸미지 않아도 알잖아. 난 빛나니까. 타고난 fit, 강력한 hit. 나는 너와 달라. 포기해 넌 모자랐다. 여기까지 뭐다. 갈수록 더 특별해질걸. 이제 받아들여봐. Yeah, focus on me. 날 봐. 눈에 띄지 못하잖아. 머리 어깨 무릎 봐. 하나하나 빛나지. Yeah, 언제나 focus on me. If I like it, I'ma get it. No, you cannot like me. 한참 멀었지. 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸. 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸넌. I'ma feel it in my mind. 그 누가 내게 뭐래도 나는 알아 나의 power. 볼 수 없는 at the top of the world. 내 뒤로 따라와 새로운 길. 아무도 나 아니면 못하는 일. 앞으로 더 놀랄 걸 나 flying up. If I like it, I'ma get it. No, you cannot like me. 한참 멀었지. 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸. 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸 넌. If I want it, I'ma make the world all mine. If you want it, you can just come follow me. I like it. 누구도 날 막지 못해. 지금처럼만 focus on me.
Oh my god, you know what? I'll just try it. Oh my god, you know what? Like
Cruising through in the morning, windows down in the night. We ignore all the warnings. I just can't understand why we don't speak through the lines. Baby, I'll take you on for a ride. Get high, get wild. Shut up and drive. Can we just shut up and drive? 한 손은 박스바퀴 다른 손은 우리의 밤. We can talk for the night. Give me something to make me leave it all behind. My heart is racing for you on this road. 또 터져간 차분했던 너의 미소를 다시 번지고.
Oh baby, can't you see?
Oh my god, you know what? I'll just try it. Oh my god, you know what? Like 우리 맨날 봐. 너와 함께 걸어. Oh my god, you know what? Like can't you see my beaming lights? Yeah, it cuts through. Baby, we're on the highway now. Yeah, this is our life. Cartier, Louis, Beach, Westside, 살지 따라하지 마. License required. LAX to ICM back in July. 뜨겁지 sound, I don't go back, no rewind. 난 안만 보여. Pedal to the metal till the yellow lines blur. I'm speeding through time and it doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter where we go. My heart is racing for you on this road. 또 터져간 차분했던 너의 미소는 다시 번지고.
Oh baby, can't you see?
Oh my god, you know what? I'll just try it. Oh my god, you know what? Like 우리 맨날 봐. 너와 focus on me. If I like it, I'ma get it. No, you cannot like me. 한참 멀었지. 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸. 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸건. 내 앞에 서 있는 지금 날 봐. 보이지 않아도 알잖아. 난 미친 나니까. 타고난 fit, 강력한 hit. 나는 너와 달라. 포기해 넌 모자랐다. 여기까지 뭐다. 갈수록 더 특별해질걸. 이제 받아들여봐. Yeah, focus on me. 날 봐. 눈에 띄지 못하잖아. 내 머리 어깨 무릎 발 하나하나 빛나지. Yeah, 언제나 focus on me. If I like it, I'ma get it. No, you cannot like me. 한참 멀었지. 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸. 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸건. I'ma feel it in my mind. 그 누가 내게 뭐래도 나는 알아 나의 power. 볼 수 없는 at the top of the world. 내 뒤로 따라와 새로운 길. 아무도 나 아니면 못하는 일. 앞으로 더 놀랄 걸 난 final.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in DCG!
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
This was such a spectacle between these two teams.
Kicked us when we were already down. Bridges were burning the battleground.
To be the best, you gotta beat the best.
Fight for your life.
There's no escape from this. Skewmon is 5-0-0.
Fight for your life.
Order going in. Sleep on everyone. Makes no mistake.
This is your fight. Fight for your life.
The Ion solo killed in the top lane.
Ready to rumble. Let's move.
Ace for Furia. Quadra for Gigo.
Now is the time to show them.
Just got for him. Can he get the penta?
Eagle is trying to step forward, flash away. Marcel with the fourth shot.
The god of thunder. Zeus wins the 1v1. It's Ben.
This is Ben we're talking about.
It's about to go down. Bring it on. Come on.
Your meal is served.
EDG, SKT, RNG, G2, JDG, and Gen G. These franchises have cemented their legacy in LoL Esports history, and for the 11th time in the birthplace of esports, we will celebrate the best teams in the world and crown a new international champion. Welcome to the 2026 Mid-Season Invitational live from the City of Science, Daejeon, South Korea, alongside Isaac Azale, Cummings Bentley, Barento Raz Mohammed, and Daniel Ox Harrison. I'm Daniel Daejeon Gonzalez. We're all so glad you could join us. Welcome back to Korea, gentlemen.
Personally, I love the lower energy when you said Ox's name. I appreciate it.
I heard that.
Yeah,
that's
honestly,
crazy.
I was less
What did he
excited.
mean by this?
There's some tension
Because
here.
you're going to be bringing all the energy, right, Ox?
Absolutely.
All right.
There you go. There you go.
As we get settled on in, and before we take a look at the teams, let's take a look at the play-in bracket, because we've got ourselves 11 teams qualified, but 4 in the play-in stage.
Exactly. 4 in the play-ins. Only 1 will make it out to the main stage. It is all best of 5s, all tournament long, double elimination bracket in the play-ins, and then the one team from here will meet up with all the number 1 seeds that are already waiting in the main stage, as well as the number 2 seed from the LPL based on their first stand performance. That will be another double elimination bracket here, all best of 5s. I believe it's 20 throughout the tournament that you have to look forward to.
And the fact it's double elim in the playing stage and it's best of 5 and T1's in there,
Yeah.
it's a tough task. That one spot, it has their name on it, but teams are looking to challenge.
I've been coping the entire time, trying to see angles as like maybe if Team Liquid comes in with like the special secret sauce. I don't know, anything.
I don't know.
You don't even have to think
You
about it.
didn't come up with
I
anything?
had nothing. I had nothing.
I'm not
Maybe a
coping.
basketball.
I'm
like, sap
accepting
energy.
death.
Oh, God. It's awful.
Well, you all don't have to accept your fate. You can go ahead and make it now by heading on over to lolesports.com/pick'ems to lock some of your favorite picks, not only for the games, but some of the weird things that might happen. Azale, you got one for us?
Raz will have the most deaths of the tournament.
Stop it!
All right, let's get the death counter up for Raz.
That's one.
It's at 1.
We count that.
You all have the opportunity to make those picks, so head on over
surrounded
there
by enemies.
over at lolesports.com. Now, when we turn our focus to MSI, it's going to be played on patch 2613. So, Raz, it's been a little while since we've seen competitive League of Legends. It's been a couple patches in between.
It feels like a huge meta shift. Like, for an example, Varus, he's also dead. So he's sharing the graveyard with me. Though I will say Poppy is an example of a jungler that has been researching just based off this patch alone. She did receive a clear buff. It's just like 25 extra damage on caps on her Q. So like that's pretty interesting to see, especially with like Lee Sin going crazy in a lot of these instances. I think that she's going to be a good counter pick.
Ox.
And we saw the road to MSI. It was on 2611. We had the changes where range supports, enchanters were nerfed, melee supports buffed up, and the buff to the grubs, the buff you get from killing them. And we saw a bit of a shift for a lot of our teams, playing more around the top side of the map, leaving the AD carries isolated. So I'm interested to see if that's how the meta shakes out at MSI, if we start to see teams playing a weaker side bot lane instead of that strong 2v2 that we saw in the regular season.
I think that's going to be really fun to see the knock-on effects, and I'm also very interested to see the meta differences, based on the regions, right? Because, for example, in the LPL and the LCK, we were seeing a lot of like Camille Mel, Camille Ziggs, these types of counter picks, and I've heard from a lot of supports that they're even practicing Jax as a possible counter.
God.
They're practicing all kinds of stuff, so you just never know what we're going to get.
Yeah, one of the best parts about any international event is the boot camping that happens, so the teams will be prepared. Now let's dive into those teams by taking a look at our first
Start
matchup.
with the favorites.
During
Smart.
the LCS Finals weekend, Team Liquid coach Spawn talked about a chance to rematch against the world champs, T1.
You're going to be in the play-ins. T1's also going to be in the play-ins. What are your thoughts about your chances of making it out and making it into the group stage at MSI?
I mean, it's always hard, but actually my goal as a coach when I became LCS coach was to beat T1. And when we played them at EWC a couple of years ago, I actually thought we had them. It was very, very close, 1-1, and then we were very far ahead in game number 3. They're an incredibly hard team to beat, but I love playing them. I always feel that every single time I do play them, I learn a lot myself as a coach, and all my players take a lot out of the experience as well. So, you know, we played them in Casper Cup, didn't go well, so hopefully we can bring a different flavor to this time.
Now, these two teams have a ton of history, actually, over the last couple of years. You think back to 2023 Worlds, the famous Pyosik quote, after they got drawn by T1, they had to play him. God has abandoned us, but we will enjoy it. And enjoy it they did, because Pyosik was going crazy. Then you fast forward to next year, 2024, they mentioned EWC series that went to 3 games. Then they played them at MSI. They went 1-3, but there was also other games that TL felt that they could have won in that one. So they have been relatively competitive, but it always ends with the same result.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Expectation versus reality for all of us when we were going into that matchup. It's like, we're gonna die.
And what was the reality, brother?
Look, let's not worry about the reality just yet. It was
Where's
the journey.
verses? It's the same.
It was the journey. Pyosik said, "Oh, God has abandoned us." During the game, Lee Sin Kick, he was like, "Oh, you're looking pretty sick."
Okay, you're going up.
Maybe like what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Then we died.
And then the goal grab.
Yeah, unfortunate.
You know, and now being on both sides of it, I remember very much what it
Yeah.
feels like. Ox, what do you think of this matchup here as we take a look at the rosters for Team Liquid Alienware?
I think it is pretty T1 favored, but I will say T1 generally ramp up over the course of the tournament. We see them start a little bit slower, but by the end of the tournament, we've seen this so often with Worlds. They'll be in really dominant form, and they have said a lot of the players on the Asia Games team, so they haven't actually been scrimming much on this current patch, and have said in interviews they're going to kind of figure it out as the tournament goes on in play-ins. So if there is an angle, it's about them just being maybe at their weakest right now compared to how they'll be later in the tournament.
I'm liking the sound. You're making me a little bit optimistic, because if you're talking about starting slow, Team Liquid for this year starting slow, and I felt like the MVP candidate in Jose Diota was actually performing really well, and it was literally in this lower bracket run in the LCS in which, like, Quid was online, player of the series 3 times in a row. So I'm like, I feel like they've really gotten there. Let's not talk about the finals, though.
So if you want to get optimistic, that's great. Now let's get pessimistic, because T1 is not the same roster here. Pays has joined the team, and he has been absolutely popping off. Him and Carrier have been completely insane together, and I feel like they are, without a doubt, the best bot lane 2v2 in the world today. They can extend advantages like no one else is really doing.
Yeah, and this team has now become so centered around the bot lane, playing through strong winning bot 2v2s, Faker trying to roam down when he can, and Pays' form. He's just done some fantastic plays. This is the player who has the international kill record on Kalista at 28, which he got in MSI finals, and we saw him bring out that Kalista again in the road to MSI, and even in a draft where you're into Rakan, you're into Maokai, into Anivia, not the easiest Kalista game, he was just absolutely popping off, testing his mechanics to the limit in this game.
Yeah. And T1 is a very interesting organization. Well, obviously 6 world championships, 3 back-to-back-to-back. They're the reigning world champion. But when it comes to MSI, they've been top 3 for the last 5 years, but obviously not winning a championship in the last 5 years. So, like, they want to be able to get that done. The one thing I'm worried about, that runway, starting in planes, getting comfortable, playing around, understanding the meta, and playing around this player and Pays. That is the scary part, because they're going to scale up with the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it is to their benefit to be able to get those extra weapons, figure out the meta, you know, be fully comfortable by the time they get to main stage, you know, assuming they're not upset.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I loved about this conversation. For Team Liquid, we're talking about their matchup against T1. For T1, we're talking about their chances to win
T1
the
versus
tournament.
BLT.
That is the stakes here for these two squads, and a prediction that we're kind of making, and it's time for us now to do some 90-50-10s, a 90% 30% chance, a 50% chance, and a 10% chance our big brain analyst will believe happen. So, Azael, kick us off here. What's your 90-50-10?
Exactly. So I'm going to focus in on the TL versus T1 matchup.
All
here.
right.
So 90% chance TL make me say, "What are we doing, guys? Come on!"
That's 100% chance.
Could happen in draft.
Yeah.
It could be an early Jace pick. I don't know when, but there's a good chance I'm going to say it.
Okay.
50% chance. TL, give me some hope.
Okay.
I'm not greedy. I'm not saying win a game.
Okay.
Good play happens. We steal a dragon. We get first blood.
Yeah.
I'm in there.
At least
10% chance. The Mad Lads make it happen.
Let's go!
Let's go!
I like that reality. I love that reality.
10%?
A little high.
North America, Daejeon! North America!
Oh, I see. I'm
10%?
outnumbered here.
All right, Ox, you're next.
Okay, so mine, starting off, a little bit focused on the tournament as a whole, a little bit focused on one of my colleagues here.
Okay.
So,
I don't like the sound of that.
I just think, Raz, if we're going to be honest, you often
Don't
spread misinformation and chicanery.
That never happens.
So when we look at your
Famously never
90-50-10,
happens.
I think there's a good chance that your 90-50-10 is terrible.
What? That is incorrect. That's misinformation,
This
by
is
the way.
slander.
That is misinformation.
That one I was so confident on.
You will be hearing from Raz's lawyers.
I have a lawyer on retainer.
All right. Moving on. 50%. So I think HLE, BLG, T1, everyone's in agreement. They are the top 3 of the tournament.
Yeah.
But considering G2's phenomenal performance at first stand, I can see them getting an upset. I think there's a chance for it against one of those big 3. Do I think they're going to beat all of them and win the tournament? That's
I
a big
noticed
raft.
Top is not in the big 3. Why is that?
He's got the award.
Well,
Fell for it yet again. Not this time.
Oh my God.
Not this time.
Remember, guys,
Interesting. Hates LPL.
Wait, and round out your
I think there's a decent
10%.
chance. And then my 10% chance T1 doesn't make it out of play-ins.
Wait a second, isn't that the same?
No.
That's crazy.
Because you said TL will win. And that's different to T1 making it out of play-ins. Because
KC?
I think the reason
Deep
this
Cross
is 10%, that there's potential. There's
T1
other teams.
fans,
There's other
T1
teams in the
fans.
play-ins.
You already know his Twitter account. You already know his Twitter account.
Raz, please no. Please stop.
Get him!
The reason I think this is 10% is because even though a lot of teams saw the 1 seed going out and thought, oh, this sucks when T1's there, also for T1, if there was 2 seeds, I feel like it'd be 99% that they get out. But because there's only 1 spot, if they get to that last series,
There's half as many spots.
and they get upset,
Some good math.
Could happen.
it's still very likely they make it out.
Yeah.
But I think that chance is, there's that little lack of safety.
Raz, we got 2 minutes.
Prove him wrong,
Simple.
Raz. Prove him wrong.
Simple, very simple. You just pull it right up.
Don't prove him right.
Because
Prove him wrong now.
Honestly, one was a little bit spoiled. Decided the Jack support coming out. I think Busio, incredibly creative, started his career on his. But Daejeon, 10% chance. Let's focus on that one.
Yeah.
Only 1 hair color from Daejeon for all of MSI. I don't trust it. I don't believe it. Right now it's silver. What is it going to be by the end, huh? Pink, red, blue.
Depends who wins.
When's the next appointment?
If Hanwha wins, it'll be orange. T1 wins, maybe red.
Oh.
Team Liquid wins, maybe
Guys,
a navy blue.
I
It has
like that.
been 2 minutes, and my 90 is already correct.
Yeah. Let us know
Sorry
at
to say,
home
Raz.
if you agree. Was this correct? Was Raz's 90-50-10?
Magebot
terrible?
infestation, I could see that.
Yeah.
You lost me at the 50% chance of the Busio check.
Yeah,
You
that
made it
was
so
weak.
specific.
Well,
Yeah.
Chelsea is going to be playing Camille. I know he's going to play Camille, and we've got the Jacks ready for it, okay?
It is
I
ready?
say we because I got a little bit of piece of KC in me.
Yeah.
They have Busio with them. I'm with them
We
on
are
that
claiming
ride.
them if they win.
I agree.
And if they lose, it's fully European.
If they
100%.
win, the West. If they lose, it's Europe.
I will say that, we did not have someone here from the LEC on the desk, but Ox did go ahead and cover and say that G2 has themselves a pretty good shot
He
here.
is literally a fence sitter. One time he's British, the other time he's Irish.
Yeah, which is it?
I just say whatever.
Just say whatever.
Sometimes he cheers for top.
Depends.
Sometimes he casts the LCK.
It depends.
Make it make sense, Ox.
Depends who's asking.
Final thoughts here is we got 30 seconds. Score for this first matchup.
Oh, God. We're going 3-1, T1.
3-1 T1.
I'll give us a
1-2-1.
game.
I'm going 3-0 T1.
3-0 T1.
3-0 T1.
3-0 T1. There you have it, the Big Brain Analysts breaking down this first matchup, as we will for all of day 1. It is Team Liquid Alienware against the reigning world champions T1 to kick off the 2026 Mid-Season Invitational. We'll see you after game number 1.
mercy, so fight for your life.
Everyone to the caster desk for our first series at MSI as it's time to meet the teams. To the surprise of absolutely no one, the house favorites, T1, reigning world champions. You heard it from Daejeon, heavy favorites in today's series. A team with, I think, pretty good chances of making it out of the play-in stage, but their opposition, hoping, praying we see Team Liquid Alienware rise up today, find that form, give that faith back to Azael.
And right now, Dracos, before we get into game, equal chances, okay? Equal chances of moving on.
Everything is a 50-50,
you know,
technically.
We're not in Summoner's Rift yet, okay? So
that's true, that is true.
Team Liquid here, loading into the Rift, and I like the analyst that's setting up a lot. You know, we had multiple interviews from Spawn talking about how it has been his goal ever since becoming a coach in North America to take down T1. And past iterations, you know, he's been able to take games off them. So we'll see. They certainly are the favorites here in T1. World champions, as you say, and they also just released the extra swag skins from being the most recent world champions. I have to say, those are looking pretty clean.
You are perpetually getting dunked on by T1 in terms of the swag department. They've got a Riftbound box coming out. They've got skins coming out. You're not going to match them there, but what matters is matching them on the Rift. And as we go into champions, like a reminder, we are on 16.13. Look, it's a new patch. A lot of things have changed. And while a lot of different regions played on different patches for their playoffs, 12 and 13 pretty big patches in terms of changes to balance. Maybe we see the return of more melee-focused supports, but just a lot that we're going to have to find out. Maybe the mage infestation that Raz talked about is also going to come to fruition.
Personally, I've been having a lot of fun with Sylas. I've been playing jungle Sylas, but you can play in mid also, obviously. And he got pretty big buffs on the patch, too, so I think that's a little crystal ball, possible champion to take over. Syndra too, getting a lot of rumors there about being much more powerful now too. So always exciting to explore new metas when you get to international tournaments. And right at the beginning of the tournament, Dracos, is the perfect time to surprise and perfect time to strike.
The perfect time for us to be careful about being too overconfident in some of the predictions, but I think Syndra does feel like a safe bet. Buffed and was already looking pretty oppressive, and we're seeing a lot of the mainstays from the previous meta still banned away. Cassio hit a little bit in base stats, still immediately going to get banned out.
And this is good research here by T1. They're just kind of emulating what Lion did very successfully versus Team Liquid in our finals. Take out the Nefiri away from Jose, and of course CoreJ, Jay's Rakan. Also extremely fearsome, and they use these champions. Number one, Jose won first team all-pro jungler with very aggressive looks on a lot of AD jungle champions. Meanwhile, Core JJ is paramount, is critical for the engages for this TL team when they get to those team fights. And they rounded out with the Nocturne here as well. They don't want to fall prey to any of those denial of vision plays. And maybe T1 want to play some side lanes as well. We'll see.
What is the angle going to be? Nocturne hit a bit on the patch, but again, just prioritizing comfort. Varus, another champion who was pretty heavily nerfed, adjusted to support more attack speed later in the game, but really trying to take that lethality in that early game top lane Varus down a notch. And here is the Orianna, immediate pickup from Faker. It did get nerfed, but this has been such a high priority champion across the world for this entire season leading up to MSI.
Yeah, and Faker is pretty good at that champion.
Okay, but what champion could he have picked where you wouldn't have been like...
Okay, here's what I want to set it up though. So Orianna did get nerfed, and you can play Akali, Quid's best champion, quite probably, into it. So I'm hoping that Team Liquid have intentionally set this up to put pressure on Orianna. Bard is a good start. Akali is another champion that can put pressure on Orianna in side lanes. If you can burn Orianna's flashes and put lots of pressure there, then maybe you can take advantage of her being low mobility.
Yep. Bard's early game hit a little bit, losing some of the damage on the passive, but still offering immense utility, especially against an immobile champion like Orianna. Does have the movement speed steroid, but still, if Bard is in the area. Pretty hard to get out of that Tempered Fate. Paired now with the Caitlyn, a bot lane classic. Trap, Tempered Fate, Trap. You can just get so much damage down. And if anyone on the side of T1 is caught sleeping or out of position, pretty easy 100-0 option for Team Liquid.
Yeah, definitely a very, very popular combo. And it does make me feel a little bit better. I was most worried about bottom lane. We'll see if that changes or not with what FaZe and Keria decide to go for. Plus, Daniel, it's always critical not to give Keria Bard. So getting the Bard out in Fearless in game number 1, even if Bard was nerfed, I still would definitely never want to give Keria Bard. So that's my favorite part of this Bard pick by us, is that Fearlessly out for the rest of the tournament. But oh man, if we get like Mel Camille style stuff here, that would be equally as scary.
It's a little bit of tension, you know, when the second you see the Bard locked in, does have a pretty impressive level 1.
Oh, got it.
Hit.
Yeah, it's happening. I do it. Okay, well.
What? And this is the thing, Kobe, is I want to praise you for instantly locking in that those are what the picks are going to be, but I feel like it's not a good look for your boys, because this is a terrifying bottom lane.
Yeah, Keria is definitely very good at the Camille support. The Camille support's not like a support champion that everybody can play, but when you look good with it, you know, Keria on and these types of players that can roam really effectively and put so much pressure on other lanes too. Definitely very, very scary. Now, since we suspect and we think that it's going to support, what chances we could leave open the 0.001% chance that you know, they decide to swap it and give it up to Doran, but that's not going to happen. But here we go. The Akali does also make me feel a bit better. That's what is expected.
Yeah.
Giving over the Orianna, who, by the way, is squishier. That was part of one of the nerfs, taking down her base HP. So maybe here, Quid, at least Team Liquid are setting their players up with champions that they are very comfortable on, and setting them up for success here. So let's see what else they can do to try and put more pressure on those mages in the Mel and the Orianna.
And as we enter the second phase, because both teams have effectively matched short of some flex picks, bot lane and mid lane, it opens up kind of target banning, limiting one pool. Both teams thus far opting for jungle. The Vi taken away from Owner, the Lee Sin taken away from Jose Dioto, which he had a phenomenal game on. I think the last time he played against T1 was MSI 2024, as well as in that series versus Cloud9. He really was the linchpin for bringing this team, you know, surging into that series. So not surprised to see it taken away. Poppy now also banned, one of the champions we mentioned who might see her way back into the jungle, but also is just really good into Camille.
Yeah, also good into Akali. So they also do not want Akali to get stopped. They need Quid to be the superstar here. Plus Owner, he's kind of good at Vi and Poppy, so also very good target bans here. Jungle getting whittled down very heavily though, so that is the real takeaway after this. And let's see how deep we do get here for Jose, because Jose did a lot of heavy lifting for Team Liquid in our regular season and in the playoffs. Now, they did already previously use the Shyvana once, although unsuccessfully. And okay, nice. I wasn't fully on board, so I'm happy we get the hot
I can
swap.
hear it in your voice when you're skeptical, Kobe. I think the fans can too.
Because Wukong, a champion like Wukong, could put more pressure on the Ori and the Mel. I feel like then you know, Shyvana, unless Shyvana like takes over the whole game and you know, is able to snowball and get huge CS leads. So we'll see here with the Wukong putting the extra threat of another flanker, another dive champion here onto the T1 carries. Meanwhile, we did talk about those T1 skins, Daniel.
We did.
So,
and the struggle is, while we were really excited to take one champion away from Owner, it turns out another Owner champion just rears its head. It is the Xin. Small nerfs, mostly to the people who are playing AP solo lanes, but this is a champion who can be so oppressive and really shut down a lot of that dive.
Yeah, and Owner's insane on it. And honestly, I think it would be an honor to be defeated by Owner wearing his skin.
Kobe, no, bro.
If he
more hope. You
to
need
use
more
it.
hopium, bro. We need to get you set up with the
No,
badge.
I actually do really like what we went for. You know, our strategy for the
Okay,
here we go. The Yasuo.
All right, let's talk about, but we'll hold on to the Yasuo for a second. T1, a lot of AP heavy composition, balanced out by the jungle top side. Really good team fighting, but champions who are going to be vulnerable to that Bard on the opposite side, Team Liquid Alienware are cooking up something special.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking for the counter picks. We want to invest into Yasuo, into Gnar. This is one of the most classic, longest standing, looking for you know, kills on the Gnar in mini form. Yasuo can choose these trades very effectively. The only thing is that both the Yasuo and the Akali are going to have to wait for Wukong to get towards level 6 to have the really big impact, but especially if we could blow an Orianna flash early on in this game, you know, around like level 5 or something like that, and then you look for the repeat play towards the Orianna when Akali does get level 6 and look to get your first blood, try and snowball that way. I think it is very possible. Like, I'm seeing the vision from Spawn and from Team Liquid. They're like, okay, you know, hopefully we're going to get pushing, you know, bottom lane, and we're going to be able to get like a Bard roam towards mid, burn this Orianna flash, and then we're going to be able to capitalize on that when we have Wukong and Akali ultimates. But we'll see, because Yasuo into Gnar on the top side too, very volatile, so resources could be spent up to that side of the map.
Something we will be tracking, of course. Expectations as we see a departure from the range supports is that bot lane, you know, they may be left on their lonesome. We might see more of that roaming, more of that topside focus. As you can hear Daejeon come alive as we get into game 1. Number 3 versus number 23 on the global power rankings.
I'm so scared of Pays and Keria on Mel Camille here. Well, let's see what they do. They're bringing jungle down bottom for the early trade too.
Hook shot, wall dive in, decent damage. Halo Blade's proc, traded back for the electrocute.
So look at this, yeah. Jose's going to continue on this bottom path here. He was hovering around bottom, waited in the tri-bush, and now it's going to start on Owner's red, or even traverse all the way up to Raptors here and do the full split, trying to split the map for their Caitlyn Bard.
Can be a bit of a risky proposition, though, because, again, you mentioned it, top lane is such a volatile matchup, so while it would be fantastic for Yeon and Core to have that extra support on the bottom side, leaving Morgan isolated in that advantage with jungle support could be devastating.
Yeah, we'll see about the bottom side, though, because this does kind of play into what we talked about before. If you secure Caitlyn Bard pushing, then they're going to have safety, and it will buy you roams from Bard to go mid lane so that you can set Quid up. And that is a lot of times the real goal of Team Liquid in their games. Get Quid money, especially on champions like Akali, so that he can take over some team fights later on. But we'll see about this wave crashing as well, if Team Liquid are going to have the timer here for Jose finishing those Krugs, or if he was just going to continue splitting the map.
Yeah. But as we're checking it out, of course, if you're watching MSI, you might as well get rewarded for it. Head over to LoLEsports.com, log in with your Riot ID, and watch live for a chance to earn MSI 2026 drops. And if you're going to do it quick, because the early game already looking super explosive here. The split map Owner looking for that invade.
Yeah, because they've had that ward on the Raptors for so long, they know. And Jose here, let's see about the contest. So he thinks Owner's going for his red first, but Owner's actually on the Raptors. He does yoink the big one.
Smite.
Couple small split.
Fighting where he can, but nice timing here. Faker also with the push in the mid lane is going to make it that much more difficult for Quid to really contest that push.
This is quite good for jungle setup here. Now, Owner does know, okay, Wukong, because he saw all the CS numbers that he has, so he knows that he's taken away my bottom half of the map. So Owner immediately goes into blue side, does not waste any time. That ward is important as well in case Jose decides to cross like he is. So Owner will be alerted and is going to be able to wait. Owner does not have smite, neither does Jose.
50-50. Owner immediately retreating, and I think that's the value of that ward. Because he knows he doesn't have smite, is uncertain if Jose does. Doesn't know if he used it on red buff, just immediately backs off.
Such a good early plan from Team Liquid. They put a lot of thought into this one, and it is going to be Owner traversing back to the other side. So Owner's like, okay, fine. Because I saw you come over here with red buff, over the ward to contest me off blue. I know your Krugs are still up too, so I will cross for top Scuttle Crab, and then he can go for those Krugs as well to keep his CS, you know, up there and not fall behind, even though it is all across the map. And our second respawns of all the jungle camps are going to be desynced. So you're seeing Jose now move in for the respawn here on Raptors number 2 to make sure that he's going to be able to take these away before Keria can come defend. And Core JJ's here along with Quid, so they should secure them.
Checking in now, are going to be able to secure that camp. Keria face checking, has the hookshot wall dive just to walk away. It doesn't. Oh, Core is going to stick around. Keria stepping a little bit too far forward. Not able to get in front of that. Obviously one of the big strengths of Camille. It's pretty easy for her to get out of most situations, as Morgan's holding on the top side, has mostly been isolated in the 1v1. But Doran still pretty comfortable holding on to. It's relatively even in terms of gold overall, actually.
Yeah, and we'll see once we get a little bit more free time from the junglers and supports, and Speaking of Camille's support, by the way, this thing just completely took off and is so dangerous for all other lanes. Keria here takes his roam timer straight up through mid to go help Faker push out as Core is mirroring.
Oner walking forward as well. And while Team Liquid did a really good job of getting some control on the bottom side of the map, T1 doing their best to fight back here. Quid trading with Faker. Core in the area, not too concerned, still has the magical journey to make his way out. E1, sure can flip connecting on the Faker. They won't follow. T1, this has been a game where we thought it might be more about fighting in the mid lane, fighting for that flash. Instead, it's all been about fighting for camps, ensuring both junglers could get access, getting those early resources.
Good smite there, able to take away.
It's the Keria World Tour, though. This man refuses to go back to lane. He's just on his way top. Core following as well. Keria certainly favored in this 1v1, but the magical journey makes Core find his way out. Flash out from Pays in the bottom lane. Jan really taking control in the isolated 1v1.
Okay, he gets the push out, and there's no teleport for Pays, so Pays has to choose right now. Yeah, he cancels his recall because there's a big wave, and there's no cannon in that wave to soak tower shots. They also do have Oner on the bottom side, finishing up Krugs at the moment, but still, Jan's going to be able to get money off this turret plate. Last little bit of damage from the minions.
Coming through, well calculated. Pays just now ticking over to level 6, so has a bit of an experience advantage for now. Jan, good vision, does see the ward drop, so can be pretty comfortable in knowing that it's Oner in the area. Right now, though, Team Liquid keeping the early game so close is a very positive sign. One of the #1 concerns when we talked about this matchup was, hey, we believe they can have a good game plan, but if it falls apart in the laning phase, that's just not really going to matter. But thus far, at least, it's just 6 minutes, but things are looking pretty even, and it's actually Team Liquid who have had better control on the bottom side, leading to them starting up this first dragon.
Let's take a look here because Morgan is kind of half walking down through River. Seems like they're going to make the call. It's fine. We've got everything under control, so Morgan can go back to his wave, and the wave in a pretty good spot for Yasuo up there. On the minimap we can see. So should be secured dragon, and Morgan with the wave in a pretty good spot. So now we're at the point, though, with level 6s for both the Akali and the Orianna, that maybe we'll look to try and blow some flashes in mid lane as well. Shockwave invested here from Faker as well as they're pushing in again.
Really just wants full control there. It is a minute until Grubs are up, so they're not really playing for a bigger objective on the top side, just for mid control.
And it's interesting, too, because Raptor respawn was coming, but Oner decides, all right, I'm going to clear my own camps instead. Core JJ is here once again to keep watch of the ever-important Raptor camps, and all has been held very, very close within jungle.
See, normally I would see Keria here and think that there might be some action about to happen, but I think both teams have been so committed to exclusively fighting over jungle camps that I feel like it's actually a sign of relative calm. Pays, though, with his first recall back, especially the Hextech Alternator, feeling a lot more comfortable in that 1v1 versus Jan.
Interesting, too. If, about 50% of the duration on his flash cooldown has been expended since Jan was able to make him use it in the 1v1. So we'll see if there is any sort of visit, since now Jose has a lot of choices. The ever-important Wukong ultimate, when he has flash, can be very, very potent. Meanwhile, Bard getting level 6 is a great setup for that as well.
A lot of tools to kick things off. Of course, both roaming supports returning to their bot lane for a brief window of time, as we see Jose Diodo can just set up for the Yasuo ultimate. Instead, going to go pick up the scraps here. Oner first on the grubs. Jose will at least grab one back. Oner debating if they want to fight for this.
Yeah, can he?
Goes in. Ooh, okay. Does not take it away. But now still wanting the 1v1. Isn't going to commit any more than just poking away at Jose Diodo. I was kind of ready for a flash over the wall. I could go with a little bloodthirst at this stage of the game.
The last little bit. We're pretty, I mean, Daniel, being this even is very, very tense here as we move in. 9 minutes, 2-1 on Grubs, 1 on the Dragon here for Team Liquid. But nobody forcing too heavily as far as the summoner spells do go. As we said, Pays already about a quarter left on the cooldown here for him to feel the extra safety of his flash coming back. And think we're just going to be looking towards the next setup. 2 minute wait a second.
Yon getting
Ghost
aggressive
use.
onto Pays. Pays presumably still has the rebuttal available. Nice little bit of lockdown as Carrier starts to turn his focus. Golden Eclipse is there. Yon running for his life, ticking, burning down the Ignite. Not quite going to finish him. Core now in trouble. Coming over the wall is Jose Diodo. Now it's Carrier. Hookshot wall dive. Goes in! Carrier! Sees the angle. It's likely just a 1-for-1, but manages to bring it back. Team Liquid try to turn it. Carrier happy to have that extra money. Taking Yon out of the equation and just dancing on him a little bit. Quid at least will get the kill.
All right, let me see the replay again of that with the vision. Maybe a little zoom out here for Carrier. Yon had thought that he escaped, but Carrier invests the flash. He gets the kill as he's going to go down there. First blood as well, getting the bonus.
Morgan getting the flash out. Doran didn't want to get keybladed on the top side. Thought the last breath was going to come through on the EQ, the empowered knock up as Yon taking a bit of a chunk from Faker. But overall, good for the side of bad for the side of Team Liquid that they lost Yon there. Luckily the wave was in a terrible spot. But good for them that Quid, I think, gets the kill. Snowballing him faster to that Gunblade. Maybe can get him a bit more kill pressure. I think the reason it's a bit of a disaster, though, is remember that flash cooldown was not available.
Well, yeah, okay, so that's why they're deciding to go for us. And then they get with such low health, using the Ignite from Carrier here, and the Ignite is ticking down, and then, yeah, here we go. Fog of War, what we want to see. He gets jumped on. There he is. He goes to put the trap. Yon going to put that single trap over there. He's like, what are you doing, bro? Carrier sees him. Carrier gets the first blood.
And, you know, Team Liquid, they're so aware of his potential exit route. They're trying to body block to make sure he can't jump back. But they didn't have an angle to stop him from jumping onto Yon.
It's so clean with his hookshot and his flash right there from Carrier to close that distance.
Yes.
Jeez.
And now you start to feel a little bit nervous because an accelerated Camille still has a lot of kill pressure, and now the Hextech ultimatum is available. We're not afraid to walk up here, but T1 getting what they can is they're going to go for it one more time. They know Yon doesn't have any resources. The ulti's a little too late. Carrier frozen, golden, but the damage is just not there. Hextech ultimatum to try and walk it off. Nice binding coming in from Core. One more auto to Pays. They might be able to get it done. They're so low, but it's just a barn. The rebuttal is there. Carrier and Pays making it out as the fight on the top side breaks out. Quid recognizes this is a window of opportunity to try to get something back, but Team Liquid walking away empty-handed.
Yep, under tower here, and Camille ult invested from T1. Carrier and Pays pull it off. Meanwhile,
knock up there. Cyclone as well. Owner the shockwave going a little bit wide. Owner trying to turn it back with an ulti of his own. Jose Diodo able to grab the kill. Faker flashing over the wall. R2 comes in from Quid. It's going to take him a lot of time to finish off Faker, but there's no mana there. Catalyst, though, going to give him a little bit back every time he takes damage. Now Quid not certain if he can get this one. Double kill for Faker. Not what you want to see, especially as Yon is fighting for his life. Dodges the snare. Dodges the wall dive. Carrier forced to walk this one out. The extra shield coming in. And this is just bullying. T1 bottom lane will not let Yon play the game.
They see Core on the roam and they say, we're gonna dive again. T1 making it happen across the map in the skirmishes. It was quiet for a while, Dracos. It was close for a while, but T1 now exploding. Let's take another look at this bottom side dive that they did go for. Carrier with his level 6. So he goes in, gets a hook shot stun here onto Yon. They get him so low, and then there you go. Bard ultimate not going to do much for them, even though the trap was down there. No tower aggro, and so on the backside, the little skirmish here as Jose and Quid wanted to take down Owner. They do take him down, but then Faker can flash here to pick up the kill onto Jose. And then, as you say, he just takes it.
Yep. Just has more HP, right? And this is where the Catalyst is so nice because it really looks like he's out of mana, but every time you hit him, you give him a little bit more, just enough for one more cooldown. Allows him to finish out that 1v1. And it's a bit devastating for TL. Again, we praise them. We're keeping it close, keeping it steady in the early game, but the second Carrier, you know, starts getting active, has access to that ult to drop tower aggro. Really starts to take over. Morgan doing pretty well in the isolated 1v1. Did solo flourish out Doran's flash, but because the rest of the map is hurting, I think it's kind of tough for Jose to get the time to really go up topside.
Meanwhile, Owner gonna take the priority that his bottom lane has been able to secure, and actually the lane swap as well from Team Liquid. The opportunity here for T1 to take Dragon, while Team Liquid have 3 people trying to push Doran off. And Doran pays the appropriate amount of respect on the weak side, while his team gets the objective.
Weak side tax now 1-1, and Dragons will be the Mountain Soul coming through. Extra walls for the Camille, not what you want to see, is now lockup is there. Carry in the immediate area. Doran locked up, that's the last press coming in for Morgan. Lower and lower as Carry's health bars. Jose Diodo blinking from the Ignite, but will manage to make it out. Magical Journey out for 3. Doran coming through, fishing for the setup, and the knockup is there! Just in time, the Steel Tempest. The Eclipse will not be blocked by the wind wall, however. Squid is caught out, likely now to fall. T1 immediately respond to the topside play with some action of their own in the bottom lane.
Another one for Faker. Shockwave used, they get the kill. Owner with the chase down, and they're gonna use this time to counter jungle as well. Take away some extra resources here. Bottom tower being whittled down, and T1 have successfully been able to take away the blue before Jose gets there.
Wandering in, won't be able to get anything else. Jose now on the chase in the bottom lane. We saw Faker in the previous play burn flash. There's an angle of attack here. Magical Journey through. Team Liquid have to be careful not to overcommit. They don't want to risk anything as Faker's just going to continue to run away with the movement speed steroid from the dissonance. Overall, good discipline from Faker not to back too soon to make sure he has a successful retreat.
Yeah, that Orianna is fairly rich. Faker shockwaves are going to be very painful here as we get on into the game. Pays as well with 7 stacks on his Dark Seal. Is going to be able to burst people very quickly. Topside, they're going for a kind of a half dive onto Quid.
Mostly just chunking him out for now. Doran goes back to mini. Good damages. Nope, it's a full dive. Faker there just in time, uses the TP. And unfortunately, this reality of playing against this T1 lineup is once they start upping the pace of the game, they really don't stop. Team Liquid have not been in a position where they can really set up stable lanes. Quid's supposed to be stronger in the 1v1, never got to burn that flash early, isolated and focused down, and it's a similar story for the bottom lane. While they were ahead early, once Carry has started forcing those dives, it's just been all in T1's favor.
Meanwhile, on the side of Team Liquid, they did get the double kill onto Morgan from the top side play, so he at the very least here, the Yasuo has some damage, went with the early Kraken. And now Team Liquid with the early reset here. 3 people trying to take over another set of Raptors.
Raptors' #1 objective in the game League of Legends is he's waiting off to the side of the Judo. Excellent backstep to get away from most of the cooldowns there, but now he has been locked up. Tempered Fate, but I don't know if this is where Jose wants to be. Spinning through, forced to flash over the wall, flash over the wall. Core still getting caught up, still getting rooted. A little bit more health coming through, but the Eclipse takes him down.
More stacks for Pays as well. Okay, here we go. Now Rift Herald used immediately to take down this mid tower.
Mounted up. Yeah, don't want to give them any more time to farm. 2K lead in mid lane. All the AP carries so far ahead. And as long as they keep hard forcing these fights, they force Morgan to come to show up for his team. That side lane advantage doesn't exist as Doran. This man can drive a Herald. Respect to him.
2 for 2 on outside towers taken with the Herald. They get both of them there. T1 now have a lot of room to work with on the map.
That they do. And one of the hardest things about playing against this double AP carries is you don't really have that tanky front line. Wukong gets a lot of natural armor. You can see that Core is doing his best to mitigate that upfront burst with a Locket, just to get a small buff on this patch, but just for his personal stats. While Pays and Faker, they're getting to that one-shot territory, and when you're backed up by a Camille, it gets a lot easier to hit your skill shots.
It certainly does. Definitely one of the huge benefits.
Daejeon. Camille is here. That was basically a solo kill. Carrier coming in, getting a little bit more money for himself, but Pays, that was some disgusting damage.
He's got 6 seconds left on his ultimate, so definitely worth there for Carrier. Goes in, gets some money himself too. This Camille support is so crazy with Bloodsong. Like, Bloodsong enables so much of it, but yeah. His Sundered Sky being completed, and Carrier wants a wraparound maybe here. They've got 4 people from T1 still in the area. That ward DCM.
There you go. Starts things off. Does not have access to the ultimate. Well-timed Shuriken flip means Quick can immediately dive in, but in the midst of the fight, it's Morgan looking for the last breath. Rebuttal from Pays doesn't block a whole lot of damage, so maybe they can turn it back, but Pays the flash out! The Eclipse to grab a few more. Quid now on the chase. He's so desperate to get anything done. The Shuriken flip, he will at least get 1, but it's still the 2 for 3 trade in favor of T1.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they're scrambling on the map here to try and get some kills back for themselves, but the whole time, Doran was just working away the bottom tower, so as the scrapping continues in the jungle, T1 are gonna get the bottom tower.
On here as well, but again, 5,000 gold deficit. They've laid down the traps. Owner is still fine. He's still going to walk away, and there is still a Gnar in their bottom lane breaking structures. Team Liquid grasping at straws, trying to force something in their favor. Owner, so much healing coming through the Sundered Sky. The red buff, the shielding is just too much.
Oh man, Jan was over there trying to kill a ward, and GoreJJ was still trying to keep the play going.
Oh man.
Owner just turns on him with Faker there for the backup. And it is all T1 now, Daniel.
Yeah, that it is, Kobe. And again, some of the early moments respectable for TL, but at this point, they kind of just need to keep throwing those Hail Marys. Shockwave does miss, but again, it doesn't matter. They're just so far ahead that they can miss 1 or 2 cooldowns. The Camille alone with these items, so accelerated, such a comfortable position to just force these dives on an isolated Yawn.
Yeah, they are making it look good here. IG Camille is my favorite, by the way.
IG Camille? Yeah.
Definitely a very fun one. It should be a pretty easy dragon for T1. They can take it whenever they feel like it. Owner's going to finish up his blue first.
There's a lot of things on the map, I think, that are pretty easy for T1 right now. Take a look at the Coinbase gold grind, of course. You can see just some massive advantages for the side of T1 overall. Really no surprise there.
Yeah, I mean, the World Champions always was going to be a very difficult matchup here for Team Liquid, but top side.
For the solo. Lock up there on the Faker. He's tanky with the Seraphs as well, but they've got enough damage. Shutdown is huge. It costs them the Dragon, but 1,000 gold in the Quid's pocket definitely makes it a worthwhile trade.
Definitely has been something a lot of teams have done. Look for Faker for isolated kills here. And Team Liquid, even though they're so far down, like you're saying, getting bounties is the critical part in trying to hope for a comeback. Jose was looking for a little bit more, but Keria is so dangerous now on this Camille support. He's going to chase them off. His owner is also following.
This is the dream situation to be in when you're Camille support. You're so far ahead, and the looming threat of your team is so great that you can walk into 2 people and play like this and get an ulti. The slow from the tactical sweep stops it from connecting, and now Doran is on the chase. Doran, who's been farming in the side lane the entire time. Luckily, they have access to the magical journey. Hope from Pei is not there, but T1 asserting dominance on the top side of the map. I don't know if they're going to immediately rush the Baron. They certainly have the gold advantage, the game state advantage, but without a traditional AD carry, it might still take a bit of time.
And they do have a few more seconds on Keria's ultimate here, so you have a really good turn once you have Keria's ultimate ready. They very well could, start up objectives and look for the turn right off it, get that Keria engage with the Camille ult, the guaranteed damage for the rest of the teammates following in. So definitely just go for the reset, get back out on the map. Faker's going to take care of the bottom side wave first. And Faker himself getting even more tanky, got the arm guard ready here for an extra stasis usage. Plus his flash will be up fairly shortly too. Once that happens, T1 teamfight is just going to be insane. So they can definitely force at that moment.
Team Liquid not able to find the time to force before those 3rd or 2nd and a half item completions. You can see Pays now has an hourglass of his own as well. So we'll need to fight on 2 items, but the IE is at least there for Yawn. Courtesy of the 1,000 gold on the top side, Quid is able to get the Lich Bane completed along with an additional Hextech alternator. So there's some hope, there's some angles, but really hard to get that ideal dream teamfight set up, that flank for Akali or maybe for Jose on the Wukong when T1 just have such oppressive vision control.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, stasis on both the targets that they would be looking to flank and kill. So you have to do things like kind of have multi-step engages and, maybe you get something out first with a Bard ultimate. But here comes the invade from T1.
Core spots them. Stun does not connect. Core still locked up for a brief moment. Puts himself in the stasis, but all of T1 is here to respond. Core instantaneous flash out. T1 chipping away at the cooldowns for Team Liquid. Flash over the wall from Jose. 3-man immediate Cyclone follow-up is there for Morgan. Maybe they can get a little bit more done. Morgan immediately going to backstep. Quid dashing through the entire team with the R1. The Eclipse, good damage back, but Doran there just in time to turn the play on its head. A beautiful Gnar. Yawn nowhere left to run. T1 take 4, and Keria is looking to make it 5. GoreJJ running out of options. The shield from the adaptive defensive mitigating what little damage he has. Maybe the movement speed is enough, but the rest of the team already setting their sights on Baron. Core, supportal combat. Keria's there, has the healing, the Sundered Sky. It's an extended fight, but that's the ace.
And that was about as good of an engage as you're going to get on Team Liquid. And T1 still able to survive and weather the storm. Pace does go down. They get the 1 kill. But T1, they're going to get the Baron plus all the extra gold of the full ace.
And now it's so difficult, right? Yes, it takes them more time to finish this Baron without a traditional AD carry, but once they have it, they have so much range with the threat from this Mel, the dive threat. Team Liquid going to do their best to hold on, but at a 10K deficit, it's going to be difficult to navigate a way back into this game.
All right, so let's take a look at the engage from Jose on the bottom side of the map. He's going to be looking over here at the clump of champions to try and get multiple members. And he does get the dream. You got both Pays and Faker and Keria into the Morgan knockup as well. But then look how they survive. The double stasis, and then they're able to have Doran use the ultimate, peel against the wall right here, crushing from T1.
Bard ulti. Locking up Keria, trap not quite in the right spot as they're desperate to hold on. The rebuttal, finding the stun, immediate flash out from Yon. Winwell there to stop any other follow-up, and now Team Liquid forced to retreat here. T1 knocking on the base, soon to be knocking on the Nexus. Quid recalling, maybe they try to make a stand here, but again, it is just so difficult. Doran looking to go in, manages to make the combo come through! The assist, Faker setting him up. Now Keria diving in. Quid locked down for a moment, but he's in the circle. Jose Diedo coming in as well. Morgan gonna get the ulti off. Quid finding one in the midst of the fight. Ace in the hole coming through too. Quid living far too long for T1's liking, but it does not matter. Owner is too powerful. R flash to make it through. Jose Diedo locked up and Faker is still standing. Double for Owner. Looking to make it 3, but instead it's the double for Faker. It's T1 look to close out game 1.
Yeah, it's gonna be Owner and Faker alone at the Nexus Towers in game number 1.
Powerful stuff from T1, drawing first blood in this series. A calm, a slow early game for the first few minutes, but once they upped the tempo, they simply never stopped. Team Liquid sent back to the drawing board as Core. Also maybe going to fall here, but you can see the confidence from T1. They're taking their time. They know they've earned it in this game 1 as they get first blood in the series.
Looking good in game number 1, the world champions here in Daejeon. The opening game of MSI, and they take it.
What a game, what a dominant game. And overall, Kobe, T1 remain terrifying, remain a very scary team to match up against. And I think the big thing for me, remember that big crucial team fight? That fight started with Faker listing Shockwave. He didn't even have it. They won without it. It's a hard nut to crack, Kobe, I'm not sure, but luckily we don't have to. The analyst desk maybe can give a little hope for Team Liquid after that one.
Thank you very much, guys, and all I gotta say is welcome to the circus. That is T1. The reigning champs do it. And this game was everything that I expected. Right? We expected the Camille and Mage's bot. We expected some craziness. We expected maybe overcooking on the fights. TL to come back.
Yasuo top lane?
I expected a strategy from Team Liquid, and they proved it here as we take a look at the draft.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's interesting, right? Kind of the two big swings are the Camille as an answer into this Caitlyn Bard, and then also the Yasuo as the counter into the top. I think a lot of the kind of like early laning did not go as well as TL was hoping, though. Yasuo wasn't able to build an early advantage. But I do feel like, as far as what Dracos was touching on, and like, give us some hope. To me, there was a lot of individual moments where TL, had they played a little bit better, could have actually won some of these fights, could have actually won some of these skirmishes and put themselves in a better position to win in the 5v5s, where I thought they had good moments in the 5v5s. They're just like 7K behind once they came.
Yeah. And just taking a look at the draft itself, like the pick for Yasuo for Morgan is the big surprise for me. Anybody that watches the LCS and seeing
He's been
Morgan,
playing tanks.
A lot of tanks. He's basically just trying to round out the full composition, and by rounding it out, he played the counter into the Gnar. And I thought the early strategy in the level 1 was incredibly smart from Team Liquid. They had Wukong like invade through tri-bush bot side, secure the push on bot lane. So like Caitlyn is getting put full prio. They completely take Owner's jungle. They challenge Raptors. Raptors like, sure, Owner gets that, but he doesn't get enemy blue. So like Owner is behind in the early portions of that game, and a lot of it was the set play of securing bot push and being able to get that bot invade. But Owner, incredibly patient, does not matter. He comes back into the game.
Oxen, this is what they do, T1. When they fall behind, they just start finding fights that they like, and they scrapped early on. And it was that Faker 2v2 that really kicked things off.
Yeah, I mean, Faker getting the Orianna, a pick we see banned so frequently domestically, and even with the nerfs, he was just putting a lot of pressure on a Quid. They focus down Owner here, and Faker's just there for the cleanup. At this point, he has Catalyst, he has Tier, giving him the mana and HP to clean this up, and he just snowballed so heavily from this point.
Take a look at the combined kills a minute for this game. You were right about the T1 Circus. Team Liquid was ready to fight them. These plays from Team Liquid on the top side of the map to at least find something. But T1 was always getting the better of it, at least in this one. I like this one. This one right here gave me a little bit of hope and faith.
And I will say, the biggest struggle for TL was Yeon was just never relevant in this game at any point, right?
Yeah.
You know, we have this great engage here, but the Solar Snare catching Quid as he goes in. The Shockwave had been dodged out by Morgan. You know, this is one of these fights where I was watching this and I'm thinking, if you're not already 6K behind, if your AD carry is relevant, you wipe them here. You can win some of these 5v5s, but T1 was outplaying in all the little moments and building those leads, creating those advantages.
And in that fight, both Faker and Paze using the stasis. If they're not miles ahead, they don't have that extra economy to afford that.
Look at Caitlyn's damage compared to the supports. The same damage as the Bard and less damage than the Camille. I mean, he just never got to play.
And you know, we've seen this Camille pick have a lot of priority at the road to MSI, just taking over the game, but Carrier was just hunting on the entire game, just not letting him play the game and just shutting him out completely. And when you think of that big engage, you want the follow-up, the DPS to be there. From the Caitlyn, it just never came through.
Yeah, never did. And you think about the slows that happened on Jose Diodo on the top side of the map. That was both Carrier and Doran just kind of keeping him at bay. And your HyperX reflex replay is that Carrier Camille play down on the bottom side of the map. And Azalea, you said it could have gone very close either way.
I mean, had he actually flashed over this Yeon here, had he flashed over the Solar Snare, there's no flash on Paze. I think they actually just kill Paze straight up. But this is one of those moments where you really want it back. And then you're thinking, okay, this is really good for TL. They have the jungler show up, but then Carrier just makes gold out of nothing. He finds the angle there. Yeon was not seeing that. He thought he was going to hook shot away, and Yeon is trying to stay in range, but Carrier just turns him around and makes him look silly.
I feel like so many Camilleos are looking for the out there, and he just sees a little bit of vision. When he shows up to put the trap down, just hunts him. Blood in the water, and it's a really rough start for the Caitlyn.
Yeah, wait a minute. He's looking to get out. He's like, huh?
Well, it was a great game number one. Raz, as our resident, I guess both of you are resident NA, but you are hoping the copium.
Yeah.
What do you want to see here from TL in game number 2?
Oh, what sucks is I saw so much in the level 1.
Yeah.
I thought I saw quite a bit that made it like incredibly creative that can slip up T1. I do think going back to what is comfortable for the team is important. So Morgan going on to something like more traditional in the Scion, I think gives them a lot of comfort in taking team fights more traditionally. So they're usually a slower paced team, which is counter what Spawn would like, and how seeing the teams play, just slow the game down, I think, a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the other side of it. I liked the Yasuo. I think that if you come in and you try to play T1 standard and play slow, I just think they're going to find better opportunities. You know, they're going to be the ones who are controlling the pace of the game, in my view.
Yeah.
And I think at the end of the day, the reality is TL have to play at the very top end of their abilities to be able to beat T1 in a best of 5. And T1 probably has to play down a little bit too, right? And I just want to see that cleanliness. There's a number of little plays, like I talked about, had Yeon flash that Solar Snare, I think they kill Mel. Maybe it's different from there. Had Core JJ defensive Bard ulted a little bit earlier on the dive on Yeon. I think they can maybe kill there. You cannot let those kind of plays get away against T1 because you just don't get a lot of chances.
Ox, final thoughts.
I will say there was a lot of impact from this game on Fearless. You know, Carrier's Bard being gone, Faker's Orianna, the Zin's out from Owner. So we'll see how that plays out. This is the best of 5. A lot of games ahead of us no matter what.
All right, well, that was a hell of a way to kick off MSI, and we're not done yet. This best of 5 is 1-0 T1. We'll be back after the break.
Or will we?
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in GG! They are just going to ace them!
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Center stage.
Welcome back to MSI 2026 after T1 dominated Team Liquid in that first game. It was close in the early stages.
What adjective you would use.
There's a lot. We can go with obliterated, decimated, you know, like whatever we want to go with.
Okay, so
for the last half of the game. The first half, there were signs of hope.
To be fair, we thought the bottom lane was going to be a problem, the bot lane matchup. And the bot lane matchup was definitely an issue.
At first it looked okay, but yes, it got bad really quick.
Yeah, it definitely was an issue, but yeah, T1 looking quite good. They also won the other skirmishes that were up on the topside river. With Faker getting those early 2 kills was also a problem, so it was not just the bottom lane, but Faker Orianna getting a lot of money pretty early on into the game too. Was quite good for them, and so we'll see. You know, it's going to be a long series here, surely.
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 Silver Scrapes.
At least a little bit longer.
That is what I think after the first one. No, it's definitely going to be a little bit tough for Team Liquid, but sent back to the drawing board. We'll see how they adapt. They did take away Carria's Bard, but of course, as Camille came out as well. And this is one of the struggles against playing against a bot lane who is both incredibly diverse in what they'll bring to the table, and also on paper, kind of outclassing you in that 2v2. It's really hard to start a game on the right foot.
And then you're thinking about, all right, well, so they can't do Yamel and Camille again, but would you rather FaZe and Carria than blast you with, you know, a Ziggs pipe or something?
I mean, but they would like to avoid all blasts.
At least they can't do the Caitlyn Lux combo because the Caitlyn already played here, so no Fearless.
True.
No Caitlyn Fearless, so they can't do that one at the very least. But we'll see. We'll get into the draft here. Nothing is T1 don't need to change anything because TL chose to be second pick, and so they're going to be second pick, and T1 then gets to get blue as well.
Yeah.
So they just get the Band of Fury Rakan again. And the Yone as well still to follow.
Yep, sticking to kind of what they know. They're changing out the Nocturne for Yone this time around. Of course, in this Champ Select presented by HyperX. Not surprising, as you mentioned, to see T1 mostly stick to the same thing, but knowing that Quid has this very obvious pool of signature picks. They already saw the Akali game one, don't want him to play the Yone this time around. Did kind of add the Victor, add the Orianna to his wheelhouse in that lower bracket run. The Team Liquid were able to pull off, but see what they want to prioritize as we get into this next game. Again, it was jungled. It was prioritized by both sides so incredibly late in game one. Maybe this time around, Team Liquid will get a higher prio jungler just a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, all right, let's see here, because Ryze is instantly locked in. Faker, Ryze. You dealt with Faker, Orianna, now Faker. Are we going through like some greatest hits stuff of all time? From
the struggle, again, when you match up against Faker is there's a lot of greatest hits.
He has a lot of good hits.
This man really doesn't miss. It's kind of like the Queen greatest hits discography. There's like 3 CDs of greatest hits here, brother.
Let's see what they decide to play into it, because of course there were adjustments to all the mid lane champions. Anivia still is, a good preferable possible matchup into it. And they go with an early Nautilus as well, investing super early on into Nautilus. Sometimes that can be scary if your opponents then immediately answer with some counter engage or Trundle or something like that, then the Nautilus can end up dying a lot. But they're jumping on the Nautilus Senna train here really, really quickly. Which is interesting because Senna got some pretty hefty changes too.
Yeah, remember that Senna and Static Shiv used to just be an incredibly powerful interaction because Static procs on hit effects and her Q cooldown reduction was on hit. Now it's on attack, so that interaction no longer works. Not sure if we'll still see Static for Senna, but it was a pretty hefty hit to her overall, as well as dropping the soul rate when she plays AD carrier when she is the one farming. And unfortunately, when you lock in a duo like this, or really any duo, the last thing you want to see Carria and any AD carry he's playing with, most certainly pays, is Kalista Renata. This is a terrifying 2v2 to match up against. Of course, if you get ahead of it, you can do some work, but can be so incredibly oppressive early on.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, were they going to have like Nautilus try and CS or something? Because they cut the percentage chance to drop for souls from 10% down to 5%. Right in half. And Senna's soul drop rate is one of the funniest, most changed patch notes of any champion. But they, we're on the cut. Senna's on the cut for that. Okay, but now we're going into FaZe Kalista at MSI. Now, FaZe did win an MSI.
That's
and
true.
Dropped a 28 bomb Kalista game, I believe it was, in 2024. Okay, so we'll see. And last time he actually did build a Static Shiv on Kalista previously this year. So we'll see if he goes with the Static Shiv Rage Blade builds again for the Kalista. But right into it, back to the normal side here. They're going all the way back to the Talia answer into Ryze.
Taking that option, of course, a lot of potential mid-game playmaking with the Nautilus, with the Talia, see what they can set up in the jungle, banning away the Scion, recognizing that in a lot of the earlier stages of the game, they're really not going to have the damage to get through that tanky front line. And while Scion was nerfed, turns out he's just the best in class tank. Even if you knock him down a peg, free stacking health does a lot of work in the game League of Legends.
I'm just so, I mean, we thought this was going to happen. Like when you lock Nautilus so early, then the enemy team's going to get the counter engage. But like getting through Renata, like Renata counter engage already looks so difficult to deal with. And then it's also, you know, Pays and Carry here on the Kalista Renata. So they're going to have some sort of plan to deal with this. So far, though, in the protection bans, the Nocturne also going to follow. Now, Owner's Nocturne is legendary, and the Nocturne nerfs were pretty fake as far as the nerfs that hit it. It was just the damage of the spell when it hits.
Yep.
But a lot of the importance of that spell is the attack damage amp that you get on the trail and for your combos. So Nocturne still very much completely fine after those nerfs. They didn't really move him at all, so definitely deserve ban still.
T1 banning 2 top laners in the Varus and the Renekton, presumably just trying to make sure that the counter pick that Team Liquid have afforded themselves picking a second pick isn't too devastating on the top side of the map, but Team Liquid could have saved their final pick for top side. And this is a Rumble in the jungle, which I doubt. And Rumble, again, another champion who was hit a little bit with the nerf bat. They're just opting for the blind here, trying to set Jose Diodo up as best as they can.
Okay, a little guaranteed engage here with the Vi would be pretty nice. Combo for T1. It also takes away, because Vi is so good at keeping people on Rumble ultimate. And Vi also, that ultimate can set up the Ambessa ult really nicely. That is a pretty good combo.
That's a classic. We haven't, you know, we didn't forget about it. We just don't talk about it as much as we did when it was kind of the meta juggernaut. But now the Poppy coming out, offering some counterplay here, certainly strong against the Kalista, can interrupt the Vault Breaker, can limit some of the mobility from the Ambessa, and they have the Talia as well. So a lot of the interactions they have are favorable, but in terms of raw power, T1's composition still bringing a lot to the table.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy value just went through the roof. Poppy into Ambessa and Kalista, and as you say, the synergies of Poppy with their own team too. You can charge people across the rocks and charge people into Talia wall. I mean, the synergies are definitely there. Now you're going to have to still outplay within the game, though.
It's going to be a little bit tricky. Again, the name of the game for Team Liquid, surviving the earlier stages, making sure they can match up against this 2v2. If the nameplates were off, it might be a little bit different in terms of what we expect early on, but T1 so oppressive, even when Team Liquid were able to keep things close. Can't see a situation where this bot lane starts to run away again. On the bright side, have the power of the Rumble, the Talia, a lot of these big AoE abilities, a lot of roaming potential. And we know from seeing Poppy in past patches, when she was this really oppressive jungler, she can get active really early on, right? Force maybe some aggressive dives.
Yeah, that definitely is true. And Jose has been the key factor there for T1 in a lot of their games, a lot of their early games, especially trying to create some action. But we'll see. Maybe he can try and put some early pressure there, try and contain that bottom lane, because the bottom lane was definitely an issue in game number 1. And with the set of nerfs on this patch, I would think that this bottom lane is also going to be difficult for Team Liquid in game number 2.
Very true. We get into game 2, you can hear the T1 fan chants crying out. Feeling good after that game 1. Team Liquid, like you said, Senna will still scale. It's just going to take more time, and her best build path essentially removed, right, in terms of the positive interaction she had with Static Shiv. So keeping our eyes across the board on this early laning phase. Remember, game 1 started with some potential map splits, some nice early aggressive jungle invades, but with how strong the Kalista and Renata can be, although we're already seeing a bit of trading here, the most immediate damage, the shielding is there from Keria.
Yeah, and position early here from T1, good. I mean,
you just can't
I feel like you're going to stack souls so slowly anyway, and then also with the percent being dropped down to 5% from 10. All right, we'll see. We'll keep track of it. I think correctly so, the observers are focused on the bottom side.
Yeah, they're ready.
Lane.
They know.
And at least as you can see on the mini-map, Team Liquid do have Poppy pathing down to that lane, whereas T1 have Owner pathing up towards the top side of the map, and Team Liquid will be seeing that as well with the Vision Ward here. However, T1, they had their ward first, so that ward saw the ward that was placed by Team Liquid, so Owner knows that he is on Vision right now, and they are tracking.
And if you're wondering why Poppy is getting picked, of course, on this patch, she did get the monster damage cap on her Q, the percentage max health, the overall damage just upticked a bit, so her clear speed is going to be a little bit faster, help her hopefully match or at least outmatch the Vi as But I would be pretty content. Owner would be pretty content just to farm to 6, but we know Jose can't get a little bit more active, especially when he has the Stormranger Surge. Nice hook going in for Core. Immediate response with the handshake to just disengage there. But T1's bottom lane, full control here over the 2v2, but the appropriate level of caution, I think, for Yon and Core.
And that was a full 6 CS lead already, like a full wave lead for the T1 bottom lane, keeping that pressure up. Again, we'll see about jungles heading down there, because right about now, Jose finished up his blue, and then he'll be done with his clear. Quid popping the Ghost.
For a little bit more damage. Ooh, forces the flash out from Faker. And it's what we wanted to see in game 1 in the matchup between Orion and Akali, but getting it here certainly is good as well. Jose Deodo, not the easiest wall angles or setups in mid lane, but maybe can force that advantage, generate something greater for the side of TL. Another hook, quick trade. Guardian there though, another sum that was changed. They hoped it would buff the ranged or the melee champions, and it certainly will, but Gary is still happy to make use.
Meanwhile, Jose was thinking about a look here towards Faker, but Faker gonna back off to a pretty safe area. Canceling the recall, I mean, still has a little bit of time there to work for second clear respawn, so probably not gonna inhibit him too much. Meanwhile, Keria does clear out the vision here preemptively for Owner.
And Observers, shout out to Observers, by the way. They are teasing us with Fog of War and have been for these first 2 games. Is there someone in the bush, Observers? Yes, there is! Owner taking his sweet time to walk in, making sure they can initially tank. Yon still surviving for an extra moment. Reset now coming in. They need to get that kill so Keria can live. They make it happen, but the damage from the tower is still enough as it's heated up. 1 for 1 on the bottom side, but the AD carry down. Quid has to make the difference. Owner on the retreat. Core trying to keep him locked down as Pays is able to retreat. It looks like Owner now set to fall. Dashing through, giving the kill over to Core just to deny Quid that gold.
Okay. Yeah, Quid actually had loved to get that last hit. Here we see the top side though moving down. Doran, 200 HP, he's gonna back right off, but they go for another dive. You know, they clear the vision for Owner and send it on in there, but that also uses a lot of jungle time. And because of that being revealed there, Jose comes in. Jose was able to take away the Gromp, it looks like, but not the Wolves. Owner is back.
Faker already has push in mid lane. You can see a TP top lane though, so Jose Deodo knows as much as he was first, he is the one who has to back away.
Or never mind, because it was a clear from bottom up to top, so the Gromp wasn't there. So no thievery at all by Jose during the response time.
The vision, nice to have, but because they spotted him in the jungle, T1 could be relatively sure that there is a bit of vision laid down there as the battle over the control wards. Both Faker and Quid going to take that information away. We look back at this bottom side play, T1 mostly making it work.
Okay, so they do. Keria is the one tanking over here, and Core says, okay, I'm going to make sure you pay for this with your life. Even though he did get the bailout, the other tower shot was still there. So good heads-up play from Core there to go flash and get the root to make sure that at least they were going to get that Keria kill. And then, because Quid moved down, Owner's like, okay, fine, I'll run away from this Talia, use my little Q to make sure Talia can't get in range. And so I'll at least give this gold over to the Nautilus rather than to the Talia.
And you can see the faces on the coaching staff there. As much as we're talking about the silver lining of that cloud, it's still a cloud, it's still difficult, right? Yon not able to stick around in that bottom lane, falling wildly far behind in terms of overall CS. Is Quid now rooted up. They force out the Unraveled Earth, but they're not going to stick around for anything else, hoping to convert this into a play onto Jose Deodo. Quid here too. A lot of free damage picked up early on, but the flash forward from Keria, handshake back. They know Yon has no flash and no way to get out. Ripping the Ren stacks out of his back. His Team Liquid will at least get 1 in return, but it's a solo kill. Morgan on the top side. The tower heating up, but not enough to finish. A double in the bot for Pays as they're on the chase. The flash forward. Jose Deodo to body block. Quid looking to make his way out. Flick back is good onto Keria. Handshake there, but the bailout is not. Jose Deodo needs to retreat. Flash away right as he gets the Storm Raider's surge. The additional movement speed taking him away. Team Liquid fighting fire with fire.
Biggest, scariest thing is going to be Pays on the map with 3 kills in Callista here. That is terrifying. However, Lord Morgan getting the solo bolo up on the top side is also pretty impactful. He was the lone gold leader for a while in the previous game for Team Liquid, and now he's setting himself up for success there with a very nice little move on the Rumble, invested the flash and the ultimate to do so, and he's used that money to get, you know, his steel caps, and we'll see if he can have an impact in the team fights on the bottom half of the map. They will need something to kill. Wait a second.
Oh, no. Oh, that's not good. Oh, God. Cut the tape. Well played by Faker. A little bit awkward for Quid as now we see the 2v2 in the bottom lane. Still only level 5s here. Yeon and Core doing the best that they can to fire back as pretty easy Drake pickup for Owner after what he saw in the mid lane. And
yeah,
just a bit of an oopsie there.
Yeah, Faker walks up and sits Quid down. Here's another look at the solo, though. Okay, so he uses ultimate here pretty early, getting all of his harpoons, and little nice backstep there on the ulti. Good chase down. Knew he had the full damage, invest the flash. But here it is, Keria as well. As you pointed out, Yeon had no flash from the previous tower dive, so Keria knew he could get that one. Was exchanged for the kill early on Owner, and Faker was pretty low on mana at the beginning, but then after Pays gets both of those kills on the bottom lane, flashes forward to try and keep it going. As you know, at the end of that story, though, of course, is the Poppy still lives.
Poppy still does live, and they are able to get the kill on Keria, who did not have the bailout back up in time. Team Liquid control on the top side of the map, again, built up by the lead from Morgan. You mentioned it, but this is a guy they prioritize and draft 2 times in a row now, is the Yasuo in game 1. The Rumble this time around, still a blind pick, but the limit options for Doran were pretty limited, and Morgan doing the best of a good matchup, or making the best of, excuse me.
And Morgan's time in North America has been very interesting, because as soon as he came in, he was one of the premier laners, for lane phase at least. Maybe we'll have a little bit more action, though, as bot side.
Flash forward, lockup is there again. They know the summoner's not available, makes the kill so easy for the side of T1. The power of that Vi, a little bit quieter pre-level 6, but post-level 6, just reliable CC setup.
Yeah, good invade, and Faker is not hesitating. He's not messing around this game. Flashes in, roots him up. They get the kill and the blue with this takeaway. Now like Faker can roam top, too. He's able to roam. He pushes mid-wave, and now he wants to transfer his pressure.
Game 1, it was Keria moving across the map. This time around, it is Faker. Easy lockdown there. Dorn immediately going to respond on a CC target with an ulti just to secure the kill. Morgan, that top lane lead will start to fall away as he uses the equalizer to stop any counter push. Bot lane, though, knockup is there. Immediate ulti coming in from Yeon. Jose Diodo on the chase, but Owner is here as well. Looking to come in. Pays locked up for a brief moment. Ulti from Keria going the wrong direction, but it might not work out. Pays still holding on for a little bit too long. They can't get a kill back. Core, the only one to fall. Pays sub 100 HP. They're desperate to get anything. Wall in from Quid. Isolating Pays. Gets the shutdown in the meantime, and now it's Keria, who might be in trouble. Owner trying to clear as much as possible. Quid lurking in the darkness, hoping to lay down another minefield to flick Keria back into his waiting arms. The Team Liquid spending a lot of time, and it's Faker on the way. Faker in the fog of war, the unseen threat. No Realm Warp, but the warning, the Scryer's Bloom, signs the cue for Team Liquid. They need to get out.
They certainly do. I mean, it is action-packed here, the full scrap. It's still getting a lot more money for T1, but TL finally do get that kill onto Pays. So Quid is the recipient of the shutdown money here on the Taliyah.
Be good. Pays the 1.5k individual gold lead. First item already completed. We take a look back at the start of this fight.
And so the whole time here, yeah, Team Liquid, they want to get the Pays shutdown, but Owner is going to be here for the counter gank, comes down lane. They got the full initiation from Core there with his ultimate and flash use, and then they try, but they just couldn't barely finish off Pays there. That healing at the very end does delay his death, even though they were able to take down Core JJ and Analysis at the beginning. Getting the extra shutdown there for TL is nice. Of course, they also, if you're talking about adding up the different moves that were used, the only reason why Quid got to be down on the bottom side is because Faker had just made a top side play where they killed Morgan. And so if we're going all the way back, counting up where all this extra money has come from, a chain of events there started with Faker making plays on both sides of the map.
And of course, checking in on the scaling element for Team Liquid, Yeon on this Senna. We of course looked at all of the soul data across Split 2, whether it's Road to MSI, Spring, whatever your region did call it. 25 at 10 minutes, it's now 11:30, he's around 26, so probably a little bit behind where he would have been at 12 minutes, as expected. Of course, you still get souls in laning phase whenever you're able to hit someone twice or Q auto, so behind the clock, and I imagine it gets worse as we get later into the game. It's going to be harder when he doesn't have the free time to auto-attack in lane, but maybe he gets to follow Jose Diodo around and pick up a couple jungle camp souls.
Yeah, we'll keep track of it, see how much delayed it is, if there's a huge impact or not. Meanwhile, Morgan right back to it here for the Rumble. Been doing very nicely for himself. They're trying to leave Jan here a little bit. The jungle is just so heavily warded up. T1, look at that deep ward up behind.
Oh, Jose
and now they're
the one setting up the play. They're the one setting it up on him. Already used the steadfast presence. Forced to flash away. Core there to cover, but losing that sum 2 seconds before the Drake starts. Incredibly frustrating for the side of Team Liquid. Keria continuing to walk forward, completely underplayed. Ulti onto Pays. Now the pullback coming through onto Keria. Immediate re-engage coming in for Owner. The flick back is good from Quid, however, and they've locked up T1's jungler. The bailout is there, but they can't finish the kill. Jose manages to live. The turn back. Pays in trouble. Already the bailout gone. Now it's Faker versus the world, but Quid to seal the deal. A triple kill in the mid lane for TEL.
Welcome to the circus, indeed. Morgan actually arrives late. Okay, it would have been best if Morgan actually didn't teleport down there and he went back to the top side, because now Ambessa's actually going to get free tower money. But still, look at this. So Team Liquid, they're on the wraparound. They know that T1 are going to continue for this, and so they set up for it. Jan hits the root into Core JJ, going for the engage, and even with the 3-person ulti there from Keria, because Quid has a really good spot to try and burst down Owner. Look at the difference in HP. Jose is so low. The Rend barely does not kill him and does not give the bailout for Owner, which meant that they're able to get the early kill, and they have the presence there to move up on Pays. Triple for Quid.
Absolutely massive. You can see the joy on their faces. Look at. He didn't know. He didn't know. Was he mad at them or was he proud of them? And I'm telling you now, he was proud after that play. Team Liquid making the most of that choke point, putting the advantage that Talia has in these early to mid-game fights, making sure that T1 had to fight into them. Well played. Maybe an overextension by T1 as we see yet another 1v1 between Doran and Morgan. This time around, though, equalizer. Doran with the re-engage. Morgan keeping the heat at that threshold as he tries to backstep, recognizes this fight not going his way, but now the Hex Drinker has fallen away. Doran still dashing in. Morgan flash in auto! Well timed! Morgan has Doran's number!
Yeah,
and now on the top side, they're looking to lock up Faker. Knock back to the wall. They don't quite get the wall bang. They don't get the stun, but Faker sprinting out of there as fast as he can will manage to wake it away.
Oh my goodness, Morgan with another one. This is certainly the return of Lord Morgan. Pushes it on bottom side again too. He's gonna have the extra pressure there. TL have the pressure on top side. The blast cone, oh! He did not know. He does not go for it. And Faker's able to finish the recall there, but they still have the pressure. They still push it on both towers. So the minion wave on bottom side died. The minion wave on top side also dying here. And now Team Liquid are actually pushing ahead, and their gold lead now cresting 1,000 with all the action they have been able to create in this game in the bottom side of the map. And they even chopped down on some of the gold lead there that Pays had over Jan. Jan obviously still very far behind. However, these extra kills that they've been getting on the Kalista, very, very helpful, very significant. And as we saw, all 3 of those bottom side ones did go into Quid, who has been such a star here for TL when they had their resurgence. And people have been looking for him to return to his MVP form. Now on the international stage with 2 items and...
Owner on the flank immediately. They know Quid has a target on his back. He's the one with the gold advantage, but Owner doesn't have the backup that he needs. Ulti across the entire team coming in for Keria. Lockup is there, and it's Jan who finds the snipe. Jose now in trouble. The flash in, a hook from Core is flawless. They've locked him up, but they're not bailing out anybody on the side of T1. TL taking the fight.
Oh, they're doing it! Core JJ, he got his Nautilus ultimate off on Owner just in time. So even though Owner escapes over the wall, he's still in place, and Jan could have hit the Senna ultimate over the top. That burst damage, Team Liquid are going to get the objective afterwards as well. Rift Herald will be theirs, and they can push the minions through.
Massive fight for the side of Team Liquid a moment ago. It was Pays and Quid, both of them massive gold leads over their individual number, but after that snipe from Jan, basically evened out. Only 400 between him and Pays now. Team Liquid, because they've weathered the storm of that early game, because they found these advantages, really making the most of their composition. You can see how hard it is for T1 to dive and get out scot-free. As much as they feel like the bailout is going to save them, it just has not been enough in the past few plays.
Man, Quid upgrades into a Magi Soul Stealer! He had 10 stacks and he is feeling it right there. Take your shot, man. Take your shot. Versus T1, they've got the gold lead. They've got the confidence to upgrade to Magi's, and here it is. They have a lot of vision. Owner is the one who starts it out, though. Him and Faker coming from behind through the jungle. And Owner took the brunt of the damage, just took so much damage on the engage there, trying to put the pressure onto Quid. But they were able to burst him down. Jan, as we said, hits the snipe because of the Nautilus ultimate holding him in place. And then CoreJJ says, fine, I'll go for another one. And he hits the flash over the wall, into the hook, onto Pays, and they delete that Kalista.
Another charge coming into the mid lane. CoreJJ immediately going to retreat. Knock to the wall from Jose Dioto. They have to be careful not to get picked off. TP coming in mid lane as well. Team Liquid once again going to lock up Owner. And now Morgan has arrived and certainly looking like royalty as Doran is sent. Running for the hills. The flash, the wall bang, the knockdown. Another double going over to the side of Quid. Just how rich can one mid laner get?
I mean, look, at the beginning of that play, you saw Faker on the screen for a second, and that Ryze noped out of it. He turned back around immediately. He saw the teleport go through. He's like, what?
And that's 2 plays in a row, because when Owner went in the previous play, Faker had to back up because Jose Dioto's waiting there to knock him into the wall to stop the potential follow-up. But Pays hungry for blood. Lockup is there. The rest of the team, however, is not. Jose Dioto finally arriving. Flashback coming in from Pays, trying to turn this one back, trying to make the most of it. The Ren stacks coming through, but Quid has arrived. Once again, the savior just in time. 22 stacks in the book. Legendary against T1.
T1 are trying to fight their way out of this, Dracos, but they're fighting into TL numbers. And TL, they all collapse around mid lane to defend Jan and CoreJJ there. Faker stayed on the top side. He was trying to Squip was trying to get the tower, while the rest of the team is just sending it.
And you can see in the Coinbase gold grind, all that money from minions, pretty nice, but it's the kill gold that we're checking out on the side of Quid. Almost 3K picking off members of T1 left and right. And this is a hard game now to play for T1 because we can see how they set up picks, but we also see the Taliyah and the Poppy who make all those dashes so difficult to use.
Hey, any NA fans that were thinking about going to sleep after that game number 1, now you got to stay up. Quid's going to make himself a statue for style points after he pops the Scryer.
You're staying awake and you're getting a noise complaint from at least 2 of your neighbors if you really believe in this.
Dude, that was actually an arm guard too. It's not even a full Zonia's yet. That he broke his arm guard for that. That is true style right there.
There you go.
Commitment.
A little bit of flair. Just like the Medjais, though, we're going to have to see what happens in this game to decide if it was genius, if it was flair, or if it was a big ol' oopsie.
I mean, that's what nervous excitement looks like. That's kind of what our coach cams were also, where they were very nervous to be excited. Faker now in the side lane, will roam up away, does escape no problem for himself. But for the TL side, after game number 1, Jan must have been feeling really down. And the entire Team Liquid team, but they're bounced back, and seems like the morale here going to improve at least in this game. We'll see. We'll see where they go with it. Definitely a little bit of nerves and
it's hard to be certain. Yes, it's hard to be certain about what the morale is, but I would say that the Medjais is generally a good sign that the team is feeling good. Certainly at least the mid lane is Team Liquid extending, pressing forward on their vision line. They have top wave push already, so trying to chip away at the resources, kind of resorting back to clean, fundamental League of Legends. Happy with the fights they got, but not looking to overcommit or overextend.
And I do think they should feel confident and they should feel excited because, they've got the gold lead, but they also have some really good counters into the T1 champions. Poppy and Taliyah make it very difficult to play Ambessa, to play Kalista here. So very good stuff and setup here for TL. I loved this quote, by the way, so we had to grab it from NA Men. And this was the follow-up. You remember the Analyst Desk introduced, Pioshik's quote the previous time around about God has abandoned us. Gon says, you can only pray, but God has not abandoned us yet. So let's see how it goes.
Gave you a little side eye in game 1. You're getting the full glare in game 2, I think.
Let's see how it goes.
However, pressure, again, T1 still looking comfortable in the side lanes. Faker does have to be careful. Doesn't have the Realm Warp. It was burned previously. But for TL, Senna not the best at taking down the Baron. Rumble certainly does do good damage, so really want to be in a more advantageous position. But it's only 21 minutes. We've been playing at such a breakneck pace, and honestly, both these games flash in. Lock up there, Faker in the area. Well, the book is looking a little silly now. Shut down.
No arm guard. That's the price to pay for style, I guess.
It is the price to pay.
And now he can upgrade it to his own. Yes.
There you go.
If he had arm guard, he literally has flash, so he could arm guard and he could get out of that for sure. He would have lived.
But he mogged the haters. Is that what you're supposed to say? I don't know, man. Look, it was a messy play. It's unfortunate that it came back to bite him, but credit to T1. I don't even know. I think they saw the broken arm guard. We're like, I don't know when you did that, but this is lining up pretty nice for a side lane collapse. And this is why we were worried when we saw the top side of the map for T1. The pick potential in these side lanes, especially on the Quid, is really devastating. Team Liquid has done a good job of avoiding it, but try again as a story for
look
T1.
at that. Very conspicuous. The book is a different book.
That's so. Kobe, he finished that book, bro. He's on to the next one. He's just a very rabid reader, bro. He's just on to the next thing.
Yeah, a book a day, or 2 books a day.
Two books a day.
At least.
Well, the good news is, if they win this game, it's all fun.
Yeah.
Haha, nice. If they lose, it will be a little frustrating.
Yeah, true. Okay, so let's see what they can actually do, because side lanes here, still T1 are doing well. You know, being able to push out, get the other outer tower on the bottom side. Doran's able to finish this one up. Try and get some extra money here so he can get to his Black Cleaver. It looks like. Meanwhile, T1 in kind of control mode now. They went full send.
That they did.
For quite a while there.
That they did.
Trying to fight their way back into the game. But since then, seems like they've calmed down after they had the 2 plays where Faker had to pull. Wait a second. How long are they going to go for this?
Sneaky here, but Cord JJ spotted, as I believe are the Baron Particles. Trying to force T1 to respond at the very least. We'll see if Team Liquid want to full commit. All 5 members of T1 are in the area.
For the turn.
Jan ready to back away. Hook in, gonna catch out Doran. Doran's still gonna be immediately able to get to the back line. A fantastic ulti from Keria. Knock back onto Doran, though, means he's out of the fight. Pay's now looking to re-engage. Solid start for the side of Team Liquid, but they can't afford to get those health bars chipped down. Owner now looking to come back in. The Poppy ult took him out for a moment. The Team Liquid holding on, 1-for-1 the trade.
Yeah, good focus there. They go for the turn on this Baron. They don't do it super quick, so you just get the damage on it. And then you saw the camera follow the Nautilus and the bottom side engage for TL, but you called it out. The Poppy ultimate from Jose does turn the numbers there, so that when Doran goes in, they don't have the follow-up from the rest of T1. They are split. Now, though, they're separated because Dragon's getting taken by Team Liquid, so they're trying to get this whole point. T1 are not rushing the Baron, though. They're kind of baiting it with their vision. Be very careful with that brush.
You can see Jose Diodo setting up for the Dragon. Team Liquid, though, good. They recognized immediately how quickly T1 could take this and shifted their resources away.
Okay, now the delayed start. Interesting, because they killed the control ward. TL, oh no, Core finishes his recall there. They're actually going to burn it down quickly. They've got a Kalista, man.
Spike coming back up. There's just no way. There should be no way to steal this.
The Kalista's not even hitting it. That's why.
Taking their time. That's going to be Baron to the side of T1. Incredible mind games. Linger just long enough to force a couple members of Team Liquid, wait for the recalls to come through, which they didn't even have 100% perfect information on, and then immediately start the objective. Team Liquid going to be kicking themselves after that one. They do get the Drake. They are on Soul Point, but giving up Baron is pretty devastating.
I want to see... they must have had vision. They must have known that T1 gave them vision of Pay's recalling or something, I presume.
It is... You don't.
And that's why
you don't.
Oh, okay. They're probably not going to rush it.
Yeah. You don't really want to be in.
Oh wait, side lane play here. We got Morgan waiting for Faker in the brush on side wave. A classic play. Try and go for Faker on the side wave. Can they pull it off?
Faker going to be hard to run more part of this one. Jose Diodo, though, using all of his CC. Faker not going to have enough time to run, but there's the TP moving its way onto the top side. Faker taking down Jan, sniping him out, and Doran suddenly finds himself in enemy territory. Owner is there to back him up, but Team Liquid, nice pick to slow down the pressure that could come out from this Baron.
They do. Okay, another isolated death for Faker there as they pick him off. Nice little setup as Morgan, patient, waits in the side lane. No, they're going to come to try and push it, and they get the collapse there from Jose. They also pull it off very quickly there. The speed with which you pull it off, very critical, as Owner was on his way up during the Doran teleport. And Team Liquid are able to get the job done before the reinforcements arrive. But the Baron being taken by T1 does a lot for them as far as prolonging this stage.
That it does.
With that buff, though, Team Liquid going to kind of calm down for a little bit. They're going to wait for it to wear off.
Team Liquid, of course, do have to play the next couple of minutes very carefully. 3 minutes, Soul, that is probably the major objective that they are looking at, looking to take. But the side lanes, if they don't have that vision control, if they don't have that support, super vulnerable to the Vi, the Ambessa, the Ryze. They have the range advantage when we get into these fights, but it might not matter if T1 can just get on top of them or eliminate a member before a fight starts. But across the board, 3.5 items, almost 4 now for Quid, despite a brief departure to the library. Will have the penetration there. Nice initial pickoff. Flick back is there, forcing the ulti out from Pays.
That's very big with no ults invested from Team Liquid, getting the Kalista ult down if they can force another fight. And it's a very long time until the Dragon, so it's not important for the Dragon fight, but it could be important for the Vision setup, and that can have a cascading effect if you can get easy access to your opponent's jungle because of something like that and get your first Vision line down. That can make it a lot safer for you to get the next ones when you actually really need them for the arrival of the Dragon Soul.
Marking the flanker is going to be big for the side of Team Liquid. Have a fantastic comp when it comes to grouping up, but a random buy on the side, a random Mbessa, Faker finding the flank, really can cut all of that short.
Are they realm opening to bottom?
Now TP going out from Morgan, just respecting the kill threat there.
Okay, so it was a realm warp attempted play here and gank from Faker and Owner. And Morgan respects it, and he gets out. Taliyah Wall was used as well to try and get another trap up there, but nobody...
They get heal out of Keria, but again, not the most critical summoner spell. I think really hoping to get something that is going to stick around for the next 90 seconds until that final, or potential final soul Drake is going to spawn. Tough spot. Again, checking in. Faker, still no flash. Will be big for the fight to come. Keria's will be up in time, it looks like. And other than Morgan, everyone on the side of Team Liquid has access to those critical summoner spells, and you can see a lot of defensive utility from Core. Has that buffed Night Spout, has the Locket to try to stop any of that upfront damage from kind of some of the lethal combos that T1 can assemble with that Mbessa Vi.
Okay, very critical here. Again, the vision setup for Dragon Soul. These two brush right here towards mid lane, and then this one, this curve one towards the river, are hugely beneficial for those fights. So Jose gonna defend these two with the control wards from Team Liquid still existing here. 37 seconds on the approach. Morgan doesn't have teleport. Doran's will be up much quicker.
Yeah, good pressure play coming in here. It looks like Doran's will be available just in time, so hoping to threaten at multiple points just to stop Team Liquid from getting the full group up that they're looking for. It's also T1 who have first push in the bottom side of the map, so Team Liquid gonna have to play through the mid lane. T1 most likely playing through the bottom lane. As you highlighted, it's a battle for vision. If anyone oversteps or missteps on the side of Team Liquid, though, excellent collapse angle.
Pretty deep here. Fine. Looks like no further punishment.
Well highlighted by our observers, though, that there's very little vision for T1 in terms of deep vision. They have control over their own jungle, but not over Team Liquid, so not 100% sure where Team Liquid are. Now we can see them starting.
Okay, Daejeon in the brush. He's the one to start out so many of these fights.
Fighting in this choke against Keria can be dangerous against that hostile takeover. Daejeon lingering. They see the Vault Breaker getting charged up. Maybe an angle of attack. Root onto Keria. Big flick back. Gonna connect as well, forcing the immediate ult out from Pays, but it's gonna be Faker instantly into the back line. No, opts not to take it. Instead, it's the turn for the equalizer. Or flash from Keria. Drake down in the favor of T1, and it's Pays untouched on the back line until Core finds the hook. But the McHale's is there in the nick of time to keep things in their favor. Quid still standing, but everybody else in the back line falling. Quid has to run for his life. Dragon down. TL lose 2 in exchange for 1.
T1 clutch it there. They get the smite onto Dragon. Jose was there. They were trying to go for it with the burst as well. They get the smite on the Dragon, and then they also get the team fight. So, as you said, they get the pick on the Keria, but he just uses it as a Kalista ultimate. They go for the Realm Warp plus Kalista ult. And then look at this. By the Dragon, 2.5k, Owner's there, Jose is there. He gets the Q down, so close on the Dragon, and Owner's able to hit the smite. Then on the re-engage here, Morgan gets burst down. He gets killed right out of his own guess, even with the flash going through. They get the shutdown there. 1 for Pays and 1 for Faker. And T1, they clutched it when necessary. Now back onto the Dragon. TL, they're trying to run there.
Daejeon hoping to find a steal. He found so many in the domestic season. 5k, getting lower, 3k, but the Kalista is there. There should just be no way. Doran might be sacrificed. Quid off to the side for now. Steadfast presence. Equalizer across the team. 1 gonna fall. Owner drops in the end. Faker trying to hold on for Dialectocerys is there, but he's been marked up and knocked up by Core JJ. Morgan there to secure the kill. Double now over to Giannis. Keria is forced to run for his life.
Can they get there in time? If they check the correct brush, no, they don't know. Okay, so they only got 2 kills, 2 of the Baron buffs off. Keria should be fine and out right now. I don't know what these... Oh, he wants to play. They're gonna make another play, a repeat. TL still have members here in the area, though.
Moving in, Jose Diodo, locked up, ulti back onto Pays, now hoping to find Doran. They instead are just going to back away. I think the right call.
Are they going to catch?
Immediate recall coming in.
Woo! Antsy here on the extra plays being made. I like it with the vision denial, but nobody going to go down afterwards, too.
At the slow from Rumble Connects, you know they full send it. They go for the angle.
Wow, what a game, Dracos. And we're going to have another attempted Dragon Soul. It felt like we just had the previous one. It's only 2 minutes, 40 seconds left here until the next one comes up.
Yeah,
but T1 have the Baron for the rest of that meantime, and we'll see what they can get with it.
And here, of course, reminded of the power of the Kalista. Not really much they could do to secure, but they do manage to get the exit kills.
Yeah, they're trying desperately right now just to extend the play. And so Doran, they get his flash. That might be critical for that next Dragon Soul. And they got the kill onto Owner plus Faker. So, yes, T1 got the Baron. But 2 kills, and maybe those flashes will be important for the Dragon Soul fight. Because with that Baron, it's not like you crack the base or anything. T1 are not going to get fully inside the TL base or anything, but it is nice because it funds stuff like the Guardian Angel for Owner. Pays has been on his 4-item spike here too with his Jack Show, getting more tanky on the Kalista.
And you can see how close this game has gotten, right? Team Liquid holding on to a pretty solid gold lead. The first Baron shifting it slightly in T1's favor, and now getting close to evening things out. 1.3K, 33 minutes in, just isn't that large. T1 not far enough ahead to really press any further on these side lanes. Know that the main objective they have to be looking at is Soul for Team Liquid in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Summoner spells, item completions, always crucial. And for the Summoners, Owner, Doran, close to having their flashes available, Pays as well, but not sure on the exact timing. If they don't have it at the start of the fight and Team Liquid can pounce, that would be a massive edge.
And Jan there on the Senna, early stages were rough, but he is up to 94 stacks on the Senna and has the IE 4-item power spike here with the Hex Optics for extra range. So we'll see if they can actually utilize that range effectively to try and keep him safe. We've seen a lot, like Doran was using his Ambessa ult straight for Jan. They do have multiple of these point and click with Owner as well to see if they can try and take him down. And the Zhonya's Hourglass is working for Quid. And we're going to hope that it stays that way for another 40 seconds till the Dragon Soul comes up.
And both Kalista and Ryze comparatively short range, right? But if they can get on top of you, if they can get past the Taliyah, if they can get past the Poppy, and it's just Quid and Jan left on their lonesome, the amount of DPS they can deliver is astronomical. So Team Liquid really have to hold that line, use those defensive cooldowns to stop their backline from getting dove.
I mean, yeah, we saw Faker just pumping in the previous one. The Death Cap and Actualizer on Ryze does so much insane damage. So you have to be very careful about grouping up with people. Do not want to get bursted down here in a clump. It's definitely very, very dangerous here with the Ryze at this stage. And Pays has a QSS in addition to Karia's Mikhails.
And we've seen this before. T1 playing through the bottom lane, leveraging that pressure to move into the river. Mid lane, the story for Team Liquid. So both sides kind of drawing this line of scrimmage in the river. And either side fishing for a flank, although Morgan starting to poke, trying to check. Ulti coming in from Jose is going to knock out one. Immediately, someone's going to step forward to body block. No, just keep him in the pit. Lockup is there. Root is there. Mikhail's coming in as well, but it's Morgan right on top of Pays. Pays holding on for a second. 3K on the Dragon, but all sides have forgotten it. Pays still living. Flash from Karia to keep the fight in T1's favor. And Pays just refuses to die.
T1 will run them over. Jose still wants the Dragon Soul, but Owner's going to try and keep him off it.
The battle, and Owner comes out on top. The fight in T1's favor, the objective in T1's favor. Jose set running.
T1, holy! They thought they had enough damage to kill Pays there. 4 TL, they invested everything. Morgan flashed in, but Jose's still trying to live to see the Nexus explode.
He's not gonna get that opportunity. Recalls coming in. T1 taking game 2 back and forth. But they did not go quietly. They did not let that edge from TL go unpunished. And now at match point in the series.
T1 team fighting, even when you get a good position in the game, even when they had a decent amount of gold lead there for TL, T1 calmed it back down. They focused back up for the Dragon Soul fight, Dracos, and they won them back to back. getting back-to-back Barons as well for themselves to put themselves to a much-deserved 2-0 versus Team Liquid here.
Incredible stuff coming out from T1. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk to break down that game.
It is the second game going the way of T1. And speaking of T1 and NA, joining us is the 2017 MSI champion, Huni. Welcome back. Oh, what is that?
Ooh,
is that the bling?
It is. This is what everyone's trying to win.
Hey, do you guys need this?
Oh my God.
I already have one. Sorry about that. It was pretty easy.
Huni, you got a story for us before the match.
Yeah,
you ran into a couple people.
I mean, basically, I'm friend with Core JJ and Faker, right? So, like, I gave them both chance, and Faker did touch once, and Core JJ also touched.
Yeah.
But this man,
why does Faker need to touch it? He has
but
plenty.
he already have it, honestly. He already
Faker has like 3,000 trophies. He doesn't need another one, Huni. Why didn't you let 2 TL people touch it?
My bad.
Dude, like, you want to touch this? Faker's like,
what do you mean?
As soon as
He's
I
like,
go,
you want to touch one of my 15 worlds trophies?
as soon as I go down, I will go TL room. Next year player can touch more.
Wow, all right. Well,
now I just want Faker to start carrying around every world's trophy. He's just walking around with like 40 trophies.
Hey, Huni!
Meanwhile, I have only one.
That's okay.
It's quality. Quality over quantity.
None of us here have one. We have now one whole more medal here on the desk. We take a look at that game number 2, starting with a little bit of stats here on Kalista for Pays. It's just been so good for him. Even in a composition like this, Azale, where it's difficult to play, he finds the angles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he is incredible in team fighting. I do think when I saw the draft, I thought this 2v2 was going to be incredibly hard early for TL, and I thought that was probably going to be the PowerPoint for T1. They were able to create a pretty massive advantage here, putting Yon behind, getting multiple kills. But TL on the top side were playing very well. They were putting themselves in a position to win. And I'm just so impressed that even despite the fact that TL were able to build up this 5,000, 6,000 gold lead, T1 with what I thought was a huge composition disadvantage just outplay them anyway. It just didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you can't actually play down tempo against T1. If you messed up one tempo, like there was one time that actually get a counter Baron time. Like you can't actually greedy for the tempo. T1 will know how to punish the team that being greedy at tempo.
Yeah, Dan, let's take a look at the bot lane where Yon fell behind, and it was just difficult for him to find a way on in, given that they're playing into this Kalista.
It's been a rough series for Yon, and game 1 we saw him heavily punished on the Caitlyn, and this game we saw him really just shut out, put it in a massive deficit. And even though I think they played this dive pretty well in terms of trading the kills, it's still the center not getting access to the wave, not getting those souls as well, making the stacking up slower, and here getting caught out by Carrier. Feels like Carrier's just been seeking him out all series long.
I mean, that was just a great play from Carrier. He knew that Yon had no summoners from the earlier dive. They had already just been stacking the wave as well. Like, after that first dive, the wave had been frozen against them. Then it's slow stack from T1. Right as it's finally going to crash, they kill Yon again. And that's the situation where when you're playing in League, you just want to FF.
Yeah, I mean, it's just there's no counter play, right?
Yeah.
Because T1 is just like so known as playing, just going full ham all the game, and then they just don't get even the chance. But this time, they tried it, but they kind of, there was some hiccups.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a thing that we've seen from T1 in 2026. They overcook a little bit, and TL find themselves a fight where all of a sudden they take control and they're leading the tango here in game number 2.
I mean, their top side was doing really well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like here you get the big ultimate that comes out from Carrier, but it doesn't connect on Yon. Yon's able to free hit from this position, not being challenged, and him and Quid are at a great spot. You see Faker rushing up to try and get the reset on the Renata W, the bailout, and it just doesn't come through. This is kind of showing what the Team Liquid composition wanted to do, locking down those frontline targets, keeping the backline safe, and this is where they really found a big advantage in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Morgan got, I think, 2 solo kills on Doran.
Yep.
I thought Jose was playing really, really well, setting up his team. Quid was moving around the map well. But then it came down to this dragon fight where it's just T1 magic, man.
Yeah, Huni, you said it earlier, like, if T1's composition falls behind on these Drakes, it's going to be difficult to fight. This was the one that they got here on Soul Point for Team Liquid.
I mean, I really liked the Faker how he played. Like, he pressed ulti. You see, like, 5 men actually just back up by he pressing on R, single R, and then he channeled press B, and then he actually canceled. He didn't actually go in, and that's what happened. The TL is put the so bad spot at where the banana brush is, and then they got so actually just got so tunnel vision then.
And Keria buys so much time because both of the carries, he ults them, he handshakes them together. They're basically not able to deal damage for a good portion of that fight. And here, this is when Keria's been ulted away. It looked scary at first, but Pei's able to kite it out and buy some space.
I thought Doran played this fight so well, Doran and Owner, because they get this initial engage onto Pei's, and he should just be dead to rights.
Yep.
But Doran and Owner throw themselves into the middle of TL so that TL's carries couldn't actually follow up. And that is what you want from a top-level team, is that when someone gets caught, the other people put their health on the line, buy that time for him to kite back.
And this is a thing that Doran does consistently and doesn't always get credit for because it doesn't show up in the stats on like, hey, how much damage did I mitigate for my carries when the other team makes a good play?
And you know, Doran's laning has been a bit of a weak point so far this year, but he comes in clutch in the team fights, and no matter what his score is, always finds a way to do his job.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, basically, his just job is like helping the teammate with the TP, even though it's really bad for him. He knows it.
Azael, we got to bring back your 90-50-10 slab here because, I mean, you called it earlier, that 90% really rang true in this game number 2.
I have said probably 20 times during this series, what are we doing, guys? But the bright side, I had hope. 50% chance, I had hope.
Do you still have hope?
The 10% is looking further away of winning the series now after we lost that second game. Maybe we cut off the 0 at the end. Maybe that's a 1% chance to actually reverse sweep T1 in a best of 5. But TL at least competitive in the second game.
Yeah, Huni, final thoughts here on Team Liquid's chance to come back against T1.
Guys, it's not done yet. We've seen this before, right? This is honestly comfort zone for TL. For NA.
That's
it's
right.
It's a comfort zone. Let's go.
Full of hope. They go into game number 3 with their backs against the wall. Let's see what happens. We'll see you after the short break.
They see the ball breaker getting charged up. Maybe an angle of attack. Root onto Keria. Big flick back to connect as well, forcing the immediate ult out from Pei's, but it's going to be Faker instantly into the back line. No, opts not to take it. Instead, it's the turn for the equalizer. Or flash from Keria. Drake down in the favor of T1, and it's Pei's untouched on the back line until Core finds the hook. But the McHale's is there, and the nick of time to keep things in their favor. Quid still standing, but everybody else in the back line falling. T1 taking game 2 back and forth. They did not go quietly. They did not let that edge from TL go unpunished. And now at match point in the series.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Welcome back to MSI 2026. Is Jose Daejeon trying to get something out of his eye, it would seem.
Look at that beautiful smile. He's trying to read something.
Trying to squint it. What's that off in the distance? Is that a 2-0? That can't be right. Let's turn this around.
Yeah, wait a second. Shouldn't that be 1-1?
Shouldn't that be 1-1?
I could have sworn we were winning that game. Honestly, yeah, TL, they were in a very good position in that game. Shout out to Morgan especially. Yeah. 2 solo kills on the Doran. They were unable to make it happen. Had a little bit of oopsies on the arm guard, had some oopsies in the team fights a little bit later, but credit to T1 for sure for keeping it together for these. First the sneak on the Baron, and then the consecutive Dragon Soul fights as well for them. Huge.
Yeah, completely massive, and a reminder that T1 is this top-level team. You might be seeing them in plans, but remember we saw that at Worlds last year too. They played in the Worlds play-in series.
Yeah. And where did they place in that tournament?
I was pretty high up there. I would say at least in the top 4, probably.
At the top, yeah.
Maybe number 1. Yeah, definitely number 1. Look, this is a terrifying team, and so if you get that early game lead and you keep that play clean in the mid to late game, which is a tall task in League of Legends, there's so many variables, it's possible to take a game. It's possible to win a series, but T1 are just so consistent at finding those avenues back in, even when, as we heard from Azael on the desk, it really felt compositionally like it should have been impossible for T1 to play from behind.
The Poppy and the Talia trying to inhibit a lot of the heavy dashes on the opponent team, but man, the Rise damage and the Kalista, even the Kalista damage still too. Even having to work around some of those obstacles. Still able to come through pretty big. So now, in game number 3, when you're faced with reverse sweeping the world champions, what do you think Spawn is telling the squad now?
He's a very pragmatic man. I bet he's saying something like, play your game, a coach classic. Don't think about the next one, just think about this one.
Yeah.
Or maybe think about how sick it would be if we just reverse swept T1 right now.
So
that's how Spawn sounds like. Spawn doesn't sound Australian anymore. He sounds like he's from California. He spent too much time. Guys, think about how awesome it would be if we just reverse swept T1 right now.
Yeah, totally, dude.
No, he's too serious. He's had dad energy even before he was a dad. He's for sure giving up a serious talk.
He also, though, likes incremental improvement. So game number 1, we lost all around.
Yes.
Game number 2, we got ahead.
There you go.
Then still lost. But that's definitely better than game number 1.
That's true.
So game number 3,
dominance.
Keep on improving.
Start to finish.
That's it. Yeah, and we just have a little slight delay, so we'll get into the Champ Select as soon as we can.
Of course, for T1, strong start. Again, the heavy favorites of plans. This year's format means only one team will make it through. So whether you're Deep Cross Gaming, KC, or TL, the Grim Reaper is T1 to you all the same. Tough task for any team in this bracket to make it through Korea's number 2 seed. And probably any Korean number 2 seed, but it just so happens that their number 2 seed is the the back-to-back world champion. So
yeah, and they defeated the MSI champions to get here to MSI Gen G. So that also would have been really scary, but you know what? It's all good.
Yep.
And that we'll see here in game number 3 as we are able to get into our Champion Select powered by HyperX. Let's go. No reason for T1 to change their band still, Dracos.
Nope. Team Liquid still, it would seem, prioritizing that counter pick, or at least a later draft pick. Maybe once again to set Morgan up. Has really paid off for them, as you see some bans targeted his way. Maybe heralding a Jace option from T1.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly. And
the immediate response. You cannot have that champion.
You're like, okay, no thanks.
So what is left on the table? Of course, in patches past, Varus was often a very high priority pick, very high priority ban, but was hit pretty heavily in terms of his AD scaling ratios and some of that early attack speed he gets from killing minions. So not quite as omnipresent as a top lane bully or potential flex pick. But T1 taking their time here. Lee Sin for Owner.
Owner Lee Sin, okay. Jose, it's been Jose's best champion also, but Owner, of course, legendary Lee Sin player. What are we going to play into it? There's no Poppy, obviously, off the table from the previous game. Gonna have to go a different little bruiser here for Jose.
See how spicy he wants to get. I remember in 2024 when he played for Estral. He was playing, I think, Viego into Owner's Lee Sin, and it did work out somewhat well early on. Instead, we're going for a little engage on the bottom side.
Yeah, if you have Nico, Nocturne's always really good to make sure the engages are really powerful. There you go. Instantly can get that pairing. You turn out the lights, get the Nico exactly where she wants to go. And that's going to be telling the exact comp here that we're going to run. So what kind of counter engage are we going to get?
And I do really like Team Liquid putting themselves in a position to be the proactive party. In the previous game, they had the more reactive composition, really couldn't make it work. This time around, they have all the tools to kick fights off on their terms. But T1 opting for a lot of just early powerhouses, right? Lee Sin, ever since the buffs, has still just been, you know, classic Lee Sin. Can't really be that massive playmaking threat. And Renekton on the top side, blind for Doran. Has been struggling in the lane, but Renekton, as always, still can be this big lane bully, this big threat.
Yeah, and it's a great blind pick, and it's also great to take it away from Morgan. As you said, like, Morgan's already been performing really well, and if he gets his Renekton, that could be further pain for Doran. So T1 gonna play pretty safe so far. Is Faker gonna? No, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Been mostly just Alessandra into the Ahri, so we go with the Annie for the engage straight up.
I kind of like this choice into the Nocturne Nico, recognizing that no matter what you do in this game, there will probably be moments where you're going to get one shot. So picking a champion who can do one rotation, flash in, get that ult, and that's more than enough to win a team fight instead of something that's going to need more time.
I mean, Quid could do the Ahri into the Annie, but that's not a good matchup. So he's going to go Galio combination here with the Nocturne Nico. All right, full-on dive combo. Wombo from Team Liquid.
What is the angle now for AD carry for top lane? It's a tough one to figure out, because remember, again, as much as we like to look at the compositions from the big picture, the lane matches are
or something,
important.
because like anything that with extra dashes that would be able to escape your Galio Nocturne Nico composition, maybe take away some mobility AD carries.
Lulu, the immediate limit. Don't want to deal with the wild growth, the potential to disrupt a lot of these dives, as well as just Lulu being such an obnoxious laner to play against. And again, in this third draft, taking a lot more time on these picks and bans, really trying to solve the puzzle of Team Liquid's dive composition. Okay, Vayne.
Yeah, they don't want the counter pick on top side. Try and protect the Renekton a little bit here, especially because if you're running Nocturne, Galio, Nico, like strong side lane, Vayne could get out of control.
Definitely could. Don't want to give away any free laning advantages, especially in a lane that has already been struggling to match in the 1v1. Xayah, not a surprising ban to see, again, just the relative safety. Instead of banning the Rakan, forced to try to stop the duo, just banning the champion who can get out of all damage for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, those counter-engaged champions. Okay, meanwhile, the bottom lane has been quite the issue. Biggest topic here for the series so far. And Pays and Carrier have one ban available to them if they really fear anything.
Okay, Kai'Sa, the choice.
The dive AD carry.
Yeah, you don't want to give an AD carry that can just easily get into position. Kai'Sa has some pretty tough lane matchups, but maybe T1 isn't looking into picking something up like the Corki up here or
just
anything else.
Comp thematic ban here. All right, Jan. What do we feel safe with, like Jhin or something like that?
Varus.
The
flex.
Still, even with the nerfs. Okay.
So giving the option to potentially flex here. Again, we're going to keep repeating it. Varus really heavily nerfed, limiting kind of the lethality Varus that we'd see in bottom lane, as well as some of the early oppressive power of the top lane Varus. His W on hit damage at level 1 cut in half, a skill that you really don't take extra points early in. So much less oppressive is wow. Wow! There is nothing funnier in the world to me than getting ready to cast a T1 game to talk about Keria and this man picking Yuumi. We talk about the Pikes, we talk about the Camille's, we talk about literally the Renatas, any playmaker in the game, and it makes sense. I get what they want to do here. They want to weather the storm. They want that hyper carry. But it's
funny because it's the support with the literal best hands in the world.
Yes.
On the champion.
The least hand-intensive champion in the world.
The least hands. So it is good though. It's a goodie. It's an oldie but goodie there. Dracos with the Zeri Yuumi. Team Liquid, they try to kind of cut a little bit of this by banning the Lulu But they're just going to switch it up there and add in the Yuumi instead. And Morgan's going to go on to his Daejeon here. So he has had some pretty good Daejeon games. And he's been doing quite well for this series. So maybe that's the angle. You've got Nocturne Galio for your mid and jungle to try and play to your side lanes for Team Liquid. But in the end, you're going to have to deal with Pays on a hyper carry with a Yuumi on him.
And credit to T1, they recognize this so early on, but Pays is a demon. And this composition really is just set up to help him succeed in the later stages of the game. T1 certainly a lot of early to mid-game firepower. You have the Annie for playmaking, the Lee Sin, the Renekton on the top side. But as you get later in the game, you know, T1, no super reliable point-and-click CC. So if Pays is playing well, it is going to be really tough to reliably lock this Zeri down, especially with his Yuumi latched to his back. Early on, I imagine it'll still be quite difficult. But later stage, oof.
All right, game number 3. Must win here for Team Liquid. They want to keep their hopes in this series alive. And T1 looking at wrapping up the very first series of MSI themselves.
Wrapping up feels the appropriate. It does sometimes feel like T1 in these early series, reminding us that they could have made this an email. They could have just said, we're going to win.
Hey, man,
that.
it was fun. Game 2 was really
fun. It was
fun.
really close.
They made me believe.
I believed too, Kobe. I was like, maybe we are here for 5 games. Maybe we are here for Silver Scrapes. And that belief has faded for a moment, as I imagine it has for a number of NA fans. But if they have another strong early game, Quid can find another lead or maybe set up someone else to do it on the Galio, could be a really good spot.
Early stages here. Pays and Carrier are already running them out of the lane, making them chug their potions very early. Meanwhile, Jose as well trying to fight Owner out and split it again.
Hoping to steal away. Umbral Blades, the passive for Nocturne, does make it easy for him to take away multiple camps at the same time, but Faker now wandering over. Camp battle here is both sides fighting, and now it's Jose Diodo who's in trouble. Stun already stacked for Faker. Is just going to be forced to flash away. Flash, follow. Owner wants to keep this fight going. He's getting a little bit lower, but that's Jose Diodo down. Tick over to level 2. He's got the Q, and now he can finish the job. Quid dead as well. It's a disaster. The lane phase didn't even start, and there's already 2 members in body bags.
Oh, the North American fans are looking at an early bedtime now, Draco. Holy, we go for the Raptor flip here. And Faker had the inside route to come over first for quite a while on the Annie. And they still decide to force it there for Jose on Raptors. Owner's like, yoink, thank you very much. And Faker, you can see him up there on the Annie. He's casting spells up at those minions up there. And you see he's at 3 stacks now. He stacks it up. Now he gets his 4th stack off of that one. Flashes forward. My 4th is ready. Boom. Into the Q combo. During the stun. Finish it out. They get the 2nd kill as well for the chase.
Owner ticking over to level 2 to get the Q, to get that Sonic Wave Resonating Strike.
Yeah.
Gosh, I mean, it just makes all the difference in the world. There's nothing you can do with that kind of level discrepancy early on. Is Faker and Quid still trading blows, but Quid throwing that Q a little bit far, and Faker not afraid to just step up and have assert dominance here in this mid lane matchup. 1,000 goals lead, 2 minutes and 30 seconds in. It's not over, but this is definitely pretty close to the worst possible start. And unfortunately, for the TL fans, we are going to sit in this moment for a little bit longer. We'll keep you guys up to date as we have more information on what the pause is about.
Yeah, I wasn't ready. Let's restart.
I wasn't
ready.
We're all just going to pretend we didn't see that. We're going to restart.
Okay, so jungle obviously going to be heavily impacted there because his own Raptors were stolen away as well in the aftermath. The owner immediately crossed over, took Raptors too. And then mid lane was getting pretty hard there because Faker had the health lead and was just going to keep stacking up his stun once again off minions again. And so CoreJJ had to, on his reset, exit out down towards mid. Owner feeling probably very confident at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good look. And I think stealing camps away from any jungler early on, getting that kind of advantage against any jungler feels good. But against Nocturne, it's especially punishing, right?
Yeah.
Nocturne can be a big duelist threat early, but you just mostly don't have to fight him. He doesn't have a big dash. He doesn't have a way to get on top of you. So it's all often about farming for that level 6, and that's just been slowed down so significantly. Whereas an empowered Lee Sin, a Lee Sin who gets early kills, is terrifying across the entire early to mid game. Morgan, though, once again, maybe hoping to be the difference maker. W flash, forcing the flash out from Doran as well. Well played by Morgan.
I mean, Morgan this whole series has been performing here, and it has been very much in isolation too. Top lane truly has been the island that it's known for. So CoreJJ is actually just going to finish pushing the wave for Quid there, but I mean, it's still going to be a substantial deficit in mid lane as well. It's not just the fact that the extra kill went over to Owner and he's got the money there to give the lead over jungle, but also the CS difference that Quid suffered because of this. The one thing that they could try to do to make up for it is that Quid has flash advantage over Faker, so you can flash right onto him and then try and go for a taunt play to set someone up if your jungle or support is out of roam time or something like that, but might be wishful thinking.
Especially when Jose Diodo doesn't have that flash himself, right? Doesn't have that way to get in, as we see Owner poking his head into the mid lane, just knowing that they could
respawn.
Yeah, force this out, and there's not really going to be a good response. Don't know if he has perfect information on Jose Diodo, but knows he's just more powerful. The mid lane 2v2 here, mid jungle so strong for T1.
Yes, sir, and that is going to continue. This is interesting. We got a reset from Jose, so they're going to fight over these Krugs. Owner still level 4.
Diodo has blue buff advantage. Owner wisely waiting out the AD steroid that comes in from Nocturne. Thorn waiting off to the side, gets the Krugs, looking to hop over the wall. Team Liquid just have to walk away. They don't have a flash to follow. Morgan doesn't have a flash, so the mobility that Owner brings to the table is just unanswerable.
Yeah, and he slaps most of the small Krugs too. Those things have a lot of the gold in them. He got the smart on the big one, gets the small ones too.
He got the gold, he got the XP. And he certainly has the Lee Sin record. 61-22?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I mean, what does Jose got? Let's see. He's going to run through mid. Oh, man, it's so painful, dude.
Auto the wave. Do it. Auto the wave. Okay.
No. He has no camps to do. Owner's taking everything from him. Took his Lee Sin from him.
And
took his life from him.
And you can see, like, Jungler just walked by. Jose Diodo just walked by, and Faker is just walking to Quid's face because he doesn't have to care. Nocturne pre-6 at a deficit just isn't a threat to him when there's this big of a health discrepancy.
I feel like we used everything in the previous game. And then this game it feels like everybody's out of breath.
Let's be clear. If anyone on the planet says they would have the mental fortitude to come in 100% form after that last game, you're a liar. That's a hard one to lose. And so for TL, after that early level 1,
6-4, bro.
We have to hope for the bounce back. We have to hope for the bounce back.
Level 6 to level 4, come on.
Uh-oh. Lee Sin coming from behind, Pays looking for the setup. Owner locked down for a moment, gets the kick across. Core's gonna live. Now still firing back with a little bit of damage. Q gonna go through, Pays forced to flash away. You can see the VAR is still pretty powerful in those trades, even after the nerfs, but unfortunately, bot lane, not the name of the game for the first time in this series. You know, it is favored, we expect, for Yeon Core early on. However, it just doesn't matter because the rest of the map is struggling so much that it's just giving Pays and Keria a lot of space that they maybe didn't expect to have.
Yeah, mid jungle's been the focus, but you're right. As far as the Varus and Nico still getting their CS lead on bottom side. It's just that with your jungle having the 2-level lead and access to the ult is just insane. I mean, this jungle advantage, this jungle gap is incredible.
Because it's easy to see the world where Team Liquid can get pushed early, can start forcing plays on the bottom side if they so choose, with the advantage that they should have in the 2v2, with how kind of underwhelming Yuumi can be in a lot of those dive scenarios. But once your mid-jungle falls behind, it's just so much space for Pays. And now instead of losing dramatically, he's losing gracefully. He's just falling a little bit behind, and we know as a scaling threat, he can absolutely outmatch.
Yeah, and the Zeri is going to be a focus later. So if the Nocturne is underfed, wait a second.
Ulti there from Yeon.
Big
Block
hit.
up there. Good damage, and that's going to be the kill. Pays overstepping Keria. Now going to find a cat on the side as Owner manages to go in for a little bit more. Owner taking down Yeon. CoreJJ hoping to get a little something back, but I don't think you're killing this Lee Sin. Owner. Keria strapped to his back. I don't even know if he needed that one. CoreJJ just trying to sidestep the Q. It does hit a minion, so he will walk away. Debating if he can go back in. Just a 1-for-1. Both 80 carries down.
Nice playing into the wave there for Core, so he doesn't give another kill over to this Lee Sin. As you say, both 80 carries going down, but only one of the 80 carries got the last hit, and Yeon gets extra money paid into his pockets here, so no sums will be available on Pays for the rest of the lane phase here. Let's take another look. Yeon just fights his way out of this. The sidestep there on the snare from Core JJ, yeah, but Jan is able to land the ult then because you're right against the wall. Nice and easy for him to land that, and then he is able to pop the stacks and get his kill. Then Owner, of course, comes in, and Core plays to the wave to so that Owner's next Q does go into the minion.
Yep, and good patience from Owner in that exchange to kind of take his time on that second Q onto Jan, making sure that he can get in a position where Core could not body block. It is now T1 taking that momentum, shifting their focus to the top side of the map, willing to give up a couple plates, willing to give up a little bit more gold to maybe accelerate the pace of this game with a top side play, as Void Grub's already down 3-0 in the favor of T1.
All right, here it comes. 4 people. Owner's coming too.
Morgan in trouble.
Can he stack his passes?
Lock up there. Ulti across. CC immune for a brief moment, trying to turn it back. Deletes the wave. Owner now going in. Forced to dash back out, but that blinking health bar is so low. Keep your eyes on the Yumi. Damage the Q. Owner, does he want to take it? Can't risk getting knocked up. The redive, it feels like it has to happen. Another Q, this time it's going wide.
Where's Nocturnal? Come on, get over there.
The Prowling projectile not there.
Oh my goodness, Morgan lives. They protect Morgan. He's able to survive in the end. Just barely. The Nocturne had started coming over from mid lane, so they knew Jose was going to get into range to ult. And then Morgan will live this time around. He had to use the flash there, though, because of Owner taking his Q in. And they kind of delay.
It's a quick dash back. Good to survive. Does mean that Jose Dier also picks up a bit more money in the mid lane, but the top side of the map is bleeding gold. Continues to, at least in mid jungle. Morgan doing a good job of holding his own, but you've seen, even if you're doing well in the 1v1, once you fall behind in mid or jungle, you're going to see a lot more people in your lane than you maybe bargained for. Morgan adjusting his lane assignment to pick up mid. Squid just now going to be able to get the recall.
Yeah, we'll see too, because bottom lane, they swapped over Doran there into the 1v1 versus Jan, and Jan's about to have both summoner spells plus a Nico. Maybe Core JJ can make some sort of sneaky Nico play on returning to lane. They do have a lot of vision down on the bottom side, so Doran's got to be very careful here with no ult for himself.
Yeah, no ulti.
Jose, or Nico there, excuse me, right into vision.
Kill would be ideal. Forcing a flash would be good, but you can see Owner is still hovering. And they'd have to kill Doran incredibly quickly. They don't want the counterpunch to come through. So instead, just continuing the work that they started earlier when T1 opted to swap their bottom lane to the top side of the map, chipping away at the plates.
TL can continue to keep Jose's whereabouts unknown to T1 too. Always threatening, where is this Nocturne going to be? So under tower, Doran's just going to try and survive here, weather the storm, weather the onslaught. The Varus Nico still, even with the nerfs, dealing a decent amount of damage and getting that tower so low that the first tower bonus within reach for Team Liquid, if they can make one solid play for themselves on the bottom half of the map. But they're losing the mid jungle so hard that mid's constantly getting priority, chunking down Quid. And then Owner has retained his 1,000 gold lead here in the individual matchup. And that has resulted in a completed item. A full Sundered Sky, which makes him very strong in all these skirmishes. Now, finally, though, Jose does get his Hexplate done.
That's going to be big, especially before we see that ultimate come out. As you mentioned, the path to T1 or to TL, excuse me, making a play is very clear, but it's just so hard to get that set up when you're not able to get pushed in your lanes first. It's really only top lane where they're able to contest. And Doran, now that he has a bit more healing reduction, is feeling a lot better in that 1v1. We'll see if he can get the first item completion as they're effectively neck and neck after that topside focus from T1.
And Doran had to suffer a bit.
Poor JJ looking for the play, gets the flash out. Might have mistracked the summoner, thought they had an angle there, but that is the paranoia down. Owner staying, keeping his focus on this objective. Faker waiting off to the side, does not have access to ulti, crucially. But Team Liquid don't want to walk up and fight this.
They have Galio. Are they
Quid coming in from behind. Gonna go for the 50-50. Owner once again takes it. Ulti from Jan does not connect. Forced to back off. Oof.
Very close, just looking for the flip there, trying to get into range of the smite, and Owner's able to land it again. Owner's smites have been very good.
That they have.
This series as well. So T1 secure it, Dragon number 2 for themselves, and they keep on building towards the Dragon Soul.
Frustrating for Team Liquid too, because they certainly had the tools, they had the cooldowns, but weren't quite all on the same page, didn't want to risk going any further after Owner did flash backwards. Again, Owner's really strong, so I understand why Jose Diodo wouldn't want to be locked in a 1v1 there.
Meanwhile, Pays, the one thing for T1, they do need to get more money into Pays, more damage. I mean, he's eventually going to get there, and he has the safety of his own cleanse, plus Mikhail's on Carrier for later, but definitely needs a bit more to keep the income up, keep the damage coming for him for later, so that he can take over later on. And meanwhile, Owner doing a very good job in keeping the vision control here to allow more safety for these lanes.
Yeah, and really rapidly reassigning lanes just to make sure that Pays does have some space to farm, recognizing he's one of the weakest people on the map right now. As Core JJ is in trouble. Jan coming over the wall. Kickback from Owner is there. Oof. Trade of cooldowns. Paranoia coming out. So play on the top side. Jose Diodo debating if he can follow. We got plays in multiple places, both top lane and in the bottom lane. The Faker manages to escape on the top side play and the bot lane play. The kick from Owner is enough for the disengage. Is again, the main benefactor here anytime we see these plays go bloodless is just Pays. Gets the time, gets the space.
Pushing in on mid, turret play money here for him. Owner's taking away the jungle the entire time too to keep his lead up, keep his advantage up. Meanwhile, on the top side, they didn't want to full send after Faker used his flash down the river. So they don't end up actually following there. And so TL doesn't really even have any kind of answer after the incursion from T1. And just look at all the extra vision here laid up through this jungle area that T1 are able to leave behind and make these consecutive plays very confident from them. Of course, Doran's always getting the short end of the stick. The last time around when they had to swap over, you know, he's like, all right, fine. You know, I'm the one going into the Varus. Whatever. I'll take a little bit of a hit. Tower's going to take a little bit of a hit, and it is first tower bonus. So that's, you know, a little extra something there for TL to try and get them back into fighting shape. And you do get the Trinity Force also completed from Morgan on his Zehen. See if he can be a factor in the team fight.
Yeah. Extra levels too, just Morgan going to be a bigger threat. A lot of those early cooldowns just super long for the Zehen. But T1, we expect with the Herald, going to break down a few more structures. Might not even need it for mid lane. Looks like just half a plate remaining there. There's a TP to the bottom lane. TL determined to make a play onto Doran. Morgan dashing in, has that extra shield. Ulti comes out from Doran. Immediate stun on to Quid as the taunt is there. And the meanwhile, in the mid lane, they're trying to make another play at the same time. Pays living for an extra second here. Jose Diodo continuing to walk up, hoping to get that shutdown on the Owner, but they can't quite finish the kill. Doran also surviving in the bottom lane. Why is nobody dead? So many cooldowns.
TL just don't have quite enough damage to finish off either play. And Faker had been pushing up to the side lane on top side, so he got all the way to the tower. But that timing window was a great window of opportunity for Team Liquid, and they're unable to actually make it count. So close. I mean, Pays no flash and no cleanse. Carrier used both summoner spells as well, but not being able to get that shutdown on Owner, oh man, that would have been so juicy for TL to get that shutdown. But they're unable to get it.
We'll have to see. Dragon is the big objective to look at next. It would be soul point for T1. It would be the first for TL in this game. 2 items for Jan. Is the center of attention this time around. He's been struggling. This is certainly a chance for redemption in these fights because he has the damage to bring it home, to find the edge for TL, but he needs to make sure the rest of his team is ready to fight alongside him. We can't have more of these issues where they're not quite able to finish a kill or the cooldowns aren't quite in sync.
Especially because Pays, as we said, no summoner spells for either member of the T1 bottom lane here to keep him alive, to keep him protected. No exhaust from Carrier, no heal from Carrier either. So they definitely, it will be TL's best shot to try and like kill off this Zeri. See if they could actually do it though next time. Owner's up to his 2-item power spike with his cleaver done as well.
Important to note that the gold difference between Jan and Pays has also just been dwindling. Pays free farming so much, getting closer and closer there, and after the initial gold influx from those plates, Pays has been able to get a few back for himself. Nice poke onto him.
Okay. Another tower here goes down to the T1 split push as TL are fully grouped up around this dragon. They want to send everything here.
Desperate to force the 5v5.
Yeah,
Eyes on Faker and his ultimate. Herald going into the mid lane, they're just going to let it charge. Force a response. Man advantage for T1. They're going to be late on the rotation. Who's going to get the 50-50? Jose Daejeon ready to get in the midst of the pit, but once again it is Owner. Flash forward from Core. Manages to find 3. Immediate lockup onto Faker, but he flashes back. Gets his cooldowns down. The Mikhail's coming through to keep him alive, to keep him standing, but Morgan will get the job done. The death ball of TL. Losing the Drake, but taking the fight.
Yeah, it was like 82 or something health left on that Dragon. Owner gets another Dragon Smite, which is used, but they smite.
The smite? Does everyone chase? Yawn is too low. This is a disaster. Payne's getting a kill. The taunt there, TL. We'll get one in return, get 2 as Carry has got nowhere left to run. A good smite, but Jan still dropping down.
Double kill though for Quid. They get them both and they buy more time. Morgan's gonna be able to push this tower on the bottom side, so a lot of gold to TL. Let's take a look though. This Dragon, it's so close on the smite. Owner's been insane with these. He is Lee Sin this time around, so let's see about the Q combo. Does it pretty early, and yeah, very close there, down to 82. Again, Owner very steady with his, but Core with the big engage and sets up the full combo. Nico into Galio coming down on the other side, and Jose with the full send onto Faker. So yeah, even though they didn't dive the Zeri Yuumi with no sums, then they come over afterwards. Everybody's peeking. Jan is a little bit too far as he's kind of.
They were a little too excited. You saw the smite into immediate backup.
Yeah, and Pays and Carry are recognized. All right, we're just going to have to try and fight instead of run. So they get the 1 kill for themselves, but as the rest of the members of TL still wrapping around, they do get the extra kills there. It's just that with T1 here, staring down such an early Dragon Soul on the next one, and Owner's ability to smite these, and especially with Lee Sin, who's so mobile and does have Q damage to work with as well.
Also, just Cloud Soul Zeri gliding on your team. It's a literal nightmare.
True. All right, now Morgan. Let's see if Morgan is under attack here. Owner on the bomb side of the map. And Morgan again has done quite well for himself, but this time around actually has Nocturne in his back pocket, so he can just hold, continue to farm, as even though T1 clear out the vision, they're fine.
Core on the way as well. Jan doing what he can just to hold the mid wave. 2.5 items for him. 2 items now for Pays. The mid lane discrepancy has effectively been evened out. Mandate going to be the choice for Quid. That affects 3 out of 4 of his abilities, so pretty high value, giving that ability haste onto immobilizing spells.
Yeah, it's great for Galio.
Yeah,
for sure, especially after the buffs that they gave it. See if they can pull off another one of those team fights there for TL, though. They got a good wombo combo in the previous one from Core JJ, and he's already passed 50% back on that flash.
Owner spotted out, but TL don't want a full send here. Yeah, thank you, production. Highlighting the differences for Imperial Mandate. These, of course, the buffs, if you, for some reason, missed the rework. It's no longer the Nami item. It's now the CC Mage item. And like all support items that get reworked, some other lane is abusing it.
Yeah, I mean, you're still going to be a little squishy, but you do some really nice damage amp, and the ability haste is very good for Galio, applying to the 3 abilities, including ultimate. So very, very nice for him. Let's see if they can pull off that combo again, though. Pays has been right back out on the map, farms up to his second item as well, so.
And with the Zeri against this comp, it does feel a little bit like the Kassadin meme, right? It's not level 16, it's probably more 3.5 items, but it does feel like TL are playing on the clock. Certainly they can win in late game scenarios, but killing Pays with this composition is just going to be so incredibly difficult if he just skates over the wall and walks away from you.
Yeah, we'll see. If Core has Flash, then maybe, but Pays has Cleanse, and they have the Mikhails, of course, on Carrier. So he's got 2 ways to try and break combos that TL are going to go for onto him in the last fight. That being said, though, TL just went straight front. They got 3 members and just killed the members that they did get in the combo. While Jose kind of pushed Faker out, so he's using the Nocturne ultimate back onto him, onto the other side.
They're definitely feeling comfortable in this one if they can fight on their terms, if they get that initial CC. Pays not enough of a backline threat to balance out a 3-man engage from Core. Jose Daejeon playing with a bit more confidence, continuing to walk up. Mid-wave pushed in favor of T1, bot wave in favor of Team Liquid. The Prowling Projectile continues to just fish for a bit of CC. T1 again with that mid lane tower down are in such a nice position. They can just keep pushing mid-wave rather than being forced into this Dragon Dance. Flash forward from Faker, looking to lock up Jan. The stun still does connect, but it's a flash for flash trade.
And Quid was scouted on his attempt on the flank here by Owner. Again, kind of squishy.
Ulti now coming in, looking to lock down Faker, stop from getting anything else. Excellent spell shield means Faker will fall. Backside it's Doran in the midst of the fight. Quid just barely able to escape. Yon able to finish off the kill, but now they're in trouble. Pays is here, as is Doran. Another kill going over to Pays. Quid not where he needed to be. It's a bit of a mess. There's a double kill, and they're looking to make it 3. Yon really nowhere to go. Has to hold his own. Red buff there. Lots of damage, but Pays with carry on his back is too damn strong. A triple for the Zeri.
Uh-oh! It's a triple for Pays and a Dragon Soul. Wait a second. Is there a miracle here? Maybe core or something? They
Core?
need a miracle. There's no
Fake jungler.
There's no smite for either team.
Morgan hoping to get something. Morgan dashing in, ulti, locks up Pays, but the CC onto Morgan stops him from falling up. The pullback is there, the ulti! Morgan holding the line, will not let the dragon fall. Don't risk the 50-50, just let it reset, just let it reset. Oh, but the TPs, you can't just let it reset. Oh no, Team Liquid.
Wait, Nocturne ult
Double
maybe?
TP, Nocturne ult in 8 seconds. No jungler here for T1 yet. Owner sprinting in, Nocturne racing in, Jose Diodo hoping. One more smite steal to see who will get the soul. 2K, but Owner is here first. Can they get it? The soul to T1. The kickback is good on the Quid. The turn back though from Jose Diodo means he should at least be able to get one. The flash over the wall just to secure the kill. They've locked down Carria. The CC is there. Quid now in trouble. Bear in the midst of the entire team, but Yon has finally arrived. Q damage is good, but the Bear just causing a little bit too much havoc. Team Liquid forced to retreat. They got some kills, but it's the soul to T1.
Oh, the scramble, and they get another one, Dracos. The Dragons all going the way of T1. Woo! What a scramble in the fight, though. Really making your blood pump in that one. Everybody coming back on the respawns. Morgan has just been trying his heart out this whole series.
He's holding on for dear life here in the MasterCard priceless moment of the game. You can see the scramble starts so nice for the side of TL.
Yeah, Core goes in for the combo onto Pays, and that allows Morgan to close the distance. Then it's the waiting game and the delay. Both teams trying to buy time for their junglers to get here.
We're watching the Olympic 100-meter dash from the junglers right now, just trying to get there as quick as they can.
And you're going to see wards here. So it's wards for TL that see Owner's approach. And so they know where his position is, trying to get there. An Owner looks over, into the control ward, onto the Dragon. Just barely, Jose is in range. Boom, and he's able to get it again.
This man's smites are too good. He needs to tone it down a little bit. Come on, you can't secure every single 50. It's not a 50-50 anymore, I feel like.
Nope, it's 100% Owner.
Well, two things have come together at a pretty terrible time for TL, which are the T1 have Soul, and Zeri now has 3 items. So she's going to be fast. She's going to be zooming. But if Pays gets pulled like that again, though, it'd be a different case. He's still a low health bars. There's a mystery raptor there.
Yeah, doesn't show on the mini-map at least, but if you look over there, they have a ward by it. Yep.
Doran's looking for that Somek. Looking for that chicken.
Doran sniffs it out. At least now he's around the rest of the raptor pit, the spawning point.
I like this. I like that we've just decided to spend the next 2 minutes of this game following Core as a raptor.
Best part of Nico, for sure.
For sure. Now he's turning back into Yon. Less exciting, but T1 debating if they can start the Baron. Certainly have the damage, but need to be careful. The collapse from TL is still lethal.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, T1, though, they're fine to just keep more income onto Pays. You know, they're not the ones that have a lot of the pressure on them to make something happen here. Morgan, I would say, still keep on focusing on him. You know, 2-item power spike here. He's actually well past it. Another component with the Caulfield's Warhammer coming in too. And him getting the kill onto Pays as well. So much money in the Zehen. He's really going to have to put that Zehen to the test. See if they can make a longer team fight. See if they can get him some uptime and actually close the distance onto the Zeri. Again, Zeri with both sums. And with the Yuumi with Mikhails and both sums.
Yeah, 2 items.
It just seems like, man, even though you have dive and you have so much combo, seems like it might be hard to keep it and make it stick. But they're going to collapse around mid, maybe. Core's wrapped around again.
If they can find Pays isolated, it's a lot, of an easier decision. Worth it just to fight for those summoners, but T1 in classic T1 fashion, just going to start the Baron, kind of force Team Liquid into a position where they have to make a play or simply just lose the objective.
They have 3 blue trinkets for TL side, so I'm not worried about this Baron getting taken away without a contest.
This might be their 8K getting lower. Owner shredding it, as is Pays. Off to the side, Faker's going to drop the ulti. Baron clearly the objective here for the side of T1. 5K, full faith in the 50-50s. Jose Diodo, I don't think he has information. I don't think he can see anything. Owner holding on, debating. Do they want to kick the fight off? That's the ulti. They're going to opt for the retreat here. Ulti in the backside from Jose Diodo. Paranoia utilized, getting the flash out. Pays coming over the wall, wants to turn it now, and he is damn fast. He's just running Jose Diodo down. Owner, kick flash across the team. Yon immediately deleted, and Pays about to kill everybody.
And it's a quadra for Pays. T1 are gonna wipe TL off the map.
That was the blink of an eye. We went from this area's not a problem, this area's not a problem, this area is the problem. T1, Owner with an excellent engage, a confident turn to deny Jose's engage, and T1 barreling down the mid lane, looking to make it a clean sweep versus TL.
Yeah, T1, after they see all the ults used and the Varus ult going wide there through the river, they turn it on, they chase them down, and T1 gonna clean it up 3-0.
That they are. Owner and Faker in the early stages of the game, setting up for Pays to dominate in that one final fight. He's not done. He wants a few more kills to close this one out. Pays playing with fire, but he is unconcerned. They will finally kill him. But it's too little. It's too late. T1 winning the first series of MSI 2026. Play-ins favorites, delivering on that expectation.
Team Liquid in, the first 7 minutes of the first game, pretty good plan for themselves. Then the second game, the first maybe even 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And got themselves in a good position, but just never quite enough here versus T1. Outplays in some team fights, outplays in some skirmishes. And then game number 3, starting out with the Fateful Raptors, Dracos.
Wow, did not look great in those final moments, but credit to T1. Let's send it over to our analysts to break that one down further.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day as it is T1 victorious over Team Liquid Alienware. 3-0 perfect in their first match. And yes, it is a bit of commiserations here on the desk for our NA compatriots who yet again see another tough one.
Yeah, it is definitely a bit tough, but thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Owner secured the soul for T1, much to the chagrin of all of the Team Liquid fans. And this was smite after smite after smite, and you couldn't help but feel as an NA fan, if you could even just get one of them, you would have a chance in this series, because Cloud Zulfar Zeri is just cooked.
Yeah, as soon as he got that, Pays felt so free to take over the game. And the HP got so low so many times. Jose was in range.
Yeah.
Just came down to that clutch factor. Owner on point in this game.
That team fight, though, once again, gave me a little hope. So we're going back to the 90-50-10s. The hope was there constantly.
I mean, game 2 and game 3, TL, I think, had really good positions in the game, right? The reality is, at the end of the day, getting into a good position is not enough. You have to be able to get it across the finish line, and that is where T1 really excels. That is where their players are showing up in the biggest moments. That is where they are finding these individual outplays, and that is why they are who they are, right? That is why this team always seems to win. And at the end of the day, people will see the 3-0 and be like, yeah, okay, expected, they got stomped. But I will say, TL had a pretty good accounting of themselves in game 2 and 3, and those are games that they're going to be frustrated that they couldn't get across the finish line.
Yeah. I feel like they came with a good game plan. We saw that, and I think that's the main thing to approach the drafts as well. I feel like favored them over the series, but it just feels like there's another level to T1 that they just weren't quite able to hit.
Yeah, and they did release content on Twitter just basically like what was happening in between the last game and this game, and it just seems like there's a lot of confidence in there's a lot of confidence in how the players are playing. Specifically, I think Jose Diodo and Quid had good individual performances. It's just mostly like you're going up against a team like T1 that is miles ahead of you, but the strategy was there in the games that we saw. This was the game where I was immediately doomered the moment the level 1 happened in the invade. I was like, but damn, overall you should be a little confident after this Team Liquid series.
Morgan also had a really good laning phase all 3 games and was really challenging Darren. And Darren, we have seen him get challenged in the laning phase, but that's against some of the top LCK top laners like Zeus, like Keen, and Morgan was really putting it to him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, though, credit to T1. They get the job done, 3-0. They don't drop a game against TL. Close is not good enough. You have to be able to kill the Nexus. T1 did that all 3 times, and they were able to show off, I think, some of why people are so afraid of this team. You think about the Carrier Camille game, how exciting that was. You think about Pays in some of these team fights, how he is just gliding on people. Even the final engage of this series after he has Cloud Soul, as soon as Nocturne ult is used, they know there's no one who can get onto me anymore, and he just goes forward and chases everybody down.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, they didn't have to show as much in terms of the draft, whereas Team Liquid, they came out with some great drafts and did what you want to see out of an underdog team with strategies like the Yasuo there, and it just didn't work out. So for T1, they are cruising to where we think they will be.
I was about to say, because now I'm going to take a few steps back. I'm like saying, oh, this gives me a little bit of confidence.
Not too many steps back. Not too many steps
back. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's a better reaction.
Depending on what the point is, maybe more steps back.
Maybe I'm jumping. But there's only one team that's getting out of play-in. So if if we're confident on what we're looking at, no, that's T1 in, I would imagine, pretty tough situations throughout this entire series, being able to outplay again and again. That's an edge that T1 has now, where it's like, it doesn't matter if you perceive us to lose the draft. It doesn't matter if we perceive us to be behind in the early game. We're just better mechanically across the board.
I think the thing is, there will be another chance for Team Liquid. Everyone's looking at T1 as the favorites, and after this series, it's pretty apparently why.
Still looking at everyone as a fan.
But I think there is learnings to take away that you can use.
All right, we are joining Faker for the Verizon post-game interview right now.
MSI 2016 플레이-인 스테이지 1라운드 그 첫 무대를 멋지게 장식한 T1과 팀 리퀴드 에일리언웨어의 대결에서 T1이 3대 0으로 승리를 하면서 2라운드에 진출하게 됐습니다. 승리 축하드립니다!
T1 versus Team Liquid Alienware, and T1 was able to pick up a 3-0 victory. Congratulations!
팀 리퀴드 에일리언웨어를 상대로 첫 승리를 가져갔습니다. 한국에서 열리는 MSI이기 때문에 또 의미가 특별할 것 같은데요. 승리 소감 먼저 들려주시죠.
I think it's going to mean even more because it's happening in Korea. How do you feel? Yes, this was our first MSI match and the first one for the tournament, and I'm really happy to be able to pick up a win here in front of the home crowd. Do you know what is the best bread or bakery in Daejeon? It is 3-0 bread, and you were able to bake it really nice. There were a lot of comeback wins as well. How was today's match overall? Honestly, early on, the strategies that we prepped didn't really work well, but we were able to keep focused and win in the end. So I'm really happy and grateful that me and my teammates were able to pull it off. There was a moment where we were able to sneakily take the Baron. I think that was the highlight of the day. Now you guys are advancing to the upper bracket, the winner's bracket. And after winning the second game, you were able to set another record, 100th win in the MSI. How do you feel about that? Nothing much. I think what matters more than stacking up wins is winning at crucial moments. I will keep focusing on getting the win when it matters the most.
자, 곧 펼쳐질 내일 경기이죠. 리러브 딥크로스 게이밍과 카르민 코프의 대결 승자와 맞붙게 됩니다.
We have DCG versus KC, and the winner will be your opponent tomorrow. What are your expectations? To be completely honest, I have no idea how the stories will unfold, so it's really hard to predict. But all of those teams are, you know, some of the best teams from their own region. So we will not let our guards down, and we will prepare as thoroughly as possible. We have so many fans here at this venue supporting T1. Anything you would like to say to the fans? The matches happened quite early this morning. I'm really happy and grateful to see all the fans showing up to support us. So I will make sure to display another great performance for the fans. And that was Faker from T1. Thank you very much.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart.
He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in GG! They are just going to ace them!
All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome back to the 2026 MSI playing stage where we gear up for our second game. It's Carmine Corp versus Relove Deep Cross Gaming. Daejeon here alongside Ox, Raz, and Azael to break this one down. And now we've got LEC versus the LCP.
Your boys are next, by the way. You're pretty happy that we ended up being a little sad. You Irish, British man.
Do you see the look on his face, by the way? He absolutely does not claim them.
He does not.
He does not claim them.
He's away from it.
He's like, who are you even talking about? Me? European?
No. Until you find success. But
He's like, I'm from Bakerville. We just won.
Oh my God.
I love the signatures, man. Yehu, he has the smiley face under the ooze. I don't know, we're reading them backwards.
Yeah.
All of their signatures are beautiful.
Make a judgment call.
I like Xiaoxi's a lot, actually.
Oh,
it's a big ass NSC.
just actually looks well written.
Yeah.
Hongswell's looks good.
They've been practicing,
Chris.
I think.
Yeah.
Very good.
They've been
Very
practicing
good.
the signatures to get themselves the win as we take a look at Deep Cross Gaming's roster here, as this is the squad who started off not in the second place position in Split 2 over at the LCP, found their way on up, and then qualified on in behind Team Secret Wales.
That's the thing. When they were left out of the LCP, a lot of the PCS fans were like, we want our boys in there. They qualified over Chiefs Gaming. I'm a bit sad on that one. But no, Real Love Deep Cross Gaming is a team that immediately became rivals with Team Secret Wales in the finals of both splits, and were incredibly aggressive. Just taking a look at this 5v4 fight where the 4-man is on DCG side because the Rumble roamed, and guess who ended up winning from this one? It's DCG.
It's DCG.
And, you know, even though the Rumble does go down, we got another Rumble coming in with the Valkyrie from the Corki. Trying to get that maximum damage coming through.
I mean, straight up, Pop 9 and Fung, these guys are crazy how they play the fights. They will play in your face. They look to maximize damage. They are flashing in at every opportunity. This team just wants to fight. When they're ahead, you got to snowball the game. It's time to look for a 5v5. You're behind. How are you going to come back? But showing up to the next Dragon and looking for a 5v5.
Yeah.
And this team is all about it. They are all mechanics. They are not looking to play the map. They want to fight you.
What are they even, though? Because you set up their head and behind.
If you're even, you need to progress the game, brother. How else are we going to do that but a 5v5?
I understand now. I'm starting to see the vision.
They're the second highest in terms of combined kills a minute in terms of playoffs, domestic play of the tournament. Everybody. It's first place, of course, Team Secret Wales. And in an era in the LCP where the VCS is dominant of the Vietnamese team, they have been able to also keep up, and I feel like it's been fun to be able to see this team, especially Florin, that top laner, to be able to play as he is.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really cool. DCG came up through promo relegation. They weren't even in the main league at the beginning of the year. They qualified in. CFO, if you guys are only watching internationals, you're like, where is CFO? Well, the roster kind of broke up. It split up. So they no longer had a stranglehold on the region. It opened the door for some of these other rosters to come up and really showcase what they have. And 4 of the 5 players here on Deep Cross Gaming really do not have much experience. You know, there's a lot of young players. They're playing with tremendous confidence. And this is a team that has a very high ceiling. So even though they are, you know, not so much of a macro team, I don't think you can underestimate them.
That's right. It's Xiaoxi, the only player that has experience calling that league the LMS. Spent some time over in the LPL. He's going to be trying to get the squad ready to go against their opponents in Karming Corp, the #2 seed from the LEC.
And I feel like we have such a divide in how these two teams play, because we've said how this is a super fast-paced team for the LCP, whereas Karming Corp have been more controlled, more slower paced. They made 2 changes. We have Busio coming into the support, Yehu in the mid lane, and I feel like Busio this edition, really sad for you guys.
They robbed us blind.
They did.
But really great for the LEC and the impact he's been able to have. I feel like him, Kalist, and Yike have been really the main characters when we get to those team fights, those 5v5s.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this team is very explosive. You know, they have a lot of individual talent, and they also have the advantage of the blue wall. It always feels like no matter where they go, they have that home court advantage.
Yeah.
You know, unless you're going up against like T1 or something like that. These guys have so many fans who are always there supporting them, behind them, cheering them on. They really are just completely beloved by the French fan base.
I just love that this split, even just this year, they've gone in front of the French audience multiple times, and the French audience has simply not disappointed ever. And I was like, okay, we're going to go back to the LEC studio. Maybe that's going to be a little bit more even. No, hell, they're traveling to the studio. So it's nice to see that fandom that is there. That being said, taking a look at the players, Kana is an incredible top laner, has always been that way. And if they've struggled as a team, he has been the super reliable top laner that you're like, no, get him more on carries. That has not been the case these days. They've only gotten stronger, and now you can take a step back a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like this year there's been more competition for him domestically in terms of top laner in the league with Nako. I think in previous years he really just had that spot on lock. But I do think the solo lanes are a big factor for this team. You know, Yehu's come in, and even though he isn't also top of the mid lane pool in the LEC, they've both been having good performances, allowing Yike to play around that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the team definitely has improved. To me, Kana is still, you know, the star of the team. I think he is the best individual player. But the fact that Yike has stepped up so much, the fact that Busio got added in, I mean, so many people, both European and North American, were looking at Busio as potentially the best support in all of the West at the end of last year. Florin, though, you know, he is kind of that guy for DCG. This is a guy who came up, has so much individual talent, really is known for the laning phase, but he has such a huge challenge across from him because Kana also really famed for his laning phase, has always been good with that, even when he was in the LCK, playing against some of those top teams. And so I think it's going to be tough for DCG when it's like your strength, your guy that you're counting on to get that big advantage, is also going up against one of the best laners in EU.
Especially with the changes that we saw to the meta with, you know, more melee supports. We've seen players roaming more towards the top side, kind of like with that Camille we saw earlier from Carrier. I fully expect teams to be investing resources to make sure this top lane matchup goes in their favor.
Yeah, and DCG is ultimately aware of that. Xiaoxi is the roaming support, and you look towards the top side of the map, like, Florin gets advantages consistently. Those stats that we saw were like double during the playoffs, and the top lane matchups in the LCP are it's not an easy truck. You're going up against Kiaya and Pun, and like, he has been able to find solo kills in those matchups and then carry in later on team fights.
Here's the problem, though. I feel like every time you talk about a strength of DCG, you look across and it's a better version of the same thing. You talk about Xiaoxi and his ability to roam. I feel like Busio is the best roaming support in the West. This guy, when you think about his best champions, it's Engaged champs, it's Bard, it's Alistar, it's Nautilus, it's him being on the map, playing the map well. When he was on FlyQuest, we used to talk about how Inspired's playstyle is enabled by Busio because Busio is playing as the jungler, so Inspired can focus on farm and be able to actually take that route. And I feel like with Yike playing so well, that duo of Yike and Busio has become such a threat. You know, they are able to snowball games, they're able to move around the map and pressure really, really well. So I feel like it is tough for DCG because to me, a lot of their strengths just do not match up well with their opponent.
Yeah, when you take a look at the team stats between these two squads, it is very, very similar. You got middle of the road in terms of CS and experience for the bot laner specifically because, as you guys mentioned, both supports like to roam. You take a look at the mid lane. You're wondering if Yehu and Feng will be able, or Yehu and Hongsuo will be able to get leads and just do their job. That's about what they do. The only major difference is there's a higher priority in the grubs on the top side of the map for KC. Otherwise, these are team fighting teams and do your job to get that point here. And so as we compare them, it looks very similar.
I do feel like, though, for KC, we have said they have the edge, and I think if they don't opt into every single fight, which we know DCG will, they can kind of just play it slow, play at their own pace, and a controlled series, a controlled game will be really hard to match.
And that's the thing, because like when I look at DCG, the ultimate concern is they will overload. At some point, they're just going to give up like bot turret plates and just to find a dive and play no matter if they're behind or ahead. And I think the one thing that is impressive of this team is when they faced SHG and teams within their playoffs and they found themselves in a deficit, they're not a team that like dominates in the early portions of the game. No. They're a team that will just keep rolling the dice on fights, even if it doesn't look advantageous at all. They're really talented, and they will just hunt for it.
And that's why I think for KC, this is just a discipline test.
Right? Yes.
Because I do think that they're going to show up, you know, DCG are going to show up on timers that you're not expecting. They're going to drop waves in side lanes. They're going to drop tower plates. They're going to drop things like that to overload one side, to look for that fight. You know, if you're thinking, oh, he would lose way too much top, he's not going to be at the Dragon. He's going to be at the Dragon.
He's going to be there.
Like, and so for me, it's like for KC, it's just playing cross map, right? You don't have to fight everything. If you don't have the proper setup, just play for waves, steal away jungle camps, play the other side of the map, create a gold lead so that when they go into a dragon fight, even if it is at that third dragon, they have that significant advantage because KC are no slouches in the team fight either. That is really how they win their games in the LEC.
Yeah. And I really think in a best of one scenario, it could be so threatening if you're not ready for this level of play, this pace, if they're engaging on you without ults, flashes. But it's a best of 5. Even if KC do drop game 1, I feel like you should be able to adjust. You should go into this series knowing what's ahead of you, but playing against them is a different thing. But I think once they've seen how they're playing into them, it should be easy to adjust and slow the pace down.
Well, as you can tell, there's a little bit of a delay on stage, but as we wait for that to get resolved, let's get to know the players a little bit more. We're going to cycle through and react to some of the fun facts about Reloved Deep Cross Gaming players here as they filled this out earlier. It was over on Instagram. Let's take a look at it.
Okay, how cute is this? I would like to get dinner with mom.
That's very
That is
sweet.
really
That's
nice.
I will
wholesome.
say, my favorite animal is dogs, and then underneath, cats are dogs. He went cats.
This man's a liar.
What does he mean by that?
That man is lying.
The bottom one is just two different things, right? You know, it's like, it doesn't say which is your favorite. It's just cats or dogs. He could be saying cats are worse than dogs on the bottom.
That is
and
insane.
his favorite animal is dogs.
I don't trust him anymore.
I'm with him.
I don't trust.
I see the vision.
In World Cup season, he's choosing basketball. My brother.
All right, here's Pop Nines, the jungler here for the squad. And the one that jumped out at me when we take a look at these questions, it's always the get a penta or lose.
My
lose,
food,
or
egg.
do we like play bad and win?
My favorite food is egg.
Egg. Just egg.
A fun fact about me, I am not a funny person.
I don't know. I kind of like the egg thing. That was pretty funny.
Penta but lose is crazy, by the way.
Okay.
For a professional player?
Yeah. Coach, look at this one. That person right there, Pop 9, needs to be investigated.
I am a bit handsome.
Okay, that's a nice one. That's a
Favorite
nice one.
movie, Interstellar. Favorite sports athlete, Haaland. This is
Haaland is a good choice.
Yeah, some good choices
He's also
here.
been popping off at the World Cup.
Yeah, I know. We've got World Cup fever here. It was Lionel Messi earlier for Pop 9. This one basically asking the same question at the bottom. Lane dominance or team synergy? Going back to would you rather get the penta and lose or the 0-10 and win? Everyone's picking the penta option. What are the fans picking here with the MasterCard fan predictions?
This is going to be hard to predict.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Actually, KC fans got less of the vote than I expected.
Yeah, I was expecting 90 plus.
Yeah.
Where's the 90 plus?
I was thinking this could be like we were about to set a record, you know? Like for the international fans, how many of them realistically were watching a lot of DCG?
I don't even think
KC has a lot of fans, but they have some haters too.
They have hate watchers. That's the hate watchers out there. I feel
Okay.
like the DCG vote is the hate watch vote.
I don't know. Maybe there's some DCG fans
This
out there.
is the English
representing.
audience.
Yes.
True.
And there's still some, a couple here and there.
Wait, oh, so you're saying you voted against KC?
Oh!
I did not say anything.
That sounds like a hate watch.
All right, it looks like we are ready to get ourselves into the game. It is the MSI debut for KC and the international debut for DCG. Thank you very much, Daejeon and gentlemen, for that introduction to this beautiful series. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Dagda here today. He's going to teach me all about KC, and we are all going to learn together about Deep Cross Gaming as they make their international debut.
I mean, I'm very excited for this series. Like, obviously, KC coming from the LEC, very excited for. When I was in the LPL, I was casting Chelsea, who has always been has held a fond place in my heart for a while. So this one's going to be a very fun series.
Yeah, I was trying to remember, like, have I cast this guy? But it's maybe because I've hung out with you too much. And you just really like talking about him. He is going to be going up against Busio, though, and I do think this is a really rough matchup to start off with for Deep Cross Gaming. We'll see whether they can make the most of it.
Yeah, I do think that this is, just from a stylistic point of view, kind of tough. Because when you look at KC are very cool, calm, and collected. They will play slow, play for team fights in the later portion of the game, and that's how they tend to win out. And when you look at DCG on the opposite side, they kind of like that chaos. They like to try and throw things. They like to go very deep in team fights with Pop 9 as well. So I think stylistically, it's going to be very interesting to see if they can break that stature from KC.
Yeah, and you say interesting to see. Sometimes we see a lot of these more slow, calculated, and measured teams are just kind of holding them by the forehead. They're flailing around, and then they get pushed over.
Yeah.
And I'm really hoping that we don't see that. I think you really need to ramp up the chaos to a ludicrous level to make sure that this stable team can fall off their legs. But that could be a real tough one to do.
Yeah, and I do think that's where, like, Yike and Busio are going to be the ones that I focus on, because especially for Busio, like, you heard Azael on the desk, he was talking about how Busio is one of the best roaming supports in the West, but we actually haven't got to see a huge amount of that in the LEC because it's been Enchanters, but now that we're swapping away from Enchanters, maybe we get to see a little bit more coming out of him when it does come to that roam. So if you can keep people in check, maybe that's the win condition.
That could be the way, and if there are Enchanters that do manage to sneak themselves back in, maybe we get the Chassis Blitzcrank.
That'd be sick.
Maybe it does happen. Or the Thresh, or anything. I just want to see hook champions out of this guy. We know that he does like to bring the flavor, the weird, and that's what we want to see out of this squad. Because I think just send it. In this first best of 5, there are 0 expectations here for Deep Cross Gaming. And so KC, they're the team with all of the pressure on their side. And I'm just hoping Deep Cross just chill.
Yeah.
And just have a good time. Don't chill on the Rift, but just in your mind. You don't need to worry about it. Emotionally, it's all okay.
But I want to go back to what you were saying about Chelsea, right? Because, like, in the LCP playoffs, one of the big talking points was, why are we not putting this guy on towards more engaged champions, right? He looked decent on the Enchanters, but, like, he has always been a big engaged guy. So that's why you can already see KC taking that Nautilus away, just trying to make sure he's a little bit less comfortable in that bottom lane.
Yeah, well, you can actually see these
Bans coming through thick and fast with the Varus Vi and the Nautilus, and then the Nocturne and Poppy as the response. Kind of interesting that we do still see all of these Varus bans, but I imagine, as far as Scrim meta is concerned, he's probably getting some work done. And we did see, I mean, Yon did do a fair bit of damage on that champion, especially in the early stages of our last series in that game number 3, so likely that is a little bit of a look in as to why its priority is still so high. But Canna now with the first pick opportunity, and I love this, getting the opportunity to go back and cast my boys like Canna and Yehu, like
it's been a while for
back
you,
here
man.
in Korea. It has been a really long time, especially for Canna. I feel like he has become European now, but Yehu has really embraced it. You can see it in even his haircut, like everything. He's just completely gone away from the Korean style.
They were like, oh yeah, we're going to make a wolf noise for him now in LEC, and then he just grew a mane.
It's perfect.
But already, Rumble picked up for Canna. This has been his go-to and kind of been the thing that KC have relied to a lot. Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's see whether the lease in from Pop9 is going to be able to make it happen, as that is such an early Camille pick, and it looks like from the order of champions, this is going into the top lane. Xiaoxi could obviously be playing that one towards the bottom side of the map. Hook champions, Dagda. Guess what? Hook shot is Hook,
and he played it as well, and he looked sick on it, so I'm very excited, because one of the things that KC have kind of relied on a lot is like this Ashe Seraphine bot lane, so with that, already kind of taking that opportunity to go for the engage is going to be a nice fight, but yeah, that's a strong top side of the map for KC.
Yeah, I'm very frightened. Obviously, Orianna isn't quite as powerful as she was in previous tournaments that we may have seen, but she is still pretty ridiculous. We saw Faker find that victory in game number 1 in our previous series, so this is certainly something to watch out for. Yehu is also just a fantastic control mage player in general, although my favorite is obviously the Dragon. But Hongshou actually going towards the Galio here, and Galio Camille straight out of the gate is a lot of team fighting power. And what did we want to see out of Deep Cross Gaming?
Yeah.
Just send it. And this is a send it combo already.
And the fact that you get to lock someone down so you almost guarantee that kill is going to be very good for them. So a little nervous for KC with what's been drafted, so I am interested to see what they try and take into this bottom side to try and keep Kalist safe. I was just having a quick glance because I don't think Fong actually plays any of these like mage champions in the bottom lane that we've seen a lot with the Camille. So like not the Ziggs or the Mel.
Ziggs
is
goes
kind of what we've
pretty
seen.
hard, doesn't it?
Yeah. With this style, hell yeah.
Well, we'll see what they do decide to go with. Like, you just lock Ambessa Ziggs.
Yeah.
That feels like a Humble Life Esports draft, and that would work pretty well. But let's see what they are going to go with here, as the Rakan has been taken away. I've seen this one banned out quite a few times so far at MSI, even in only the 3 games that we've had so far. But can definitely get a lot of work done alongside a Rumble.
Yeah, well, that was the thought for me, was like, oh, do you try and go towards like Xayah Rakan in the bottom lane, so then you got a little bit of safety, or do you have a different option here, maybe like the Ezreal that you want to try and go for? So I'm curious what DCG do end up banning away here in these last couple.
The Jhin is going to be taken away. I'm very happy about that. And let's just see what the last ban is going to be after this. Lucian has been taken away. Nope, skating around for Kalist. And one more ban. What does Reaper have for us here? To probably deny Feng once again.
Yeah, I'm not certain where they're going to go. But to me, it feels like they just want to have like something that is that good follow-up for the Camille. It has a lot of early game damage is kind of where they're going, which is why the Jhin ban is gone. But there's the
Ziggs ban.
Respect. So even though Relove DCG haven't brought it out before, they're still willing to give that respect to us.
Yep. I don't mind it. I was actually kind of hoping that they'd give it a crack just because the Wombo is so ridiculous out of that combination. But, I mean, KC are representing a fair bit of that themselves. One pick to come through here before we get the round out of the KC composition. And there is the Ambessa. I mean, we got half of it. The other half's banned, but 50% ain't bad. We take a coin flip.
I mean, if you're willing to take the Mel, I still think it's pretty damn strong in this situation as well. So.
Yeah. And we've seen the Mel Camille work very, very well. I mean, if my sample size was just today, 100% win rate.
Yeah, thumbs up.
Absolutely nailed it. But, I mean, everywhere, especially in the LCK and the LPL, the Mel Camille has been kind of ridiculous. But what are we going to be playing there towards the bottom side? Caitlyn Bard.
And Bucio's Bard has been left open, so may just be going for the comfort. But, I mean, this is what we saw played into earlier today, right? Was that Camille Mel into the Caitlyn Bard, so we'll have to see if that's what Relove DCG just want to try and copy T1 here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to copy anyone's homework, pretty good team to copy, to be honest. And if you sat next to them in class and, you know, they're not covering up their sheet. I mean, what's she going to do? The Ezreal going to be the consideration first, though, here for Fung. And I don't mind it, although not necessarily representing as much safety and sort of team fight wombo combo potential, but still will be able to self-peel quite comfortably. And you will like, the rest of Relove DCG can just kind of do their thing and let Fung be all right.
Yeah, and I think that's basically the game plan, right? This is try and get Xiaoxi out of the map, try and make a lot of plays, especially with Pop 9 on this Lee Sin. It's a big champion for him. So for Relove DCG, hyper-aggression in the early stages, which is exactly what you want to see. For KC, I kind of like what they brought to the table as well. Like, you've comfort for Khan on the Rumble. The Bard has been a massive pick for Busio, and something he roams quite effectively on, so he can try and help cover some of these early aggressive plays from Relove DCG. So I think both sides kind of happy with what they brought to the table.
Yeah, 100%. I do think that this works out very well for Relove DCG if their game plan actually works.
Yes.
Because if you dominate mid-game teamfights, what does Orianna and Caitlyn ever really do in the game? If you slow them down too much, then they sort of never get off the ground, and you can find yourself with a winning avenue. Obviously, we'll just have to see whether that's going to work, because, as you say, a little bit of a slow-moving juggernaut is KC. They're not likely to fall that far behind and lose out on their opportunity to hard carry in the later stages of the game. We know Caitlyn gets 4 items, it's kind of over. You have the Orianna with 3, and she is feeling incredibly powerful. Not to mention the teamfight potential of this composition just in general, with Busio on the Bard to set all of the things up. But there is still a chance for an upset as we get onto the Rift here for our second best of 5 of MSI. And Relove DCG, let's see whether they can start us off with a Game 1 upset before we get into the rest of this series, or whether it's just going to be KC doing their best T1 impression from the previous series.
Already, Relove DCG going in for that early ward, because my biggest concern for them is push in mid and push in bot in the early stages, unless you can get some kind of crazy engage here for Xiaoxi.
Yeah, could be an avenue.
Yeah, but I think that's where I'd be looking for invades off the back of that, you know? If you're Yike, I think that's where trying to get involved in Pop 9's jungle is going to be far more interesting.
Well, we'll see where they're going to be going here, as we do have a red start here for Yike towards the top side of the map. Busio already taking a lot of damage here. Xiaoxi hiding in that brush momentarily. Mystic Shot does go wide, though, and Xiaoxi losing a lot of his health bar. A little bit of a split as far as where the damage is going, and there's the Ignite onto Kalist. Really nice Cosmic Binding there from Busio just to shut it down, but this is already the kind of biffo that we were hoping for here in this game.
Yeah, still though, you got Kalist who's managed to hold on to that barrier, so may still be able to play up. But Xiaoxi's done a great job of getting control of this bush, because you can see now KC have to try and play back because they don't have the vision on it.
Well, now they do, as there's an Electrocute proc out of the Bard. Very, very good at utilizing that particular keystone. As Fung will be able to grab himself the push. Level 2 picked up here for KC, but will immediately be followed. And Xiaoxi just cheating a little bit of a recall here that doesn't actually happen in the end.
Yeah, Pop 9 going for the early reset to pick up the longsword, so wasn't sure if there was going to be some early scrapping towards him potentially, and also just trying to see if he could cover that bottom side with the path that he had. So means he's moving back towards his top half, so curious to see what Yike's game plan is off this first clear.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of a misread here as well, as we did have a ping on the KC red buff, which is exactly not where Yike is right now, as Hongsho going down very, very low here in this mid lane.
Yeah, they did spot him on that ward at Raptors just as he was clearing, so I think they should know, but curious as to what the answer is. Xiaoxi.
Headshot does connect, but thankfully for Xiaoxi, he's not hit by the Peacemaker, and they should be able to get a really nice recall timing here for Fung as well as he pushes this wave in. Bliss just going to have to clear that one up. And all quiet here in this early game so far. Slight lead, about 100 gold or something like that for Relove DCG, but otherwise no worries there at all. I think they're going to want a little bit of a stronger advantage as this game continues, but not just yet, right? Like, I think mid-game, level 6s, that's where we are going to see this team pop off.
I think it's even just as, you know, Kalist pushes in this wave and then Fung kind of gets the farm by himself, and that's where you can start to open up a bit more and try and operate on the map with this Camille.
Well, Pop 9 finding the Q here onto Yahoo, just gets himself out of the way. A little bit of an annoying gank there. I think Pop 9 actually, like, his spidey senses were tingling, understanding where Yike could have been. And they will ping that one out. Does come on over here to get towards his Raptor camp. Busio just making sure that the Rift is exactly the way he wants it. Collecting some chimes, making his way back to lane.
Yeah, so very slow, just coming through in the early stages. But again, not too. I think for KC, this is where your comfort level is, right? Again, was
over the wall goes Xiaoxi, but that is a magical journey. So you can go back to your point.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
But yeah, I think like you can see that KC's game plan is like get vision on this bottom side, spot out where Pop 9 is, make sure there's nothing too crazy happening as Yahoo gets connected onto.
Yeah, Yahoo actually going down exceptionally low here. Holds onto the flash though, and isn't in kill range just yet underneath his turret as Xiaoxi is also flirting with death just a little bit there. Yike moving on over, looking to take down his Raptor camp, but Pop 9 wanting to deny that one, as in the meantime on the bottom side of the map, another scrap has been brewing. And not really going to find too much to be happy about on either side, although good defensive play from KC.
Yeah, I mean, Yike managing to get his camp is pretty big, because you can see Pop 9 hasn't actually cleared out the Krugs on the bottom side, so won't have that level 6 potential to be hit off of this next crab spawn. And if Yike can hit that and start to make plays on this very volatile bottom lane, I think that's going to be an open win for KC.
Having a little bit of a look at what the top lane is doing. Not something that we like to do in the early stages because it is a lot of ping-ponging minion waves. But right now, Kana is just having a very, very good time on his Rumble. And this is how we kind of see this matchup kind of working. Florin does want all of those stats from hitting level 6. Did you know that Ambessa gets stats from her ultimate?
Yeah.
Yeah. I do too, because Ox talks about it every single game. And so I'm well aware of it now as well, and it can certainly help out in that laning phase once that level 6 has been collected, like right now. As Pop 9 comes on over, clears out this control ward, and now KC just going to be collecting this wave.
It was very funny. We brought Nako on to try and talk about top lane matchups in one of our casts, and it was Ambessa versus Rumble, and he was like, this is the most boring matchup, nothing's going to happen ever. And I was like, well, that's all I've taken away from this matchup now.
Well, there you go. You can see yourself out. Probably the way to do it. As Yak actually was able to secure his Grump, does have a lot of spectators in his jungle, but hasn't really been too phased about it. Xiaoxi just trying to push him away from this bottom side. And honestly, even though the CS doesn't really tell much of the story, I do feel like Feng and Xiaoxi have been standing their ground quite nicely in this bottom lane so far. As Yak can try his hand at a bit of an engage, or an invade, I should say.
It doesn't have the smite, Pop 9 does, so there it is. I think he was hoping if he could get the stealing hit 6. But...
Oh, okay, Yike with that untargetability now on cooldown. Xiaoxi moving over though, as there's the flash hookshot. Yike getting taunted, taken down, first blood over to Pop 9.
Great response from Relove DCG, immediately moving Xiaoxi. Pop 9 knowing that he had the smite to win out on the fight, and they get the kill on towards Yike. Perfect.
And I feel like this is early as well. I was expecting, you know, the need for a Hextech ultimatum, right, to really lock down these kills. But it was beautifully done. A little bit of a misposition there for Yike.
But I think you called it perfectly, right? Once you got that invulnerable used by Yike, it's, well, how are you actually going to try and escape? Had the flash, but didn't expect Xiaoxi to be in position to follow up. And great play. Again, that early aggression is what we wanted to see from the LCP rep.
Yep, and a lot of chain CC available for this composition at this stage of the game, making it work for themselves quite nicely. 400 gold lead, though, you're not really going to be celebrating all that much. Kind of like that guy on the podium with the champagne in 5th place or whatever. It's not exactly enough to make yourself feel comfortable. So we'll see whether the pressure can stay up here for Relove DCG. Xiaoxi taking a decent chunk there from that Peacemaker. And now Caitlyn at her favorite place in the game possible, which is outside the front door of somebody else's turret, getting that siege working, although they do back away, showing a lot of respect for Pop 9 possibly making his way in.
Yeah, it was also Hung, so it just started to roam down towards that bottom side and had the Galley ult, so I think this is where it gets a little bit more difficult for Kalist to really play aggressive on this bottom lane. We'll definitely need the help of Yike to try and support him in that endeavor. And Dragon's still up and available as well, so I imagine Relove DCG are trying to look towards that after this push out, as Xiaoxi opens up on the mid wave.
Yep, I really like that. One thing I do want to talk about, and one thing I do really just like talking about in general, is item spikes. And
I was going to say dragons.
Yeah, dragons as well, as an LCK representative, is something that we really do like to talk about. But I like item spikes, and I especially like item spikes when they tell a good story about when teams are strong. And looking at the bottom lane, you don't need to be an expert to understand that Ezreal B strong 2 item, Caitlyn no B strong 2 item. It's just as simple as that. I do feel like the mid game is going to be a real point of power here for Real of DCG if they can make that one work. As Busio moving on down, Fung, oh dear, this is the power point that I was talking about. The ulti comes through from Yike. He can drop the aggro quite comfortably, but that's a beautiful arcane shift, and utilizing Hong in order to stay alive. The defensive play out of this PCS squad working out beautifully.
Yeah, good read by Hong So to get down towards that bottom lane. Still though, that's the ultimate used, and Fung had to go back towards base, so looks like Dragon going to be the answer here for KC.
All right, well, that's what they're going to take. Really did feel like it was this great play from Real of DCG, but then KC just get a free Drake afterwards. Gold completely tied up. And as we set up a little bit earlier, this is exactly where KC want to be.
Yeah. This is exactly how they were in the LEC. It was play slow, stack dragons, play for team fights, and oftentimes you'd actually see them in a deficit in the early stages, which was kind of surprising because we got towards the end of our regular season, we're like, yeah, KC are kind of just dominant, and then we looked at the gold difference of 14 and was like, they're down most of the time. And I was like, oh, I guess it's actually just even, and then they end up picking up in the team fight. So definitely KC in a position where they are all too familiar.
Yeah, and they will certainly be able to make team fights work later on in the game as well. Even with all of this talk about wombo combo and potential and things like that, is Florin actually playing this one out quite nicely. The star player here on the top side of the map for Real of DCG, but hasn't been able to make too much happen. Oh dear, the nerf just really doesn't feel that great, does it? No. And it's been a few patches now. Still catching out players, or not catching Canna, absolutely. And we'll get double harpooned, and just feels terrible.
There you guys. Yike moving up towards the top lane.
Oh dear, okay. There's Hextech Ultimatum as Kalist wanting to get towards this turret, and that's going to be enough to dissuade them from going for any sort of dive. So now ulti on cooldown for the Camille. Doesn't feel fantastic, and that should be this wave pretty thinned out and cleared out. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. I mean, nice job from Kalist, basically just staying close enough to his tower so that then there was real no follow-up on the aggression. So even with Chelsea using that Ignite and ult, you still managed to keep yourself safe, so Kalist not giving anything across.
Yep, not working out here. As Fung still trying to put together that Trinity Force, doesn't quite have it just yet. And we'll have that tier stacked up pretty nicely as well. Obviously, Mirror Mana Trinity Force is what you want as the Ezreal. Not quite there to either of them just yet, but we do have an Eclipse done for the Lee Sin. And Cyclosword is actually put together from Yike as well, and that is very scary. Large amounts of damage available for this this little doggo.
And I think you can kind of see that there's a little bit of worry from Real of DCG with the amount of wards and the Lee Sin that are existing in this bottom lane, because there's no flash on Fung, and I think KC would really like to try and use that item spike to make a play on bot lane.
Well, let's see whether this crab is going to be the next thing that we're going to be fighting over. It looks like Yike says, nope, we're just going to take that one away from you. As Busio actually coming in, looking for the stun with Cosmic Binding, but another heroic entrance comes down. Hookshot for the stun there onto Yike. As he does go untargetable, flashes over the wall, gets himself out to safety. But can everyone do that? As Tempered Fate only going to connect onto one of them. Kalist not able to find the Peacemaker because of it, actually. And it's just kind of a mess. Everyone taking a bit of damage and then walking away.
I think that flash from Pop9 just barely got him out of range of that trap just before it armed. So very lucky to escape that one. It could have been the jungler for Real of DCG going down. But instead, as you say, battered and bruised, but people walk away.
Yep, not going to be something to worry about too much on either side. And now they're just vacating the area. Florin able to pretty comfortably take out this minion wave. Although then does take a whole bunch of damage. We'll be able to go back and heal himself up, though, with a little cheeky Hex Drinker there to try and stay alive in the lane. Isn't really working against the Rumble, especially a Rumble with Ignite.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to light them more on fire. Although maybe like making up for the Flame Spitter nerf. Just sprinkle a bit of Ignite in there.
But it's like, you don't really need that much AP to kind of get back to, because like the actual AP scaling went up. It was the like base damage that went down.
Yeah,
so you kind of get there fairly quickly. So I wouldn't be surprised if Kana's basically back to where Rumble was at this stage.
Yeah, maybe just needs a burn and then he's just done. Does cancel the back and is just going to stick around for another wave. Florin makes his way back up there. Still holding on to the teleport, so maybe a potential team fight avenue, but KC just comfortably moving towards about a 600 gold advantage, slow and steady, absolutely winning the race here as Pop9 will finally take down that Raptor camp and then look to set up a little bit of vision.
Yeah, you can see there's basically this like trading back and forth of the vision, right? Because you're getting a little bit of the playing towards this side. You got like some wards that are going down as well. And basically it's just Real of DCG trying to spot out where Yike is to make a play.
Well, they found Yike. I think they found Yike. Florin has found him and is now just going to flash over the top of him. A little bit of leapfrog there. Gets the shield. And the last dagger will get him. Little doggo goes down. Yike says that's all right, a worthy sacrifice, and that's a solo kill for the KC jungler.
Yike, well played with that one, managing to just about get the kill. Kind of going to get that wave push in that top side as well. Really open up a gold lead now for the Rumble off the back of this. But Yike just in a great position to chase down Florian. Not much that Florian was able to do. Tries to use the ultimate to see if he can maybe buy a bit of space. But Yike able to chase him down in the end.
Yeah, and not exactly the most optimal flash. Wishes he had another dash. I mean, it's Mbessa. You should have infinity dashes, shouldn't you? Doesn't actually manage to dodge out of the way of the second darkened dagger. Down he will go. It's a lot of Ds. All right, Yike now just going to be clearing out some vision here in his own jungle. And we're looking at a dragon that has now spawned. Hextech Drake going to be our second one. See what that soul is going to be in a few moments when that one finally does go down. But maybe a team fight opportunity here for either team.
Yeah, I think you want, because Fong is just resetting, so I think it's buy time as Real of DCG actually got interrupted there by Kalist, because he has no first item completed, whereas that's finished almost across the board here for KC. So I think that's kind of the moment now as KC start up the Dragon, knowing they've got that item advantage.
Yeah, and Trinity Force is done. I think stopping that back was a huge deal. And it will just mean that this second Dragon going over to KC. And it looks like there is going to be zero contest. Yeah, Hongsho just going to be moving towards his bottom side. And Kalist even with some spare time on this outer turret. Not exactly the greatest opportunity for a reset there for DCG. And that is another Cloud Soul. Oh my goodness, it is my birthday.
Still, I think for KC, they do have to be a little careful because like the combo is there as they try and step up for vision here.
Well, Lucio does find Xiaoxi here. The two of them are fighting this one out. Raptors stolen away once again as Hongsho trying to deal with Kalist as best he can. It's looking a little rough as Justice Punch will be able to get Hongsho out of there. And Xiaoxi just trying to survive underneath an inner turret with the outer still up and available. And that is going to be the Rift Herald going over on the other side. So at least Real of DCG getting something done.
TP though.
Okay, looking for an angle here. His hookshot is pretty good. Hextech Ultimatum coming on down here as Busio in a fair bit of trouble. True Shot Barrage connects. And Busio still alive. Winds of War will take him down. And Florin not going to be able to find an angle here, but is at least able to defend on the other side. And Rift Herald just immediately goes down top lane for Pop9 to try and get some of that plate money.
Yeah, we'll be able to get the plate money. We'll be able to get the tower though. Still, because I imagine, actually, no, Yahoo could TP up, but doesn't want to, so maybe can get some decent damage here along with the Galio.
Yeah, gets all the plates except for one. And Hongsho is going to join up here. Looks like Yahoo will be able to at least dissuade any more autos to come out of this Galio. Still decent play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got the kill, you defended that bot lane turret, and Xiaoxi, oh, hang on.
There's an ulti out of Florin, finding Canna here, slowed down for a very long time, and actually tanking up the turret just a little bit. Equalizer is decent, though. Now Florin, he's the one in trouble. The overheat from Canna, but now Florin able to get a few extra autos in. Yahoo's made his way down, though, and that is going to spell the end of that play. Casey looking for another one on the cross map as it's a double for Yahoo in picture-in-picture. Oh, my goodness. Okay, Casey, spring to life. And now the gold lead is real.
Yahoo popping off in the bottom side, getting both those kills. And now opening up on mid lane as well. They want to try and force Fung back. Yike has the ultimate if he wants to try and push him off, but I think they're going to be happy just getting the plates for Kalist.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. And another Wolf Camp to go over to Yike here as well as, man, he's making both jungles his own by the looks of things. As now Busio taking a little bit of damage here from Fung, but not really too worried about it. And Pop9 and Xiaoxi moving on in. That is a Q that's going to be taken here just to taxi Pop9 over. Great safeguard to get out of the Tempered Fate. As over the wall goes Yike. True Shot Barrage is going to connect. But I think that he's just out. And connects the Sonic Wave. How did that get past the doggo? Oh, he's got to feed his kids a little bit more, I think, as he will be taken down there. And now, Real Life DCG with some options on the map.
Yeah, the guard dog was actually just a chihuahua in disguise.
Yeah,
Did not
that's the
protect
problem. You
anything.
really do need to make sure that they're a bigger one, like a Doberman. Let's get one of those.
But that was so impressive by Pop9, both on the safeguard out of the Tempered Fate and then threading the needle to get the kill. Setting up now for the push and topside for a tower. That's some massive snowballing gold in towards Real of DCG.
Yeah, a little bit of a swing back at this stage of the game is going to feel absolutely fantastic. As the dust settles, it's still about 1,000 gold. But Pop9 having a really good performance, as we can see here. And this is one of his favorite champs. We did say it in Champion Select earlier on. But as you can see, over a 70% win rate, feeling absolutely fantastic on this pickup so far. 2-0-0. They do need to keep up the pace, though. And that is one of the things that I'm a little bit worried about. I do think that there is an expiration date as we get later and later.
Yeah, but I think you can see why Pop9 has been so crucial to this team and making plays. And now Shousey wants one more.
Oh, dear. Yep, you're not going to be able to take that magical journey. As down goes Busio. The beauty of Camille Indabard.
Yeah, Tides kind of feel like they're shifting here a
They're
little
going
bit.
for even more here as Yike does cancel the back. Yeah, who gets kicked back as well. The Q going to connect as Pop is going to dive on top of him, and True Shot Barrage wipes out the rest of those Chihuahuas.
Real of DCG have come alive off the back of just a couple of picks. They get the tempo lead, and now they're pushing in towards KC, getting kills and getting some more plates for fun. This is a massive gold swing.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. This is precisely when they should be fighting.
Yeah.
And this is not what I was expecting. I kind of thought that they'd just be mindlessly starting fights absolutely everywhere, but they're playing around when they're strong in the game based on their composition. It's working out very nicely, but 30 seconds on the next Drake, that's going to be soul point for KC.
And I think with all that massive gold influx, they would like to reset and then try and get those TPs in. Florian just has his up, oh, Pop9!
Oh dear, does manage to at least not be tempted by the cupcake and will not walk into that trap. So Cliff's not able to lock him down just there, but will be able to get back onto his wolf camp and heal himself up.
So Florian now with the reset is going to be able to TP into this, but it does, with that near pick onto Pop9, give KC a lot of control around this dragon. You can see the vision already set up. And Shousey doesn't have that ultimate available. Hongso doesn't either. So although they've got some nice picks, I don't know if they're in a spot to fight this dragon.
Well, they're going to go for it as there is the ulti out of Florian, dives on top of Busio as wow, that is a freeze frame. I've not seen that one before, and down goes Busio here. Kanner is going to look to burn down Shousey, but he pays for it with his life. The flash out from Florian almost keeps him alive, and Yike is going to fall. The flash over from Fung just to make sure as the Ezreal grabs a double. Callista's still alive though at full health. And Hongshou needs to be really careful. He goes back in. The Winds of War as Fung wants to be able to finish them off, but he's the last man standing, and it looks like KC will be able to get themselves out with a one-team fight.
But KC aren't really in a position to start off this dragon, and Shousey is coming back out from base. The ultimate will be up and available as KC want to take the fight. Kalist stepping up, but doesn't want to look for much more.
All right, a bit of a dangerous one there for Kalist with only 2 items completed against Fung with that Trinity Force very close to his Muramana. I guess didn't have that 2-item spike, so felt strong. And I was a little bit worried there for a moment. As now we'll see the fight one more time.
Yeah, you can see the KC kind of step up to cover for Busio as he buys time with the Tempered Fate, but Yehu and Kalist couldn't really step up because of where the rest of Real of DCG were. So even though you have Yike and Kana getting good work done, you can look at the rest of that damage dealers and see they're actually completely separated, which is why this fight kind of starts to turn for Real of DCG as they're able to get their team into the area that they need to, pick off that front line, and then it was on Kalist and Yehu to try and make some magic happen at the end.
Well, we'll see whether this is going to be an opportunity for a Drake to go over to DCG. And actually, yeah, it is. Yeah. As we come out of the replay, will be the secure. So starting off for a Quadra Cloud Soul as there's Kalist getting locked down in the Hextech Ultimatum. True Shot Barrage connects onto Yike, and Kalist taken out with the Mystic Shot beautifully after he does come out of stasis. Busio, that was not a magical journey that you were looking for, sir, as the bottom lane's wiped out, and Real of DCG all of a sudden just immediately back on the front foot.
And that's what I was about to say. Real of DCG got to make that play because they didn't have those ultimates. At the Dragon, they had
it's Baron
off,
time.
So now they're just turned to Baron.
Right, 22-minute Baron. This is potentially difficult, but it's 2-item spike for the Ezreal. He does so much damage at this stage. Chelsea playing Bouncer, wanting to keep them out of here as Yike will be spotted by the Galio, and it looks like they were just setting themselves up for a turn. Fung is basically out of the fight though already, and he will just have to get himself out of there.
Really nice job by Kana there to escape. Use the Hextech Protobelt and the Flash to bypass Hongso's Galio taunt and just get away. So the KC, they have to burn the Flash, but they do stop that Baron.
Feng is 3-0-5. This guy is an absolute monster on the Ezreal right now and has picked up his first couple of items. The rest of these item spikes aren't exactly crazy, but if they can make more of these things happen, like exactly this, then they're feeling brilliant as this game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, Kalist takes so much damage, and you can see everyone from Real of DCG, the overload in mid lane, paying dividends there as they managed to pick off 2. Just nicely done. And as, like, that's what I was saying, they hadn't invested those ultimates in that initial team fight, so KC a bit complacent, thinking they could step up and end up getting burned for it.
Well, we're getting closer and closer to Infinity Edge for Kalist, and that is going to feel brilliant for the Caitlyn. Probably wanting item number 4 to feel fantastic, but I think you get to start having fun again once the IE does come in and you're out of that trough just a little. Still some opportunities here for Real of DCG to make some stuff happen, though.
Imperial Mandate completed for Ongso as well. Very strong on the Galio thanks to that reduction in basically the majority of his kit. Yep. Which is very, very nice.
He abuses it quite well.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of what Real of DCG have been doing well, is pushing in these sides, abusing the fact that, you know, you can't really step up because they can collapse so quickly. And it means that then they are actually able to start making plays mid or able to move around the map better, get vision down. And Pop9 actually starting up this Baron once again, and there is no world that KC expect this.
Well, I think Florin walked over a ward to get down here. Feng's going to move on over as well. 4 on the Baron as the Galio can get there at a moment's notice, but KC with not a lot of vision of this area, down to 8k, and they are just bursting this. This Baron's just gone. Yeah. KC now have the information. Busio can get a magical journey down as there's the Tempered Fate to buy a little bit of extra time. But Yike, I don't think he's going to get here in time. That is going to be the secure on the Baron. The 2-man on the ulti out of the Orianna is brilliant. The Shockwave, fantastic. Get the Hextech ultimatum comes in. There is the drop from the Galio, but only a 2-man taunt. It is going to be Busio falling down, but this team fight is all KC all day long, and they wipe them from the rift. Cool Baron, guys.
Real of DCG wanted more, and they end up paying for it. Karmine Corp find the team fight that they needed. And at the start, I thought this was brilliant. I thought Real would end up just backing away from this play afterwards, because you get the Baron. Sure, the Shockwave comes through, but you can try and just disappear, but they all in out towards Kana, thinking, okay, maybe we can make the play. But Karmine Corp are in a great spot. Feng isn't able to participate. And in this choke point, you're getting so much work done for KC.
Yeah, just all of the abilities not quite giving the value that Real of DCG wanted. And even though they got a Baron, didn't really do too much. And yeah, I think that Tempered Fate just buying exactly the right amount of time for KC to get in there, get that Shockwave into position, and make it work.
And this is kind of the swing that Karmine Corp needed, because as you were saying, like, the tempo advantage that Real of DCG had was letting them find these picks and find these plays. Now with KC kind of getting to clear out sideways and get into position, they should be in a decent spot. Dragon in 50 seconds, Feng needs to be careful.
Yeah, Tempered Fate is going to get sidestepped there quite nicely, but Yike just bounces over, and there's a kickback onto Yike, but it doesn't really do too much of anything at all. Xiaoxi is looking to try and keep him busy, but down goes the Lee Sin, and it looks like Real of DCG have just kind of fallen apart over the last few minutes. Florin going to get pulled back by a Shockwave out of Yahoo and realizes that he's going to have to publicly execute himself, and that is precisely what happens.
Kana may want more, just waiting on Yike to show up here. And it looks like it could be the clean ace.
Yeah, I kind of thought that that was going to be the end of the bad news here for Real of DCG, but it just keeps on coming. There is the ace. And KC moved themselves to a 3.5k gold advantage here at 26.5 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to get mid-tower, they're going to get the Dragon, they're going to probably get a little bit more on this bottom side as well as that wave starts to come in. So KC swinging this gold lead massively back in their favor.
Well, that was a passage of play, was it not? I feel like the game kind of just fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
There it is. There's the cliff.
There's the cliff, yeah. Yeah, I think it was a little unfortunate with the kick from Pop9, because it kind of repositioned Yike into the best possible position after they killed Feng. So a little unfortunate there as Xiaoxi funds Busio.
Yeah, well, that is just going to be the Drake going down. Busio just having a bit of a good time, collecting some chimes, finding a Xiaoxi, just feeling good about it. Pop9 just looking to try and see what he can find on the cross as best he can. But finding an Orianna at level 16 is not something that you really want. So he connects a Sonic Wave and then thinks better of his choices. All right, can we pick up the pieces, Real of DCG? That's my question. I have a voice in the back of my head that's saying no. quite loudly.
Yeah, it's these pieces right here that I'm worried about. That's the really hard part. And
yeah, getting in on the Coinbase gold grind. In the meantime, though, there is a little bit of a team fight as there is the Tempered Fate into the backline. Kalista is going to get locked down and taken out, but have they done enough? That's the question. Kanner is going to say yes as he pulls out the Flame Spitter to get the answering kill. But that is 80 carry down, and that is a lot of power now missing. And I think we were just highlighting in the Coinbase gold grind just how far ahead Kalista was. Well, that's a little bit less now, I guess.
Yeah, it was who was in the Coinbase gold grind, but Kalista's going to be a large portion of the gold is now taken off, you know? So feeling a little bit better. So
I wanted it to fit my narrative after that team fight that happened in the middle, but it didn't quite work out there. But Yahoo is also just absolutely massive. And we don't see like the extraordinarily far ahead Oriannas, I guess, that much. I feel like Orianna is still just powerful enough. But this is like a... It's a ridiculous kind of lead.
But this is what I love about Real of DCG. Like, they just refuse to give up. It's every single time they're going to fight you tooth and nail, try and find something off the back of it, and they end up getting Kalista in the midst of all that. And now maybe buying themselves a little bit of opportunity to once again, like, push out these side lanes, try and start setting up to find more of these picks. And that was kind of what the brutal mid-game was for KC, was when Real of DCG had control of side lanes.
Yeah. Kalista has 4 items. It's the time of the Ezreal has concluded, and it is Caitlyn time now. The time for the Ezreal might also conclude again with a trip to the Death Chamber, but not actually going to happen just yet.
It looks like KC have just gone, we don't care about top lane, even though you were pushing it in, Hongso, so instead we're just going to try and play off of 2 lanes and stop you from being able to make any of these picks happen.
I think this kind of makes some sense from DCG, just because they need to keep people together in range of a heroic entrance, I think, to try and go for some sort of pick to get themselves back into this game, especially with Baron spawning in 40 seconds time. Any pick that they get now is going to be extraordinarily valuable to make things happen for that potential fight or take. Let's see whether they can find an avenue back in. 7.5k is a decent lead, you could say, that KC's accrued for themselves.
Yeah, and again, like, this is where KC love being. Like, you kind of get to these late game fights, they're very well, their execution and their setup is very good around these objective fights, and I think that's kind of what KC are doing once again here. You see the amount of vision they've already set down in Real of DCG's jungle. The only thing is, just as Baron spawns, that ward that isn't the tri-brush, but they nearly catch Xiaoxi.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary moment there, but Xiaoxi is able to make it out without losing too much of his health bar as well. Baron looking to catch this wave as they've finally dealt with the top side of the map, has KC. Just in time for this Baron to spawn and to walk over and just take it. I mean, look at this vision control. There is, there's some scrying orbs and things like that. They do get this ward over the wall for Xiaoxi, who goes in with a flash, gets on top of Yahoo, and just promptly dies. True Shot Barrage does sail over the top, and the Equalizer not doing a massive amount, as there's the Guardian Angel pop there for pop 9. Hong, so just going to fall, and it's a double for Kalist. I think KC may have just dropped the wallets on them, and I think a bit of a wallet reset might be necessary here for our PCS squad, as it's a quadra for Kalist, and that may have just sent us to a game 2.
KC find the team fight that they need. Kata rips through one side, Yahoo survives on the other, and KC look like they'll be picking up this first game.
I do like that Real of DCG died on their own terms. You know, Xiaoxi just going in. He's like, well, if we're going to make it happen, it's going to have to be off our own engages, as he does it again, just as his Nexus turrets are falling down. But KC, slow and steady, absolutely winning the race on this one. And they just found that one opportune moment and ended the game.
Yeah, it was a little bit too far, but I think you already kind of highlighted this game was starting to run away from them with the scaling that was on KC's side. So I respect the attempt, but unfortunately just wasn't quite enough.
And I mean, it felt like we got through like the early to mid game with a pretty competitive position, and then it sort of all fell apart. So let's see whether they can hold on to that as we throw it back to the analyst desk to see what they thought about that first game.
Thank you very much, guys. It is KC getting the job here, as it was Real of Deep Cross Gaming with control of the game for most of the time, and maybe a little bit too much of a Baron I guess, hyphy moment that ended up being their downfall.
I expected a bit of a different pace, though, from this game, because I feel like we had a composition for Real Deep Cross Gaming where you have so much explosive engage power, and then we got through the first 15 minutes and just not much happened.
Especially with Camille. I mean, to me, it's like, if you're going to pick this, you have to play like a crazy person. You have to find fights nonstop. When I think of some of the best Camille's, I think of guys like Carrier and On who are just nonstop going at you. And Raz.
Yeah, these are the combined kills a minute that you would see from Deep Crops, Real Deep Crops Gaming. Like, average 8.5 at 14-minute mark. This game, 2. It was a very slow pace of the game, and they were willing to play that pace.
But I will say, Pop9 was kind of smoothing on him. He was playing really, really well on Lee Sin. Was a big part of the reason why it felt like, hey, they actually have a real shot in this game. He put them in a pretty good spot. You know, was finding some good plays, you know, pushing Yike back, and was very active on the map. You know, even if he wasn't always getting kills, obviously he was pretty slow early. He was doing a good job of getting pressure. He was critical here on this move from Yike to be able to punish there as well.
Yeah, I think being able to see them at this pace and then play well around it, to me, I was actually quite happy to see Real DCG play at this level because yes, Pop9 was looking for it, but also Xiaoxi being able to find crucial picks on towards Bard here, and then about like 3 minutes later, I really like to see that. I actually thought there was a point in the game where they were moving towards Grubs, and then had the Galio actually defend Feng bot side. I thought they were playing really well and very mindful of what they could have lost on the other side of the map.
And for me, when you're playing Lee Sin, you really want to have that set up in the lanes. He has set up in all 3 lanes, and you see just how the team is working hard to allow him to get in, get that access. The problem was they didn't get a really sizable lead, and they're playing into a composition that has so much team fighting power if you're not able to get onto those key targets.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I mean, at the end of the day, I felt like they were playing pretty controlled, you know, pretty measured. And I was like, wow, we were kind of sitting on the couch watching the game, and it's like, this does not look like the team that I was watching until this Baron fight.
That's right.
When they were able to actually take the Baron, they get the Baron, and then they just go way too far. The health bars are low, and so much of it was about, you know, KC chunking out Feng, pushing him back with this equalizer that gets dropped on the Ezreal, who's going to be on the left side of your screen. And once he gets pushed back, all of DCG Real here, they were trying to keep KC out of the pit, but they were low on health, and their Ezreal couldn't really join, and this becomes kind of the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, well, you know, the fans like to say, go deep if you are part of Real Deep Cross Gaming's fan club. But here, just a little bit too deep to get the Baron. There's an opportunity to leave, but here it is. Feng getting pushed out, as you said, Azale, and then there's no damage to follow up.
I think there's a lot of teams who would get the Baron and try and get away, try and evade this situation. Not this team. This team are always going in, committing to the fight, and as you were saying...
so that's your problem. You settle. They shoot for the stars. You're like, you know what? Baron's fine. They're like, no, we want the Baron and to lose the game.
I think the thing is about shooting for the stars is when you miss, you fall a long distance down.
Wow. That's not how that goes. That's not how that's supposed to go off.
For them, and Feng just wasn't able to contribute in that fight, and you saw the damage just wasn't there. And I feel like on the other side, Khalees, as the game went on, this Kaylin was just more and more for problem, more and more for threat, especially with the Bard having this setup so you can get those easy traps.
And that's the thing, is that I felt as though Pop9, we already talked about it prior, was finding a lot of picks on Khalees specifically through mid lane. And so that is still giving me some hope that this team is quite a good playmaking team, being able to find opportunities. They had another Baron attempt a little earlier on, so like I think just really focusing on being decisive and like, hey, we got Baron, back away, or commit to it, force them to come into us.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Khalees had a good game. I feel like he was kind of playing cleanup duty, though, in this one, and I really do give a lot of credit to their soul laners. Their soul laners were creating large individual advantages. I like that Kana, he's going up against Florin. We talked about him. He is kind of the star of Real DCG. So take the Rumble into the Ambessa, pick for the Ignite, and yes, Florin wasn't dying, but he was getting pushed down very, very hard. He's locked in lane. You have to rush Hex Drinker. You're down 20, 30 CS. And like that alone is more than doing your job. And Yehu was doing a great job in mid lane, you know, creating meaningful advantages there, getting really fed. And then if they're going to full send it on Khalees, it doesn't really matter because your Orianna is 2-3K ahead.
Yeah, I feel like we barely said Hung Swo's name because Yehu had himself a great job. That was one of the questions for me on this KC team. It was, is Yehu going to get pushed and challenged? And when he does, is he going to step up? Did a fantastic job doing his job and allowing the rest of the team to clean on up. Dan, gotta ask you, what do you want to see here from game number 2?
More aggression. I feel like this team, we expected to come out the gate swinging.
Yeah.
We know that KC like to slow the game down, more controlled, and that's what they got in game 1. They got exactly what they wanted. So I want to see the breakneck speed. I want to see the 8.5 combined kills per minute at 40 minutes. That's what I want for this team.
Definitely, I agree. Break Xiaoxi out of lane, and the early level ones, I was like, oh, he's trying to find an angle, but I just thought that Busio played the early laning phase, the level 1, incredibly well. But if you can get Xiaoxi out of lane and try and help out Hongsuo a little bit more, then you'll see the DCG that we all know and love.
Yeah, slow start, but an explosive finish to game number 1. We'll be back with game number 2. You're watching MSI 2026.
I don't think he's going to get here in time. That is going to be the secure on the Baron. The 2-man on the ulti out of the Orianna is brilliant. The Shockwave, fantastic. Get the Hextech ultimatum comes in. There is the drop from the Galio, but only a 2-man taunt. It is going to be Busio falling down, but this team fight is all KC all day long, and they wipe them from the rift. Cool Baron, guys. KC, slow and steady, absolutely winning the race on this one, and they just found that one opportune moment and ended the game.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
On to MSI 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Dagda here, and we are praying, hoping against hope, that it's not a 6-0 day, right?
Are we?
All right,
I'm LEC. I'm like, you know, I'm fine with just walking out
but like
of this
they
with a
still
3-0.
win if it's just a 3-1. You know, sprinkle some of the happiness and excitement in there.
Yeah, but then I get to confidently go into tomorrow being like, we're great, we're amazing.
Oh yeah,
this
right.
is awesome.
Because if you win 3-0 and T1 won 3-0, then technically same.
Yes.
Same power level.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
Okay, now that's fair enough. I'm personally hoping that we have a different experience, and in fact, it's an 8-game day.
Yeah, that's because you hate me. I understand.
No, it's not. I mean, I know most of the time it is about you. In this moment, it isn't.
That's just not true.
No, in my mind, it is.
Yeah,
Let me live in my Dagda palace, okay? That is just where I am. But KC 1-0 up in the series so far, and they played their game the entire time.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, DCG just were not able to.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I think we did see spots of it from DCG. Like, there were
sprinklings.
moments, where they like really did get to kind of play their comp, and Chelsea was looking good in the Camille. It just kind of ran out of steam, and I think they needed to get on board a little bit faster. But not to see coming into this game if they can, because I definitely think they showed there is opportunities for them to catch KC.
And there were definitely some big picks, right?
Yes.
Like the Caitlyn Bard, a phenomenal lane for KC. Canna on Rumble has been a thing for so many years. Yehu being able to play his Orianna, and Yike on the Neferi. Like, everything just feels like comfort. I wasn't hoping to just list the comp, but I did,
you kinda
because
get there,
it was just kind of comfort across the board. And yes, the DCG comp could do the things that they want to do. Unfortunately, they had to sacrifice too much in order to get there, as the Ahri ban is quite interesting here, as Hongso not going to be playing that one this game.
Yeah,
there
I think it's trying to disrupt, like, Vi, Ahri, these kind of things that are just very strong together, because we already got Pop 9 on the Lee Sin. Vi kind of did one of the other big picks, the Rek'Sai, another one, so definitely these are the champions to keep your eyes out on now for this draft.
Yeah, a bit of a change up in the bans, though, as the Vi was banned away in the first game. See whether KC go for that as their final ban here as well. Would feel very Pop 9 flavored. And do they just go for a first pick Vi? They could theoretically.
Because if you only watch internationals, you haven't been keeping up with the LEC, like, Yike used to be a little bit off when it came to the Vi, would go a bit too deep on the engages and get caught out. He has been spectacular on it recently, like really has become a solid player, both for the engages and for some of these carry performances like we saw in the last game. So it is well in the flavor house of KC to go for that.
Well, Florin can just lock away the Vi if he would like to. Having a bit of a zoom in on Canna, and he just looks really happy.
Yeah.
And maybe he's just laughing about a champ select that exploded. And that looks to be what's happened on our screen as well. And so we are going to be getting back into that. I believe that all of these bans are true and real. I find it interesting that they, instead of banning away Vi, they banned Talia Ahri, which are the Vi combo champions.
Rather than just you can get it in one.
I do feel like, there's like a value issue.
Yeah. But I mean, it also works with the Rek'Sai, right?
That's true.
So it's like, oh, you know, we kind of get rid of the parts and then hope that that gets the Vi and the Rek'Sai out of the equation on the opposite.
That could work.
Yeah.
It did feel to me like they banned Vi the long way.
Yes.
And that feels less good as a bit of a wave to the crowd. Definitely a lot of KC representation here at Daejeon today, which is fantastic to see. Yeah. We'll see whether they can use that in order to get themselves to a match point as we look to figure out exactly what's going on here. No idea, personally. Not going to speculate because caster curses are indeed real. Now that Chronicler is no longer in the ecosystem, we can confirm it's real. He caster cursed himself out of the entire
which is honestly impressive.
Yeah.
Taking it to a new level.
It's kind of crazy. He really committed to the bit. And we were impressed by it. We do have a remade lobby now. We are going to be getting into that one ASAP. And
can I say, though?
Sometimes the client just does decide to go boom.
I'm a little disappointed with the drops. The Camille support, cool, right? But everything just kind of feels the same as playoffs and regular season.
Yeah. I was expecting a big shakeup.
Yeah, I was really hoping for something. Like,
you don't often get it day one, right? Often it is an evolution, like, over the taunt, right?
But you also, you like, remember a Mumu support at Worlds that
I
one
know,
time?
and
he,
it was only in
everywhere.
play-ins?
Yeah, and then it just disappeared. I was kind of hoping for that pick coming into this, but we haven't got to see it yet.
Yeah, haven't had too many of those. That was the same time where it was only Rumble and Morgana jungle at the same time, right?
Yeah. Because
what a weird time.
Like, I looked at Yike's match history for a solo queue before he got here. So this is like 3 weeks ago. So obviously he was playing like Quinn jungle and had all these cool things.
The fun
and I was
ones?
like, I was like, this looks sick. And then I was like, okay.
We've had a lot of those jump scares as well. Like, I feel like Canyon is notorious for this. Playing really fun stuff in solo queue and then only playing Skarn and Maokai every game. You know, and it's just, it's something you got to get used to, the disappointment of solo queue baiting you into thinking that players are going to play fun stuff.
And also forcing you to do research on a pick that never sees the main stage. Because you're like, well, I have to know in case, and then it's 3 years later and you're like,
well, no, I do it the opposite way around now. So I've been so desensitized that I look at their solo queue and I'm like, I can omit all of these champions from my research. I do not need to worry about it. They will not be played. This is what they play for fun when they're not scrimming all of the other stuff.
That makes sense.
That's my mindset, and I'm sticking to it. So if I have no idea what Graves does, that's why.
That's why. Okay, yeah. Because we have guys like Mickey X that play TF support a lot in solo queue and all these kind of things, and we're still waiting for the day that maybe that happens, but I don't think it's ever going to get there.
I've got a bone to pick, right? But as we're setting up this champ select, League Classic, I'm probably going to play a lot.
Yeah.
And then also probably still want to work my job, which is regular League of Legends.
Yeah.
I'm not going to know what champions do anymore.
Because you're going to be like, why is Graves playing melee range? Why is he not attacking from?
Why can I not Mace of Spades on Mordekaiser? You know? Assuming he's
the problem
in the game.
for me is like, with a champion like Mordekaiser, he's gone through so many iterations.
Which
I'm
one
like,
do we
what
get?
is the, where are we going to be at?
Maybe it's like, you just spin a wheel. It's like playing Twister, you know? It's like, this is the one that we get. Rise is the best one. It's been remade 850 times.
The funniest thing was like, everyone was putting up the photo of like, oh, these are some of the champions that are going to be in it.
Yeah.
And it's just Lulu and Leona with the exact same portrait.
Yeah, exactly.
Today.
I
Versus
was
Rise
really
looking...
confused. I'm like, I'm pretty sure Lulu was released like last week, and then I realized I'm old. I'm very old. Okay, here we are. I'm going to predict a Talia ban. What do you reckon?
Oh, that could be it. That could be it.
Oh!
He's
Told you,
honest.
I'm a prophet.
Honest.
I know everything.
Do you want to just do the rest of drafts?
No. But I'll do this one. I'll do the Vi. Florin's going to lock in the Vi. No, dang it. Immediately. As soon as I don't have the script anymore, I'm ruined. As the Jarvan will be the lock away here. Similar vibe to the Vi, but I feel does fit into a few different compositions as well.
It's also interesting because specifically KC are still willing to play the Azir, which is basically dropped off a cliff every other place. And it's kind of a pocket pick for Yahoo. So especially with the Jarvan taken, you kind of want a bit of mobility in that mid lane.
Yep.
So I am curious if Yahoo still goes back towards that or whether they're just going to completely shift away from it now.
Well, this is an interesting one. As they're hovering the Jhin, Vi will be the choice instead. I was thinking like Jhin, like I see Jarvan, I'm like, I want to play Jhin. I don't think I ever really do that, although I'd never want to play Jhin. As Yike is now just going to consider his options. I still think top side of the map is what they're looking at, and that is the Cassio. That's a lot of power represented in the mid jungle already.
Yeah, that is a very strong duo. And
no, but she gets less health as she levels.
Yeah. Okay.
So she's been nerfed to the ground. All right.
Yeah. Look, I thought Varus was going to be gone, and I'm still seeing that man's face in the man face. So, yeah, maybe we'll wait and see how this one pans out. But either way, like, yeah, I think you're going to have to go for some kind of dive comp here for DCG. Like, just make sure that you're all in to try and fight back against this. But either way, like, KC, this is comfort for them. They are very strong on this style of team fight that you're already setting up for. So I think they're happy out.
And the Nautilus was banned in the last game and is going to be picked up here. Nautilus Senna was something that we saw in our previous series wielded by TL in the closest game that they had. So I guess it's something that they could potentially leverage. But leaving their solo laners up in the air here as a blind Gwen would be just absolutely
She did get
crazy.
buffed. But I do think it is like still a counter pick champion rather than just a go towards champion. That one's a no-no.
Yeah, so. I think Locke is locked out of MSI for now. But Yehu is just having a bit of fun.
Yeah, I think like I'd rather take a support here for Busio. Yeah, I just to answer the Nautilus Reld as well, because she can get rid of the shield on the Nautilus and good for the counter engage. So yeah, I think this is where KC just kind of setting up already for a very strong team fight.
Yeah, counter engage is looking pretty powerful with that Magnet Storm as well. Being able to pull things around so they can get yelled at by Cassiopeia feels pretty comfortable. So pretty short range so far. We'll see what KC can do about that as this one goes on. Maybe that Jhin that we were thinking about before might rear its head, unless it gets banned away in this phase of bans.
Yeah, I'm curious because so they've gone for the Jace, because for me, I think something like a Gnar would work really well for Florin here, right? You've already got a ton of heals and shields and another wall set up for you with the Jarvan. So that could potentially be the call, but with the Jace ban already coming through for Karmine Corps, that says to me that they're more looking to try and take the Gnar for themselves as well. And Kana has been very strong in picks like the Vayne. So even though, you know, the Experimental Hexblade got nerfed, I still think it's quite strong. So maybe that's the answer here for KC if they do see that Gnar come through.
They tried to ban Kalist, but unfortunately that's Kalista. And so they don't make it a 4v5. One more ban to come on through here. Let's see what Reapit has for us. They might continue looking towards the top side. 2 mid bans have already gone down against Hongso, so I guess they don't need to focus on that one nearly as much. And the Anivia will be taken away. So 3 mid bans are actually going to come on out. And one more to be taken off the board here as well. And I think we're going to need to see something pretty powerful coming out of these solo lanes. I feel like Senna can be pretty underwhelming towards mid game. I want to see earlier spikes here for DCG. Otherwise, they are just kind of opting into the KC playstyle, and I don't think you win those.
Yeah, and at least for KC, you will get to keep your counter pick there for Khan on that top side. So, because you can just take the AD carry here, it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
And then I think that's where it's either going to be you end up seeing the Gnar here for real of DCG, where you get to respond with either Vayne or the Kennen, also another big pick for Kana, and follows up very well with what we're seeing here. So I think for KC, kind of happy with any of these late game scaling picks.
Oh, I like the Jinx. Always been a bit of a fan. Yunara, I've fallen off. I just don't really think that she's as powerful. We did see Pace have a pretty good time on the Zeri though, and that's what they're going to lock away.
I was going to say, it would have been funny because Han Sama has been the Yunara player and Kalista has been the Corki player. So to see him now swap into that role would have been definitely a change up, but I mean, the Zeri is still incredibly strong. It's something that he can team fight very well. Safety as well, which is the big one against
skate
like
out of the Cataclysm.
And the Jarvan,
picking it into Nautilus that's face up is an odd move, just because Nautilus has been the prime answer to the Zeri, but you only have 1 depth charge, and they have so much extra CC out of KC that I don't even know whether that's going to be enough to lock Kalist down successfully, as the LeBlanc is going to be locked in here for Hong. So that is a lot of power in that mid lane, freshly buffed. And the Jax blind would be just ludicrous.
I think it's kind of a good call, though, because, again, like the picks we were talking about were like the Gnar, the Vayne, and the Kennen, which, I mean, Jax does relatively well into all of them. So unless you want to try and opt in towards something like the Renekton here for Kana, could also be an option, but...
This isn't a good Gnar match.
No, this is not a good... This is a bit of an ego pick if Kana takes it.
And it's it is a team fight pick as well. Like, I feel like it fits the composition quite well. Like, but that's not winning. And you definitely don't win side lanes now in the later stages.
Got buffed. Like, he has less mana on his Q, which means he just gets more opportunities to leap strike. So, yeah, I think Florin could have a really good time here into this matchup.
Yeah, and it doesn't really fit the Senna vibes, right? Like, Senna does want to have, like, beefcakes to just heal as you team fight and things like that. This looks a lot more like a 1-3-1 comp coming out of DCG. But if you look at the team as like what their just play style is, which is play fast and loose, play for the early stages, this is beautiful for exactly that. Like mid-game power from your solo lanes and jungle. That feels brilliant.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of what they went for in the last one as well, right? Like 1-3-1, good side lanes that collapse well, and this is a very similar story, but this time around they have much stronger solo lanes. So opting in towards like these early aggressions with the early push that you should have can work out exceptionally well. So we'll have to see if Real of DCG can find that same success that they found in the mid-game, or if KC get to play this slow boulder gathering speed over the course of the match.
And I tell you what, as far as a game 2 is concerned, if KC manage to get over that hurdle and get themselves to match point, that is going to be so difficult to bounce back from for DCG. So much hinges on whether they can even out the series in this game number 2. Let's get onto the Rift and see whether they can make it happen, as already just getting straight down towards this bottom side Raptor camp. Oh dear, I'm just really frightened.
Yeah.
Something's going to happen. Yahoo is going to spot them out, and I think that will mean that nothing does indeed happen.
Yeah, just going to back away, but Ward's still there. So again, that kind of trying to spot out where Yike is going and what he's going to be up to.
All right.
So yeah, back it away.
So we haven't really assessed what the KC draft does. I don't like the Zeri engage support as much anymore. I've been a little bit more of a fan of getting an enchanter there, like making sure that you can really buff up the Zeri in these team fights later on. And obviously we in the LCK have only really seen Zeri Yuumi. It's just been a bit of a favorite. But here's a bit of a battle towards the bottom side. Xiaoxi already taking a lot of damage. And never mind, maybe engage supports and Zeri are fine.
I think at the level 1, definitely. Like, Senna not exactly going to absolutely rip you apart on the level 1.
You do, yeah, you kind of get to pick anything into the champ thing.
Yeah. Especially with the shield as well coming through in the crash down for Bucio. This is exactly how you want to trade.
Yeah. Is this a replay? No, it's not, because Xiaoxi is now lit on fire and has to flash to get out of the way. Okay, this could have gone better, as we've got Pop9 on a ward, not able to take a red buff, and will just wander over towards him. Kalista moves into the Tri-Brush, and oh dear. Canner is going to crush on top of Florin as well, who does get the counter-strike, but looking at those health bars, and is not looking fantastic. Flag and drag from Pop9 to get himself out of the way, but does also have to flash. And DCG, they were holding on really nicely in the early game of game number 1. I want to see that again, because this is not it.
Yeah, and even Yike now getting the evade on towards the top side. So you'd end up with Pop9 getting 2 camps as blue and then the Raptors of KC. But now you're going to lose your entire top side off the back of this. So KC responding super well with that early vision control they had in their bot side jungle.
All right. Hongso is at least going to be able to push Yahoo around a little in this lane.
Yeah, and you can see at the side of your screen there, just the buff Stella Blanc got coming into this patch. Like, the fact that she got a lot more damage, scaling off of that ultimate is really going to be the focus. So she does a lot more in the early stages, but doesn't really change much until she hits that level 11.
Yep, Mimic can be a real powerful one. Sloring down to 200 health here, and I have to admit, the Jax matchup, it gets better, right? Yeah. This is not the happy fun times of it just in general, and Canner is right now having a very good time on the knock.
Yeah, I think it's also... Oh, hang on.
Oh dear, a little bit more of a battle. I'm sure we'll let you talk at some point, as he doesn't have flash anymore. Xiaoxi is just dead. First blood goes over to Kalist, and that is exactly not who you want to be getting first blood. Oh dear, we might be certifying this very, very, very early in this game. Already 1,000 gold up. Here is KC. And, I mean, DCG, they managed to steal away a red buff. Pop9 was trying to do that for the entirety of this early game, and at least he was successful.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to reset, immediately go towards that top scuttle, because that's what Yike gave up to try and come down and protect his own bottom side. But with the push that Hongso had in mid lane, able to cover. But either way, they're picking up that bot side kill for KC. Florin not looking too hot as well. Like,
Callista's pretty good at Zeri.
He is, yeah. I'd say Callista's pretty all right in general.
Yeah, he's pretty all right in general, but... Yeah. The stats for this particular champion, and I don't think these are stats based on getting first blood. I imagine those stats would be even more favorable.
Yes. And they were also like, a lot of that would have been when he played back in ERLs on KC as well, where he was like oftentimes taking the Zeri and having these big pop-off performances. So kind of bringing that now to the international stage is cool to see.
Yeah. Those were career stats, so you're right. Certainly a whole bunch of extras in there. As Pop9 will spot Yike here, as the Raptors do spawn once again. Also getting some damage down onto Bucio, though, as we can see here. The chains are going to connect, but Yahoo is getting a lot of work done. In the meantime, Pop9 doesn't have friends to help him take his Raptor camp, and so Yike is going to be able to slow up those ones up himself. There is a flag and drag in from Pop9 though. You're looking for a little bit of extra damage now that there are some cooldowns missing. Flash out there from Yehu does escape the anchor. As DCG, they're looking for these picks, they're looking for the aggression, but KC just not letting them have it.
They're trying to play off the fact that Kana had to go for the reset in top lane, so trying to see if they can find that moment in the 3v3, potential 3v4, but not quite able to get it with the flash away from Yehu, but still looking for more here.
Yeah, no flash available, and the miasma goes down. Chains are going to connect as Hongso is going to have to get out of turret range, and bit of a drive-by, just a wander past. They waved out the window.
Yeah,
and then
I think they saw Yehu hit 6 and were like, I don't want to be here anymore. This is not a safe space.
He's going to yell at me.
Yeah. Especially after Pop9, unfortunately missing the flag and drag. Kind of brought that to naught afterwards.
Yeah, so not exactly optimal. They don't lose too much for it, though, outside of the fact that KC still remain ahead by about 1.5k. And at 6 minutes, that's a big lead. Kalist now holding onto this wave as well. Busio kind of unlocked from the lane. And we heard the Des talking about it, right? It's like, let's unlock Xiaoxi. But it's kind of been Busio that's been making a lot of these roams work.
And this is what we haven't got to see in the LEC from Busio, because we haven't been on these engaged supports. Like, we got to see a little bit on the Bard, and sometimes on the Seraphine, but he really has been more catered to the lane. Now that he's on the rail, already starting to roam, starting to make plays, it feels like a much better spot for KC.
Well, Florin for an engage, but not exactly optimal timing here as the flash gnaw from Kana gets the wallop, and down he goes. Oh dear, that blink of an eye, and that's just 2 kills over to KC already here in this game.
Yeah, you can already see that gold lead is going to be very big for Kana. The CS, the kill, and the turret plates going across. This counter pick in disguise has not really quite worked out for Florin.
Yeah, and I was about to say it before. There have been ups and downs for the Jax-Snar matchup. I believe it was an interview with Keen that I'm mainly referencing as far as Jax being a very winning side of the matchup. And this is, like, Keen isn't in this game, nor tournament. So
yeah. I do think that Kana has played the matchup very well. Like, even in the first few levels.
And he's a great Gnar player in general. Oh dear, we are going on a journey here, but the Petrifying Gaze does so much. Hongso is going to have to flash away. That gives up the correct LeBlanc, and now Pop9 flashing out of the Noxious Blast. KC can do no wrong. And they're looking for even more. Xiaoxi is going to go down yet again. The Dawning Shadow to try and keep him alive as he flashes to get to relative safety. But Kalist still just having the best of times.
The tickles, though, kind of doing a little bit more. Xiaoxi has to be careful.
Yeah, it does have the Piercing Darkness there to get his health bar back up again. But as the dust settles, it still feels like KC absolutely in the driver's seat.
Is Florin dead?
Florin is currently alive. Still alive.
Okay.
Still alive. Wandering away.
3-2-1
will be able to leap
on the
strike
ultimate
to the
from
minion.
Kana.
We're all right.
Okay. But yeah, I was going to say, Kana's been doing a great job in the matchup. Like, even at the level 1, he takes the hop, ends up looking for the trade, gets awards. That means that then Florin's not able to play hyper-aggressive on the level 1 and use that counter-strike effectively. So getting that early push, and I think it's since that, Kana's just been in solid control of this top lane matchup. And even Xiaoxi, basically with this dragon something.
Kalista's just going to skate on over and grab another kill. That what? Hang on. Rel isn't a jungler anymore, right?
No.
Huh.
I had to do a double take to be like, he has Aftershock, right?
Yeah, and Shattering Strike was very much nerfed.
Yeah.
Okay, so a bit of a miss-smite there from Pop9.
Crash down, making Pop9 crash out, basically.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's all right. We'll move on. KC get themselves the first Drake, and they also have close to a 4,000 gold lead. Wow, that really sprung up, didn't it?
Oh,
let's see.
I like how you said
in
move
slow-mo.
Yeah. Like,
what did I say? Let's move on?
Yeah. And then here we are, because Vi. Oh, wait, maybe we don't get to see it because the play in mid lane.
Hang on, it wasn't even...
It wasn't.
What took it?
He just smited super early, right?
Nice.
Because he was like, oh, I'm probably going to die.
Yeah.
Hope and pray. But yeah, because Yike was taking Grubs on top side. So they get the kill, and they get the dragon, and they get the Grubs. And then...
Well,
yeah.
Do you know what conversation we can have? Perfect game, baby. We are on pace right now as KC have taken absolutely everything. Do you know what? We don't even need to have the Grubs argument. because they took
which
that
is nice.
too.
Yeah. Because I know Wolf gets very heated about that.
Well, I do. I'm the one that has a huge problem. I yelled at Wadid about it. It wasn't great. But at least in this game, it's not relevant, so we don't need to worry about it. Busio is just going to try and usher DCG towards this outer turret, and Yikes coming on over as well. Some vision does go down, but immediately the lights are turned out, and let's see whether they can keep themselves alive under this one as Kalist moving up. Does take a little bit of damage, but not too much. Pop9 making his way over, and there is a hook onto Kalist. He needs to get to the wall, and he does skate it on over. Good buffer there as well. Piercing Darkness comes down. He's looking to use the ulti just to try and escape. He flashes, and the auto doesn't come through. Avoids the ulti, as there's the barrier to avoid the sigil, and it's actually DCG that lose out on the play.
How the hell did Kalist not go down? That is everything.
That is when, you know, if you got lemons, make lemonade. He was making lemonade in that bottom lane.
I don't know, but what? That is insane. Like, even the barrier at the very end to stop Hongso with the sigil.
And the fact that the barrier was so early as well, he's like, this is checkmate. He's pre-moved that, you know? Oh, dear. Perfect game pace. We are still there. I thought that maybe that one was going to be immediately removed. But let's see this one more time. I mean, the hook was phenomenal getting past the minion.
Yeah, and then Kalist ulting to basically get the move speed, right? So then he can try and outpace Feng. But like the auto attack was winding up, Kalist flashes away, then sidesteps the ultimate to keep the barrier there. Now Hongso's dead?
What? No, he's not. Basically is pretty much dead. For all intents and purposes, he's dead. Yeah. But is not going to be taken down on the scoreboard just yet. And Yehu now underneath this turret. They're looking for Feng as Yike comes on over, and I believe he might be dead, ladies and gentlemen. And as it turns out, I was correct.
Yeah, this is a much quicker pace than what we've seen from KC domestically.
So maybe we asked the wrong team by mistake, because we were asking DCG to up the pace, and it's KC that heard.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of this early game has been thanks to Yike. You can see on the buy, he's been looking significantly better than he has done the pass on this champion. But now, wants to steal away the blue, doesn't quite get there.
Yep. I think Busio is trying to test his luck once again. It's like, if I can take a Drake, surely I can take a blue.
Yeah, I mean, he has Shattering Smite, so might as well try, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I was like actually just checking. I'm like, hang on a second, I thought he had Aftershock. But no, you did not mean it like that. Hongso is now looking for an angle towards Kalist, but he just dashes out of the way. And KC wanting some shellfish towards his top side, and I don't think DCG are going to be able to do anything about it. Canner is just going to be pushing Florin out of here, and by pushing him out, maybe he just means killing him. Flash has to be employed, and Florin just going to have to go back to base. Should mean another turret falling down as well, most likely, towards that top side, as Canner is not going to let him back for free. Busio coming on over as well, as there is a crash down, and the Vault Breaker comes in from Yike as he makes his way out of the bushes. Xiaoxi's able to get himself out of there, but the extendo beam, flash out from Xiaoxi, and now Canner, obviously he was between enemy turrets in the top lane, so he comes on over, grabs themselves a kill, and now Pop9 getting his vaults broken as well, that will be able to get himself out of there with that flag and drag.
There is nothing that DCG can do. KC are everywhere in this top side. They are pinging on towards the Dragon, though, as KC are going to go for the reset, so that may be their one solace in all of this.
All right, Florin, for an angle here, I have some fun facts for you. We have the last perfect game. Was Kingzone Dragon X versus Fnatic in Worlds 2017.
Wow.
And that was the Dancing Shelly game.
That's so long ago.
It is a long time ago. I think that was about 9 years ago, if I can do math correctly. On stream, ladies and gentlemen, as that is going to be the Drake secured. Perfect game still going here. As Mountain Drake, that's a good perfect game Drake.
Yeah.
Makes you more durable, you know? As KC looking to take down this outer turret in the mid lane as well. This gold lead, I mean, this was the insurmountable lead that we had in the last game.
Yeah.
Later
than
this.
It's barely 14 minutes in. And even they tried to make a play as DCG on that top side, but they couldn't even manage it. Like, kind of just took out the wave, and then they were like, well, that play kind of fizzles as well. Like, nothing is going well for Reload DCG right now.
No. We're having a look here, and this Yeah, it's the same thing that happened at 25 minutes, except they started it at 5 minutes instead. And if you have like we want to upgrade our play from the previous game on KC's side, that's a good way to do it. As Florin is just going to have to be yelled at here momentarily. Does get the ulti out of Yehu, that is something.
Yeah.
But we are clutching at straws for the good news.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it's 6 seconds until Rift Herald.
Yeah, I'm looking at your eyebrows. Your eyebrows are not in a very good place right now for the happiness of DCG. You guys may not be able to see, but it's a lot of sad eyebrows.
I do try my best Amelia Clark impression.
Well, Boostio looking for an angle here. Magnetstorm absolutely phenomenal, as there is the ulti to lock down the enemy jungler. Xiaoxi trying to use some popcorn chickens to escape, and it is not going to work out. A teleport in from DCG, though. They're going to try and throw the house at this one, and Florence going to have to get out of there. Yike, wanting more, and he has so much health. Like, this is just ludicrous. Fung's going to have to flash away and lead them on a wild goose chase to try and stop the battle. Extendo beam actually hitting as Yike comes on over, does get snared, throws out the smite, but he's got Vault Breaker to get over that wall, and Fung is very, very dead, ladies and gentlemen. It's just going to take a little bit of time. There it is.
I was kind of hoping that he would run so far that Kana just kind of got to step in a lane for a second to get another kill and then go back to killing minions again, because that's kind of just been his modus apparatus this game. Yeah.
By the way, it was Longzhu, not Kingzone. However, that is theoretically the same team.
Yeah.
And for all intents and purposes. They did become Kingzone a bit later. So just as a little bit of a heads up, that is the perfect game that we are chasing. And it is still on the table. Okay, Yike picks up the eye. And that is going to mean that we don't need to have a Herald discussion about perfect game either, which is
it's
fantastic.
It's kind of sad if just someone dies after we get like to the Nexus.
Does that count if you fountain dive as you're killing the Nexus?
Dead, right?
I mean, theoretically it's meaningless, right?
Yeah.
And it was you caused the death.
Yeah.
So the enemy team didn't do anything.
I think you have to write an all chat beforehand. I'm going to dive the fountain and die.
Is that
so
that in the official perfect game rulebook?
Yeah.
I didn't know there was official rulebook. We've had arguments about it all the time.
Yeah, it was in the small text, you know.
Well, I didn't even have the book, let alone the small text. My goodness. All right, Kliss doing a fair bit of damage here, as we can see. As Hongso just going to be distorting forward. Obviously can do that relatively comfortably, as Boostio still going in. Not scared of perfect games being lost or anything like that, like I am, as it's a 10,000 gold lead, 17 minutes in. The game time we're chasing is approximately 21 minutes. We'll see whether they can beat that as well, as their cease and desist onto Pop9. He just explodes, and they look to try and lock down Kliss. He flashes away and doesn't get over the wall. There goes the perfect game, but KC is still looking for the team fight, and I think they'll find it as Kana makes a pretty dramatic entrance as he crushes over the wall. And KC, yeah, it's not perfect, but it looks pretty close.
Kliss was so close to escaping that, but it will be the kill going over. Still KC in a great spot. They're going to push in on bot side. Kana looking to disturb this mid lane as well. Yeah, you can see even there where it looked like maybe there was something for DCG. They just don't have enough in the tank now.
No, they certainly don't, nor do they have enough in the wallets. They are relatively empty, the coffers are dry, and it's very hard to make this composition do anything, because also it's a Jack Senna comp, right? Like, you fall behind, you need items to make these champions do things. And right now the doing things is a little tough. As we crest the 20-minute mark, KC with Soul Point available in 30 seconds time. And Pop9, I don't know whether he's allowed to take a red buff. I just don't think it's a thing.
It is only Boosie.
Kind of, sort of there.
Yeah.
But there is Hongso there towards the top side, so that will be denied for the moment. All right. David, Goliath, slingshots, giants, things like that. Coinbase gold grind. Tell me something good for DCG. This is not it. That's a 3,000 gold lead for just a jungler. It's very good for KC. So we appreciate that, Coinbase gold grind, but otherwise for the comeback,
it's also like for game 3, it kind of feels hard for Relove DCG now, because we're supposed to be the fast team and pick up the pace and overload places. And
still
then
fast.
Yeah, but it's
just
the
not
other
fast
direction.
to the winning.
Yes, yeah. And that's where this is not what we saw from KC when they're in the LEC. They had some games where they play hyper-aggressive, but with Boostio now on these engage supports and starting to roam, this kind of opens up a whole new chapter for KC.
Well, that was a decent amount of damage there. As Hongso also actually took a lot himself. But still, Kalist does need to be careful as this newly buffed LeBlanc is getting off the line. Yeah, that's a lot invested into Yehu just backing away towards his turret. Infinity Edge is getting so close for Kalist as well. That is going to, like, he is about an Infinity Edge's worth of gold ahead at the moment. Didn't really need to rub salt in the wound, but it is a bad news story, and the conversation about a scaling center is just not real. As Kalist, depth charge does come on down. Florin finding the angle there. Blasco gets him to relative safety though, and Kalist is still able to rain death down from safety. Petrifying Gaze is not scary at all, but there is a dead Florin, and Yehu is just running amok. Yeah, nothing that this center can do. And 3 on the floor here for DCG, and there's the Shelly, not quite dancing, but just getting some work done by herself here in this top lane. As this game is, I mean, it's been over for quite some time, but it is an absolute shellacking here for KC as they look to take themselves a Baron and break open the base.
Yeah, I respect the effort from DCG, like, throw a Hail Mary, see if it lands, but yeah, KC able to escape away. And yeah, the Shillelaghs are out. Everyone's just kind of getting bonked on the head at this stage.
It is, it's not a very fun time here for DCG. Hopefully they're focusing on what to do in order to make the reverse sweep happen. Because I think that is where your mind needs to be. I think getting caught up in the emotions of this particular game would be folly. 3 minutes on this Mountain Soul, which is only going to make it even more difficult for DCG to do anything about KC moving in. As far as a Snowball Soul is concerned, it's a phenomenal one to get, because it just makes you way more durable while you're already doing bajillions of damage.
Yeah, I think Gliss needed like 1 death sooner though, you know?
Yeah, yeah. It's all right, there's Magnustorm onto 2, looking real good there as Kana is going to be the focus here of DCG, and you've got Hongso moving on over. That will be a dead Gnar, but can they then keep themselves alive in this fight as Fung's going to go down? Petrifying Gaze for a bit of damage onto the Jax, who dives into the backline and immediately dies. It's Yike in that backline though, looking for Hongso, and no amount of funny business is going to save you from the devastating damage of this Vi and Zeri combo. Pop 9 is very dead. That's a double kill to come through from Kalist, getting some revenge after that previous death. It's going to be an ace, and this will be inhibitors. Busio is also just going to, I think he's surveying the area right now. And Hex flashing away. Yeah, this game, if it wasn't done before, it's pretty done now.
I mean, a fantastic performance from both Busio and Yike in this game, though. They have been everywhere from start to finish.
I like how we were having a conversation about how much better Yike has been on the Vi's and things like this earlier on. It's just great to have a perfect example. Just roll up in game 2.
Just thank you. Now I can illustrate this later on when I need to prove the point.
And look,
again.
you've built my trust as well. I'm like, everything Dagda says, it's just on it.
That's not that should be taken.
As we said before, it was only that thing in the pregame that wasn't about you. Now everything actually is, as it turns out. Okay. Busio clearing our vision. Not a lot to clear, as it turns out, although Yike is standing on the 1 ward, or 2 wards that are here, and that is going to actually potentially cost him his life, as Yehu trying to save him, and Yike will be going down to his GA. Extended beam comes through from Kalist as the rest of KC trying to move on over. That is a decent Petrifying Gaze, but Yike will still be taken out. Comeback question mark? Maybe an opportunity as the flag drag flashes real nice from Pop 9. And there's the depth charge onto Yehu as well. Can they get another one as the snare comes down? Hongso, great timing there as well as he gets the distortion forward. But Kalist is looking to wipe down Fung, and the Gnar ultimate from Kana as he turns up just to lock the game down. They thought they had a chance for a few moments. But in the end, it is just not enough. As Hongso trying to do some weird stuff, as Kalist says, you're probably just going to die, sir. And there is the dash kill and the ace as Kalist goes to 10-1-7 in this game. 5-0-10, 6-1. These scorelines are just absurd. Out of KC, they have got so much money. It's almost a 20,000 gold advantage as the first inhibitor is going to bite the dust. In DCG, it is all over but the crime.
Yeah, it's rare that we get to the legendary 20k gold lead, but it looks like we will get there this game.
Yeah, we might even be able to go even further beyond.
Yeah.
What about 30k?
That's uncharted territories. I don't know if... Well, are we allowed? Does the game break?
I think the game still goes. I think that we have, still the same amount of digits.
Yeah.
It's the digits that you got to watch out for, you know? We're not clocking it or anything like that. I think if you get to like 100K gold lead, that's when we're like, whoa, I don't know, maybe it resets to 0 and then you've got an even game state. But outside of that, I think that we might just be just able to do it, as that is just going to be Mountain Salt to come on through here. And if KC weren't really, really far ahead before, they are really, really far ahead plus Mountain Salt now.
Yeah, that'll kind of do it.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, let's get that slingshot ready.
There's only
David?
3 people in the DCG base.
Yes. Florin isn't. He is getting the first turret for DCG. There you go. Next turret's going down, though, as now Cano looking for a bit of an angle. Finds a house, but not too much more, as now Florin on a decent flank angle, wanting to get towards Kalista if he can. But everyone else is in position to try and keep this Zeri safe. And Florin just going to get pushed away. Yehu actually just being relentless, just getting him out of there. Oh my goodness, looked like the Magnet Storm did that damage, but it wasn't. It was the damage dealers out of KC just doing so much work. And we don't want to show it. We're not allowed to. It's just too much obliteration, as we'll go back to Kalista locking down this Nexus, and that is match point over to KC. Oh my goodness, booking themselves a ticket to a matchup against T1. Looks real close as they move to that match point.
Yeah, it's a watershed moment in that game, but I think it's a wake-up call for DCG, because, wow, that was an insane game 2 from KC.
We haven't seen like mega stomps like that for quite some time. But that was not close, and then continued to just be not close the whole game.
At least they got some kills.
Yeah, I guess there's that. What did you guys make of it over on the analyst desk?
Well, we made of it a great opportunity to be a member of the Blue Wall, as there was a lot to cheer for KC.
You know what? Close game, nice try.
Close game. Close game. I'm putting the boat up. I'm putting the boat up.
Oh my God.
I've left one open.
Where's the final vote?
This was
the game keep going. Give me
this
the green
was such
pen.
an FF.
Yes.
But this is one of those games that is deserving of flame if you vote no.
Yes.
This was crazy.
I would be mad.
They stopped them.
I
was not
think
close.
that if you get that much of a gold lead that early on, the game should just terminate. Just
Oh my God.
You
guys,
20K.
Yeah.
The mythical 20K.
Wow. Let's take a look at the gold graph to show exactly what it was, as there it is. It was not so good at 14 minutes. A 7,500 gold lead for Karmine Corp.
That's a big gold lead at 30 minutes.
That's like multiple people on the other team didn't load in. That's the kind of gold lead.
Yeah, and another one of the gold stats here. This is at 23,000
Yeah, not
gold.
2,000, buddy.
23,462 gold. This is the largest lead ever in an international match. Great history here for KC. Tough for Free Love, DCG, as they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, because this was all Karmine Corp.
Looking like Free Love.
I do think, though, I think you come out of that game and you don't try and address any individual points. You just circle and go, none of that.
Bro, none of that. Literally anything that could have tilted you off the face of the planet happened in this game. Like, they could have gotten Kalista, who was just autoing the turret bot side, and then it was like, no, actually he survives, and the LeBlanc that roamed died in that play. Like, anytime they looked for an option or a play, oh yeah, this one is another one that would tilt me off the planet. Oh my God!
I mean, this is just brutal. I mean, he's gonna die, so he's like, oh crap, I'm gonna die, gotta smite.
It was 1,007 health. That one specifically was just unlucky.
This one was tough too, though, because Fung actually canceled an auto when Kalista's going over the wall, which would have meant he had to barrier early and wouldn't have had the barrier for the Q. And Fung actually misses on the ult. There was so many unforced errors in this one as well. You know, Xiaoxi giving over the early first blood to Kalista. He has no flash, which he lost early, and then he hooks in not even onto the Zeri, but he hooked directly onto the Rel when he has no health and no flash. So they were kind of giving him freebies left and right, but KC is clearly on a whole different level than DCG Relove.
And the craziest thing that started all of that was like the Jarvan invade. He goes for blue into red, gets pushed off of that one, then the map gets split so he can't even go topside, and then the Jax, who is in a pretty like aggro matchup, now has to play safe the entirety, so he loses lane. Like, literally, it was just dominoes being fallen and the entirety of DCG crying.
You know, in Series 1, we saw Jose really put Ona behind early, but Ona managed to stabilize, bring it back. There was a point where Yike was just like 70 CS up.
Yeah.
And 3 levels up, 3.5 levels, absolute decimation. This was brutal. Pop9 didn't really get to do anything in this game. He lost early, and the whole game just fell apart.
And I mean, obviously there is a lot of invades these days in the meta. People like to play for them. But I feel like when they did their 4-man invade towards Raptors, they kind of gave it away of what they would be trying to do. And I thought it was pretty unlikely that KC would have no defensive wards after they actually went in there and then they saw them walk out. And Pop9, it felt like he kind of just bet the game on the fact that they wouldn't place a single defensive ward because he went blue to enemy Raptors, which was warded. And he had no pushing lane mid or bot, so there was never going to be support. So as soon as Yehu started walking over to defend the red, he's immediately had to leave. And then he was completely homeless, and Yike took his whole top side of the map. And like you said, that screws over Florin as well. So I just didn't think there was a very good thought process into the pathing. It's like if you don't have pushing lanes, you don't know if they have vision, you can't 1v1 the enemy jungler. Like there's just like, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, you sell the game away. But another thing that I've noticed is like, this was, yes, a tremendously bad laning phase from bot lane, but also in game 1, I felt as though like K-Corp had a great laning phase as well. I think they've just been flat out laning them throughout the last 2 games, and it's only getting worse overall. So they need to be a new option, at least for the first 5 minutes, keep it stable, similar to the first game, but then still try and find a way and angles from Xiaoxi to roam, but it's been looking tough.
You know what? I'm an optimist. I have a silver lining. It's only uphill from here. You cannot have a game this bad again in game 3 for Real Love Decross Gaming. I don't think it's possible. I think it has to be better than this. This is the absolute floor.
It's rock bottom.
Rock bottom.
That's time for the slingshot.
That is the most
Ox is calling for the reverse
That is
sweep.
what he's doing. Again, it's just a tough debut here so far for Real Love Deep Cross Gaming, but it's not done yet. They still have an opportunity. Raz, I'm going to toss to you because you're the eternal optimist for teams that are usually from a little bit further behind.
How are they going to win this?
What do you say in the coaching room? Come on, Raz.
All right, boys. The last game doesn't exist. It doesn't matter. We're going into game 2. Xiaoxi, get your butt on Alistar. We're leaving the lane.
Raz, that was 5 seconds, and then your voice cracked, man. All right.
What am I supposed to do?
We're going to see what Real Love Deep Cross Gaming have here into the buckets as we move over to game number 3 after this short break. You're watching MSI 2026.
Raz is working on his resume after that game 2.
Yeah. I'm gonna block. Yeah. Maybe one shot. Jack's no flash. Go ahead, whatever. W and 2. I'm on. Connor, you have E? No. I can go. I can again. Done. Yes. Look, anyone. Oh, he messed up. Go Nash. Okay.
That is match point over to KC. Oh my goodness, booking themselves a ticket to a matchup against T1. Looks real close as they move to that match point.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. And besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity Plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Welcome back, everyone, to MSI 2026. We are possibly at the end of the day. A 6-0 day to start off day one. Not what anyone except for you, as you said earlier on.
To cast a curse? Is that what's happening?
Yes, absolutely. It's what I do every time. Don't break my flow, okay? We're on the verge of a 6-0 day. We'll be packing it up very, very soon as KC just prepare themselves to roll over the top of DCG once again as we move towards game number 3. There is no chance of a reverse sweep. That is entirely impossible. Wouldn't you agree, Dagda? How do you think I did? Was it
that was
a bit too much?
Yeah. They can get one. I'm okay with that.
Yeah? You're okay with that now?
I mean, I'd rather they just 3-0'd. Busio just stared at me the second I said that. I'm sorry.
No.
I take it back.
Well, it did look quite difficult.
Yes.
But maybe now it's time to bring out the full weird. You know, they tried to play pretty straight up League of Legends in the last one. I think the blind jacks was odd, but it wasn't full weird.
Though, you know, I could see the logic, and they did end up getting the counter matchup. It just Kana's just really good is the problem.
All right, we do have some chase statistics. All right, we already had the perfect game. And we're looking to try and eclipse Longzhu 2017 at Worlds with the Dancing Shelly. Still trying to do that. Haven't managed to get that one off. Last game, we had a kill difference of 28 kills.
Yeah.
The highest we've ever had is 30.
Wow.
So KC, if they're able to do better than last game, they might be able to break that one.
I know you don't have an answer for this, but I wonder, was that the game where Pays got 28 kills on Kalista? Because that would make sense if it was that game.
That was OMG versus TSM in Worlds 2013.
Oh, wow.
was quite some years ago.
Yeah. That was like the cool and going.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that was a cool era.
Yeah.
That was before I cast the LPL.
Wow.
Isn't that
and you're
weird?
old.
I'm old.
But yeah, the same age.
I didn't even cast the LPL the year after that, right? 2014, I was just a pure OCE boy. And then I cast the LPL in 2015. So yeah, that's a very long time ago. I do remember 2013 Worlds, though. That was fun. That was the first time I worked for Riot ever.
Oh, well.
I was handing out lanyards to kids.
Oh, I thought you meant casting. I was like...
No, I was handing out lanyards. It was the best. And I had someone else's T-shirt on, so no one knew that I was Atlas, although I was Slappy Baggins at the time. That's enough down memory lane. Let's have a look at these bans, as the Archers have been taken away here by KC, as well as wanting to keep the lights on. And the Lucian, Poppy, and Nivea all going to be banned.
So Rai's going to be the immediate take by DCG here.
You would expect it. Yeah. And it is the lock-in.
Yeah, because you don't have... Well, the Nivea's gone, right? Cassiopea's gone, so a lot of those answers into the Rai's gone. I will say, though, like, Hwei got some really nice buffs on this patch and does well with the range discrepancy there, so maybe you want to go for these long-range engages, long-range tools even.
All right, the Lulu going to be the lock-in, though. Maybe just Lulu Yunara. Feels like a very Game 3 thing to do, is to just slam a Lulu lane. But I don't know whether it answers the Rise just yet. Right now, DCG still feeling very good about that lock-in. We'll see where Yike is going to go. Obviously, Yahoo can just lock in another bot laner if they would like to round things out.
Yeah, I do think, like, Yunara, though, or... Even the Kog'Maw is kind of the two that
I really like Kog'Maw. Yeah. I think Kog'Maw is feels better to me. But we have seen some pretty great Lulu Kog'Maw performances back in the LCK. Yeah. So we'll see whether Kalista and Busio can make that happen, or whether it's just going to be Yunara, which feels
Kiana.
Oh, wow, okay. So Pop9 going for the newly buffed Kiana. Her clear speed has been improved. And the newly nerfed Sion. He is basically the same.
I was going to say, I think that nerf did nothing to that champion, but Kiana is sick. She got some really nice buffs, and especially with the Rise lockdown and the ability to reposition, I think you could set up very nicely for Pop9 on this pick. And you wanted the funky, you wanted the aggressive. Kiana fits that bill.
Well, there's the Yunara that I was a little bit afraid of. Not as much of a fan of this particular pickup, but Kalista looked really good on the Zeri. I feel like Yunara fits the same flavor and is just going to be able to stick to that playstyle moving into game number 3. And now another set of bans to come through. Having a look at junglers and things like that on the DCG side, trying to remove those as they've already locked in their entire top side, as bottom lanes are going to be the focus here at KC.
That makes sense, right? Try and set yourself up nicely. Curious as well, because like in the LPL, and I mean, you've seen a little bit in the LCK, Shen is a nice answer into the Sion in a lot of situations, and if you just want to go ham as Kalist, I think the Sion and the Lulu, or sorry, the Shen and the Lulu can set you up with the Yunara if you want to. Traditionally, we do see with the Kog'Maw.
Oh, Nico is actually kind of fun. I actually really like this ban. Nico Kiana, a lot of setup for that supreme display of talent.
Yeah, and I'm also trying to think, like, what do you actually try and play into this Lulu on the bottom side? Like, you end up just trying to go back into enchanters, like maybe the Karma Ezreal is something you want to try and fish. Oh, sorry, Ezreal's gone out of the equation, but something.
Karma Jhin?
Yeah, maybe.
Wow, that makes me feel awful. I didn't even want to say it, but we have seen a lot of people play it as the NASA's ban to come through here. We've seen you guys do like that one over your side of the world.
Yeah, I don't think
the Western jungler
does like us. But Skewmont loved it.
Yeah. I'm thinking Griffin as well over in NA. There are a lot of people saying, when's it going to come to the LCK? When's it going to come to the LCK? And we're like, no, we do not deviate from the norm. That is not something that we do. Although I believe Nasus was played in the last perfect game that we had at an international at Longshore, I think.
I was also going to say, it feels like we kind of need Skewmont to beat you guys in the LCK with a weird pick like Mundo for you then to pick
like Broken Blade did with Shen.
Yeah.
And then, Kane learned how to play both Shen and Vayne, which was good.
I was also owner first time in it, Mundo, to figure out what these buttons do. So it's led to some interesting ones. But there's the Karma ban that we were talking about. So
what do they play? That's the question. Maybe just back to more. Oh my. Maybe it's the Blitzcrank game. It's the Blitzcrank game.
Oh, it is.
It's just the Blitzcrank game. Obviously, it's the Blitzcrank game.
Yeah, I can't believe it. It's Chelsea. I don't know.
We're gonna pick Renekton into Sion.
Oh.
Question mark.
Okay, Jin Blitz.
Jin Blitz. It's got to be Jin Blitz.
Do it.
I mean, I don't like the Jin, but I like the Blitz.
Yeah.
And, you know, this could be the last game of the day. Like Xiaoxi, it's time to go out with a bang. Or go to a game 4 with a bang. Might be a better way to think about it. I'm all about the positivity.
Yeah, so anyone who doesn't know, Xiaoxi for the longest time was known for Blitz and Thresh.
Yep.
Like even when he was back on like E-Star in the LPL and previously that was
we knew it!
And it is!
Oh, come on.
Let's...
I mean, he's grinning.
Please.
He's grinning. This is pseudo.
Oh, those are kind of cool.
That's a skewer. I'm saying that one's fine. I'd still. They're gonna lock it in. So it's Pike Jin. It's not one of the standard lanes, as that is a Vayne. Is this Renekton mid?
Lucio hovers Vayne every single game.
Yeah, okay,
and if Vayne is banned, then he hovers Kaisen.
But so I just didn't want Sion versus Renekton. I just didn't want that. So
Talia jungle,
it's already
Renekton
Talia.
mid,
It's already Talia.
Vayne top. Gotcha.
Yep, it's going to be the Wukong. By the looks of things here for Yike, does mean that this teamfight composition is looking very powerful. Nimbus Strike plus the Wild Growth is a lot of initial setup into the Seismic Shove. Man, it is very, very powerful. Fun fact, Xiaoxi's Pike is 1-3 over his career. So now is his chance to get to 1-3 in this series.
Hey, there you go.
1-3. That's what he wanted. He wanted the 1-3, so he picks the 1-3 champion in order to make it happen. The stats team trying to feed me the negative stats, but we turned it around.
They gave us another one. Pop9's Kiana is 1-2, so how do you work that one?
But he's also known for it.
Yeah.
But it's not that successful.
It does feel like Pop9 as a player, Kiana just encompasses to me all of that. You know, hyper-aggressive, wants to make plays, send himself in super deep into these fights, like try and set up for these massive engages. Like, that is Kiana in a nutshell.
And honestly, there is something about, like, getting a huge supreme display of talent and then putting death from below on top of it, you've got AoE from the rise. There is a lot that they can do with this composition in an even game state. But there is also the ability for this comp to really fall off a cliff. And if they are in anywhere near the same position as they were in Game 2, my goodness, this is going to be so much worse, Dagda. Or better, depending on your opinion of chasing stats and perfect games and things like that. But man, this is going to have to be a pretty incredible performance out of DCG in the early game especially.
Yeah, because especially for Busio and Kalist, although they haven't been playing the Yunara as much, the Busio's Lulu has been absolutely insane. Like, he's been such a strong performer on it, and the ability for him to find key polymorphs in fights has been next to none. So I'm curious how, even in some of these fights, like Pop9 trying to get into position, if Busio's on point, it can be kind of difficult for it to find plays. But I do think a lot of it is going to come down to this early level. And once more, DCG setting up for these deep wards.
Yep, they've been moving into this side of the jungle almost every single time, although this time leaving Pop9 to his Raptor camp. Lets that ward go down, though, so it will be full information over to KC if it is going to be a topside clear here for Pop9.
Yeah, I think the early aggression bot lane is basically the best way for Relove DCG to play this, if they can get the hook onto Busio.
Yeah, see what Xiaoxi can actually get done here, as they are just going to clear out the ward first. A fourth shot has been put together, but not really going to be doing too much of anything at all. As Busio Kalist, so far, just feeling pretty good. And honestly, sometimes we see Lulu Yunara lanes fall behind, but it's often in Enchanter versus Enchanter matchups. And if you're not going to be landing your Bone Skewers, then this lane can really run away from you pretty quickly. But there is a Bone Skewer that's going to connect. Kalista already down very, very low. Barrier used from Fung just to keep himself alive. But KC stand their ground. Now the heal comes out. Great fourth shot there as Feng is going. Oh, first blood over to Xiaoxi, and Busio going to answer it as both AD carries lying on the ground. Xiaoxi now wanting to try and get in on top of Busio, but he hits level 2, and Xiaoxi going to have to back away. But I think if you're the Pike, you're kind of happy with how this one's gone.
Yeah, getting an early kill for Xiaoxi going to be nice, and also great hook from Xiaoxi on this as well. Just barely getting past the creeps there to get on towards Kalist, and Xiaoxi knows at that stage, like, immediate ignite to try and make the play happen. But Busio waits until the ignite goes, then heals to try and set up for the play. But that fourth shot from Fong and the flash bone scare from Xiaoxi finishing off the play.
Yeah, the flash jab. Very, very nice. Or the jab flash by the looks of things. As we do have Yahoo put into a prison and isn't really too worried about it. The trade's looking okay on both sides. And so is the CS. So mid lane, not a whole lot to write home about at the moment. Top side is doing a very similar thing.
With all these summoner spells gone on the bottom side, though, I think...
Wait a sec. Canna, slicing, dicing. Florin does manage to get that shield as he charges up the Q. Maybe an opportunity here as he gets a grass proc there as well, but the ward goes down, and Canna, just one more, and that's a dead Scion. Solo kill for Canna on the Renekton. And man, this player is just how I remember him, man. 42-20 on the Renekton. This has been one of his champions for so many years. As it turns out, it still is.
Yeah, Khan is having an absolute field day, and I feel sorry for Florin because he was amazing domestically and like was considered one of the best players in the region. But first time on international stage, some jitters coming through. But this man has been so exceptional for Relove DCG. Unfortunately, just can't quite get it here today.
Yeah, not quite working out. Although an early death. I learnt, you know, by watching European League of Legends that Scion dying early is sometimes a strategy. So let's see whether that's going to work out. Pop9 going to make his way over here. Does spot Yike trying to steal away this Raptor camp. Steals it himself. That's kind of crazy as he gets his own one back. Thought Yike is going to have that one locked down, had the smite available, but it is going to be the Kiana that makes that one work. On a ward now, though, and so he's going to get spotted out trying to recall. Collect some grass here. And Blastcone is going to send him away.
Yeah, I think he's trying to protect his Krugs, but doesn't know where Yike is.
Yeah, Yike is just going to leave.
Yeah, Shousey had reset to try and help out as well, so I think that why Yike just happy to step away. Also the push in mid was going well for them, so Pop9 will get his own jungle, which is nice for him.
Yeah. I got a little bit too excited about him getting his own Raptors. I feel like Game 2 really has infected my brain. Yeah. I'm like, wow, he got something that he should have got. But it does feel a little bit more difficult here in this series as otherwise. KC getting a huge stacked wave towards Feng here, towards his bottom side. Shousey is going to make it here in the nick of time. But KC on a very nice reset timer.
Yeah,
I think so far so good.
Yeah. I mean, definitely slower than last game, which is great for them. Because honestly, the game one, where it was much slower, was where DCG kind of had their opportunity in the mid game, where they had some signs of life. So maybe that's what they can try and hope for again. Because once Pop9 hits 6, that's where I really expect them to go aggressive. I was thinking though, with like bow flash and heal burnt on booster on the bottom side, we'd see a bit more from Pop9 down there. But I don't think he's had much of a chance because Yike's been trying to get into his face.
I don't think we should look at the top lane very much anymore.
Yeah.
It's just making me sad. It's probably making DCG fans sad as well, as Florin is really just getting dominated. And this is what happens, right? Like, it does fit the crocodile motif. Once he sinks his fangs in, you just get death rolled and die. And that is kind of what's happening at the moment. I have a feeling that this lane is probably going to get worse before it gets better. Theoretically, you are a Scion, right? So absorbing pressure, blah, 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 is kind of what you want to do. But if the Renekton does just run away with it, you can't absorb that pressure without just chain dying. So it's certainly looking good so far. KC not going to contest this dragon that looks to be taken here by DCG. Certainly on the positive side of things, as Hongso going to get thrown back towards Yahoo, taking a lot of damage there as well as he gets the flux down and lands the Q. That is going to be the Mountain Drake secured here by DCG.
Yeah, I do wonder what the plan is from KC, because they brought Busio to mid. You've got Yahoo resetting, and they're just invading onto the Raptors. So I thought they might have gone for a little bit more, but yeah, they just want to look for the reset.
Yeah, so making sure that they slow it down. Still have a little bit of a gold advantage. KC not in a rush this game, right? They're the Yunara composition versus the Jhin, so team fights later on should feel better and better. And as long as they avoid the initial salvo of the Wombo combo, right, out of DCG, they are kind of off to the races. Yeah, with Inara doing a lot of consistent damage.
It is also just like the one-item spike is kind of nuts for KC. Like Triforce Wukong, you got your Kraken Slayer for Kalist. Like, I think you can really start to do some damage around about that stage. So this is where you need to be careful.
Oh, Bone Skewer going to connect there. Is Shousey going to stun himself, but it looks to be worth it as Yahoo has to flash away. The flash forward from Hongso as Yahoo ticking down, but the burn does not finish the kill. Drink your potions, ladies and gentlemen. And Yahoo's able to get out to safety.
I think if Hongso had even got an auto attack, that might have been it from Yahoo, but this should just be able to clear out the wave. So close from DCG there.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Doesn't quite read the flash there out of Yehu as well. It was really good positioning to make sure that Q went completely the wrong direction. And not able to quite grab that one. Still, they do manage to get both summoners out of Yehu, so a possible revisit could be on the cards.
Especially if Chelsea's ticked over to level 6 at that stage. Could be a very different story. But yeah, I think again, like KC, I think this is where they can start to get a little bit more aggressive in their own right as well. With, you know, Yike hitting level 6, Kalista having opportunities to go for plays. Has got a very defensive build though, opting in towards the very early play to steel caps there as well. So maybe KC kind of stuck in an awkward spot when it comes towards those items.
Yep. We'll just have to see whether DCG can utilize this first Dragon start to make something happen. If we get Mountain, Infernal, and Cloud again, I'm going to say that maybe that's a little bit too much, you know? It is not, in fact, my birthday. It's Jisun's birthday. So we don't need that many Clouds. I just feel it, you know?
Yeah.
It's getting turbulent out there.
I mean, it is incredibly warm outside, so maybe it's to try and, like, cool us down.
Yeah, we kind of need it.
Yeah.
We also have a massive fan here.
Yeah, which is amazing.
Which is amazing, but it is very windy.
Yeah.
So maybe that is creating some cloud vibes just on the caster desk. Maybe that's why I'm feeling it. That's all right. Do have DCG now moving over. Kanna and Yike are very strong at this point in time, though. So maybe not something that they want to look for, although Funk down here as well. They do spot them out.
Xiaoxi is here as well.
Some stun value onto the Wukong. Pulls him back with the Bone Skewer, but Warrior Trickster is going to be there. There's a run forward from Hong So as Yike gets on top of this Jin. They take him out with the double Cyclones, and Kallista's going to get over there. It is Yike falling, though, and Kallista's just dead. Death from below comes through. It's a double for the Rise. The curtains are being called, and DCG with their first big lead of the series.
Xiaoxi with a huge hook there, interrupted Kallist as he went for the tower dive. Kallist got slowed, couldn't escape, and it sets up perfectly for the kills.
Whoa, the flash forward from Florin here as well, as there are no sums on Yehu, but still, he is going to be kept alive by Busio. The Wild Growth on himself as Pop9 able to get out of the way, but they're not able to kill Yehu yet again.
No, but nearly able to get something back, but still, KC kind of scrambling to save that play in the mid lane as DCG saw their opportunity, and they well took it.
Hang on. Is it on our hands yet? I'm seeing like there are remnants. There are at least am. So my hands could have a clock on them, or we could be getting to game. Let's have a look at the replay.
See, because Xiaoxi plays this really well. So obviously gets the hook on Yike and then sets up here as they go for the play. But basically KC are waiting for Kallist to come through, but he flashes in here. But keep your eyes on Xiaoxi's hook, because Kallist gets the slow, tries to go in. Xiaoxi gets the hook onto Kallist, which then stops him from being able to get the follow-up auto attacks and his slow.
Oh,
yeah, which is then setting up for the kill. A great route then coming through as well. Sets up for the follow-up kill. Really well orchestrated by Xiaoxi.
And also getting the resets, so pumping money into the team as well, as now Pop9 is dead. Okay. You know, you have to, you win some, you lose some. Yeah, you do. You really have to,
Yeah.
they are all about balance.
Yeah.
Here in DCG. Yeah, that's the cross part of it.
Yeah.
You need to cross over to the negatives sometimes. As Funk, just going to clear out the wave. And we are going to have a look at a replay as to why Pop9 did die. And it was not allowed to steal Raptors.
Yeah. That's a little unfortunate because, like, they were on recess, so you knew they had to be coming back out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, bit sad.
Yeah, it's being a, like, surprised Pikachu face when the Talia is from
in
the
mid lane.
in mid lane.
Yeah, and the jungle is in jungle. Yeah.
Well, stun comes through here from Xiaoxi, gets himself out of the way. Needs some of that Grey Bar to get healthy once again now that he has become invisible.
Deep Cross Gaming have a good shot here, though. No flash on Kallist and Busio for Pop9 could be huge. So I think that's what they're trying to set up for. But
see if the angle is going to work out here as they do spot this ward that was giving a lot of information over to KC. And I think maybe just giving up Double Dragon could be the right way to make this one work, as the train is about to leave the station. The curtain's looking to be called as well. And the clone going to get pulled back. And that is going to be the end of the aggression. It's a Hextech soul this game. My goodness. That's an electrifying option for Yanara. That sounds incredible if they can stack up 4. But DCG very happy that that is going to be the position. Maybe not as happy about where Xiaoxi is at the moment, as Yike does not find the Cyclone as the flash was used to get out of it. Nice work from the observers to toggle that that vision in such a confusing way for mainly me. But it did look very cinematic and cool.
It did, yeah. Hide the truth so you never know what's happening.
Yeah, I was like, he disappeared. I think that might mean he flashed.
Still, like, I think for KC it was like, hey, hope we can make some sort of play after this, but DCG do get away. And are still in a very strong position. I mean, 2 dragons already. They got the Void Grubs. Xiaoxi being able to now get onto the map as well, significantly more threatening, especially compared to Busio. Like, Busio can't really match a lot of these plays for Xiaoxi because he can be just the focus then of a lot of these plays. And you've delayed, like, the spike for Kalist on one item too.
Oh, Bone Skewer not going to quite land here from Xiaoxi. He thought it was going to hit. Honestly, I did too. It doesn't come on down. And it's kind of with the Black Cleaver, feeling very happy, but also only 6 stacks left on his Cull, so he's going to be very, very strong.
DCG going top here, though. I think they want to look for a play towards Kana.
And because of that, Xiaoxi is in the bottom side of the map.
Yep. There it is.
As per usual is okay. Kana realizing that going southward would be the option here, as Kana is just going to be locked up and taken down. That is a huge overload towards top side, and that's kind of cute because there is a rise. Puns.
Well played.
Thank you.
Yeah. KC going to try and make a play on the bottom side to answer. Look for this tower. Xiaoxi and Feng trying to reposition to match, but interrupted. So KC should at least get some alone time for Kalist here.
Yep, Hex Gates are here as well to help with this rotation over, but you were talking about those plates. The majority of them have gone down towards this bottom side. There is the second last one. Kalist just very, very happy with the alone time, despite being still a little bit behind in gold. But Hongso just going to push this wave towards the top outer, and Florin just trying to remain as happy as possible playing a Scion.
I think he is though. Sure, the early game looked a little rough, but you know, 500 gold is already there. He got the kill, yeah. Like, he's working up towards some nice items. This would not be great for him.
Yeah, the train is just going to get him out of there though, so he's all right.
Oh wait, did they get a timer here on the resets? Yahoo could be in trouble.
Yeah, they're going to wait for that back, and then Yahoo. Oh dear, Busio is able to cancel, and they throw Xiaoxi onto the turret, so he's very dead. And now Florin also might be going down. They did wait for the reset. That was a cute maneuver, but they just kill Xiaoxi, and now Florin is in a lot of trouble. Has to flash the seismic shove. They're looking for even more.
Pop9 in trouble as well.
Now, yeah, top side of the map. Yike at full health here, looking for Pop9, who wants to get himself out of the way. The Rift Herald has just spawned, but there's a Cyclone to wipe out the Kiana. And now Yike is just going to turn that into Rift Herald as well.
Yep, basically a perfect timing to catch Pop9. 2 mistakes where he's been caught out in positions he really shouldn't have been, and now KC will get that Rift Herald. Xiaoxi here, but no support for him.
Well, 2 Drakes, you know, DCG, they still have a gold lead. There's still positives to look at, but that is a few mistakes in a row here for our red side team, looking to try and get themselves back in the series. And Kana is just going from, I mean, he did die towards that top side, but he's still 1,000 gold in the lead. This Renekton is still very strong, as he has even farm with his 2 other carries. That was very, very cool there. We had 141 CS for everyone on KC's side, so a lot of coordination. As Pop9 just going to be taking some Hex Gates around, looking to see whether he can take Yahoo down. Yahoo, like, must have said something in all chat towards the end of the last game, because they have been beelining for him this whole game long.
Yeah, I think it makes it, because you expect Busio to be near Kalist, right? Like, that's kind of the synergy, so you're like, oh, Yahoo must be alone. Unfortunately, it hasn't quite worked out for them, because Busio actually apparently loves Yahoo this game.
Yeah, and Yahoo hasn't died so far this game, so it's not really working. Teleports come in from the Scion, though, and Deadly Flourish is going to be avoided as the Realm Warp to try and get this Scion in here. The Q somehow misses, but the Bone Skewer doesn't. Wild Growth comes down. Yahoo stays alive for such a long time. It is finally taken out. They trade mid laners as the Rift Herald is going to be taken by Yike to say goodbye to the rest of the engage.
But he's now just in the middle of DCG. He'll get tower, but does he just... Do they jump on him after?
Away, I think walking away is going to be his strategy. Back in. Okay, Shelly getting involved once again. We've got some flashes coming on down as Busio flashes out of the way of the stun from Xiaoxi. A second charge as Yike is just putting Shelly through her paces.
Busio
run! Say thanks to that one, as Busio is very dead, but probably worth. And that is going to be now Pop 9 engaged on. Yike gets the Nimbus strike out, takes him down. Xiaoxi is dead again. I swear it was the same team fight, and he's died twice as Florin is now just going to be ushered to the death chamber. And KC just win and then win and then win again in about 3 team fights in one. And the weird Shelly interlude.
I don't know what just happened. That was so bizarre.
Yeah, the pacing of that episode was very weird.
Like, the play on bot into the tower take, and I was just like, oh, I thought DCG would just collapse onto Yike. Like, he was so far away from everyone, but instead they got Busio, they get the Dragon, and they get a mid-charge. Like, and now Callists is okay.
And now they're 2,000 gold ahead after being about 2,000 gold behind. Hongsu is looking for Kana here, who does have a massive minion wave to eat through. It's going to feel very, very nice. Slices and dices and then culls it and feels very, very satisfied afterwards. Let's have a look at it again. Take me through it,
yeah, because, I mean, nice job from Florin here to connect onto Yehu. But Yehu also plays this really well because this pop forward into the flash away after he gets the knock up keeps him alive for a very long time. At this stage, though, I'm seeing Kana in base, and now I'm alive, and Hongso's dead.
Hongso is once again dead. Replays are really difficult in this particular game. I feel like as soon as we come out of them, someone on DCG is dying. This time, it's Hongso drew the short straw. Does have his 2 items completed on the Rise, still looking for the max stacks on the Rod of Ages, and does have a decent gold lead. But that's about the end of the good news. If you have a look at the top side of the map, this Wukong, like the animals, you know, the monkey-crocodile combo.
The old McDonald's farm,
yeah, the menagerie. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's... Because it's also the fact that Callista's now ticked over to 2 items like Infinity Edge.
What kind of farm do you have that has monkeys and crocodiles in it?
Oh, no, it's probably like
they make them.
There's going to be a Netflix documentary.
Oh, Death from Below. Yeah. That is a dead Yehu. They finally found him for the 2nd time. As of course they did get him in that bottom lane fight. And all right, Yike is just going to go for the cross map Gromp. And manages to secure that one as Hongso is looking to try and defend under this inner turret. Could be difficult with the amount of people down here, but they are going to forego going for any siege on the inner turret. Still 2,000 gold lead, but Florin will be able to close that gap just a little with a take of this top lane outer turret. And some more money going over to the Scion.
Yeah, I think the big focus for me is like Callist getting towards that Infinity Edge makes him a significant threat in these fights. And you're so accelerated here as Yike. He's very close to his GA. So suddenly you can play these fights like hyper aggressive, have Yike play that engage tool alongside Busio being able to offer the wall growth. And I think this is where those fights can get very difficult for DCG.
Well, Busio's taking a bit of damage here from Florin, who's looking for a knock up onto Callist, who just walks away to the side. With Baron now spawned though, could be a scary time to go for any plays. There is a lot of DPS on KC's side. They do have the ability to go for an early Baron if given the opportunity. So losing a team fight now could be a little bit more devastating than it could have otherwise been. Yike just continuing to take enemy Raptors away over and over again, any opportunity he can get. Now Xiaoxi looking for a bone skewer, finds it onto Busio. Deadly Flourish is good as well, but he does have the Mikhails to keep himself safe, and now Florin just taking damage from all over the place. KC moved themselves to safety. Pop 9 not quite finding an avenue to get in there, and in the meantime, Yehu's just in the top lane.
Yeah, it was a nice call from Florin, though, to get the Decimating Smash onto the Wukong, prevent that engage, because I think that could have gone way worse for DCG. But as you say, you're still losing elsewhere. Yehu managing to take that play on the top side. You're still getting pushed for Kana in the bottom lane. And DCG are basically trying the same thing that worked a little bit in game 1 of overload mid, hope you can catch people out, but they're just not finding that success here.
Can't quite get the angles. A couple of items have been built up here by Pop 9. They are cheaper ones, but still feeling better and better on this Kiana. But 3,000 gold lead, 5-1 and 2 on the Wukong.
But it's also what you said earlier. It's at this stage, you're just getting outpaced. The Pike isn't really going to have as much success now coming into this compared to Lulu. Pop 9 hasn't really had any input thus far.
I have not seen the supreme displays of talent do much more than killing Kana.
Yeah, and it's all gone a bit of a awry for them. Still, seeing again if they can try and collapse in this mid lane.
Well, Xiaoxi gonna have to get out of this one as Callist just pops over the wall. They're looking to just try and wipe him out. Not quite able to kill him off there, but really good restraint there from Callist not to go too far forward and run into a Kiana.
I was a bit nervous even if an auto attack onto the Kiana would have killed him, but Kalist at the end of the ult still was looking for that W. Not going to follow it. I think it's just wait 30 seconds now until Dragon, and if KC can hold on again there.
Yep, keep stacking. The quad stack Hextech Soul. That sounds pretty petrifying. As Yike is spotted on this control watch, Chelsea. Put a line up a Bone Skewer, but I just don't think Yike really cares, as he's just going in. See champion, kill champion. Supreme Display of Talent is decent there for a couple of stuns, but otherwise not too much more going to happen. Cannon with a massive shield. Florin, oh dear, he's just taking the kitchen sink from KC, and there is no response. Flash out of the way, though he keeps himself alive, but KC is still at full health as well. Yike comes on over the Realm Warp to get them all to safety, and then the Drake just goes to KC for free.
Yeah, very much needed, because that, as you say, could have been more than just the Drake going over. But that was a weird fight from DCG. Like, Ultimate's kind of being popped hyper defensively, and it just meant that KC got to run them over.
Yeah, they were just trying to get out more than actually trying to fight, going for these opportunistic plays that we did see a lot more of in game number 1 in the early to mid game, being very few and far between now. Xiaoxi is at least still doing his thing, getting around the map, trying to clear out vision as best he can.
It's just I saw Florin ult into Yehu's Weaver's Wall and didn't really know what happened.
Yeah. Anyway, DCG, the defense continues. They are getting a lot of vision around this Baron, making sure that KC cannot take that one for free. We know top side of the map is the massive focal point here for KC. There is still close to a 2,000 gold lead for Canna. Yak close to 3, and probably is getting very, very close to a Guardian Angel for item number 3 as well. It's going to make the Wukong extraordinarily difficult to deal with if he wasn't already. Because you were talking about one item spike on the Wukong. When you get Sundered Sky as well,
it's silly.
Goodness, it's just a little bit ludicrous. And there is the GA that we were talking about. So Yike, big deal.
Yeah, we're kind of just seeing the same game plan over and over again here, though, because all we're getting is them trying to reset in the to get back out into the map first as DCG, and then just trying to run to mid, right? Hope that they can overload and catch Kalist, but Kalist is not taking any sorts of risks. They're just waiting for those side lanes to push back out, and then when DCG have to respond, that's when they go for it.
Oh, Chelsea is, just going to engage for Yike. Gets the first Cyclone down. There goes the Pike as Yehu gets into the backline, flashes away immediately. Realm Warp, they're trying to take it, but the stun and Hongso says absolutely not. And now Florin just going to have to try and walk his way out. It's not going to work. He's put into the blender and absolutely slaughtered. KC just wiped the floor with them here at 25 minutes.
KC playing so patient and just catching DCG as they try and make that play mid. All members alive, all going to be purple in just a moment, and it may just be that 3-0 for KC here.
It's looking like it as we move to about a 5,000 gold lead. But then we'll have the Rebel Baron power play, and that will only be extended. This is the exact way you want to take a Baron, by the way. We see a lot where the Baron gets started, but then you've got the fight. Win the fight, take the Baron means that you can get that massive snowball from the extra gold and the extra pushing power. But look at this. Yike gets bone skewered and says, thanks very much.
Yeah, that's great. And I think it was just DCG overstaying their welcome. They hadn't got the timer that they were trying to play off of anymore. Both those side lanes have been pushed out. They had already got Kana was moving across, plus the Talia from the top lane. And then it just ends up as a team fight, and DCG just do not have control for that right now.
Yeah, not a chance there. And you can see DCG just not exactly feeling happy about it. Reaper, I don't think has looked more relaxed in his life. And by that, I mean, he just kind of always looks a bit relaxed, so never mind. But he still looks very relaxed.
I am hoping, though, that this is just kind of a bit of a day one jitters for Reload DCG, because honestly, they, domestically are incredibly impressive. And, their story, moving up this year is sick. Maybe?
Well, possible angle towards Canna here. 1 versus 5 is not going to be something that he's going to survive, but the Supreme Display of Talent I don't think was necessary. They do take a Baron off the Rift, but they are going to lose an inner turret here towards his bottom side. We'll have to check in on that Rebel Baron power play as this goes on, because we'll have to see whether that was worth it or not. As they do take the inner turret, and that is going to push that one over the 800 that they'd already collected from killing the buff.
Still, though, I do think it's worth in respect of those outer towers were probably going to go down in this push anyway, right? Like, KC are already so far ahead, but at least you slow now where, okay, we have to invest extra resources to get the mid lane tower, which means they probably don't get the top. So it's kind of like shortening how much KC can extend that gold lead, even if it's not so much of a, hey, they're going to end up with a nice gold lead.
Well, 10 seconds until Canner is back again. He's got teleport at the ready, and so they can get back onto the front foot pretty quickly as Hongso... Oh, dear. Yep, there's the Weaver's Wall and the Cyclone to try and keep him on top of it. In goes Yehu, and down goes Hongso. Nothing he can do about that one. And he was the carry. He was the guy with all the money on the side of DCG, and now he is no longer on the Rift. Inner turret going to fall as a result. And KC, they can continue pushing this one forward. This could just be base broken.
I think it might be. Reset from Xiaoxi as he was in that bottom side, but get him back towards this top side. But you just don't have members there. Like, Fung's in the jungle.
Yeah. And who is going to be able to do anything to kind of stop this? The answer is not Florin. From what I'm seeing, they take down the inhibitor very, very swiftly. Now looking for a little bit of a rotation towards this mid lane, as Canna had dealt with that one after the respawn. The rest of KC, though, are just going to be backing away, and they're playing this one very cool, calm, and collected. Should be a Drake if they would like to take it. So we do see some pings coming out, but they're back out onto the Rift so quickly. That's what this Rift does, right? You can just go for resets kind of whenever you want.
Yeah, and it felt like basically DCG were like, right, we're going to kind of give up that pressure in top lane, set up a bunch of vision around the Dragon, which you can't see is there, and then look for a play around that vision. But with Hongso then getting caught out and dying, that kind of foregoes all plans, because now you're just a man down and everyone has to retreat, so you can't play off the vision. So you can kind of see that like DCG have ideas of what they want to do, just unfortunately not expecting KC to be as aggressive as they have been.
Yeah, Yike has a more of Malmortius. I didn't see any components.
He did have a Hex Drinker for like 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
And then he killed people and then he went back and bought the full thing.
I
so
apologize for not looking at the items for that 30 seconds.
He has a lot of them, so
that.
I don't blame you. Yeah.
There's Yike tanking a bit of damage here, and he's very happy to do so. So Wukong really has been the main character of this game, and Yike honestly feels like the main character of this series so far. His Vi absolutely extraordinary as well. And KC able to play off the back of it very nicely. 7.3K going to be the advantage as they are looking to set up this 3-0 extremely comfortably, and therefore a date with T1 tomorrow. Kalist will get hit by that Bone Skewer, sidesteps the Deadly Flourish though, and not too much going to come of it as in goes Pop 9. Looks for the angle, but out goes Kalist. He's absolutely safe as Canna getting into that back line and should be taken out here. They get the kill on the Renekton. Can they get more though? That's the question as Hongso is going to go down, and it's now KC's turn to fire back. Kalist with the Wild Growth is not going anywhere anytime soon, and it's a triple for Yehu on this Talia. Xiaoxi and Florin are still alive. A Penta was on the table, but KC, I think they just want to finish this series off.
Confident performance from KC in this one. Xiaoxi has to run underneath the tower to get away from Yike, but I don't know if it's buildings that are going to stop Yike at this stage as he continues his onslaught.
Yeah, I don't think this one is lasting very much longer. It has at least got past 30 minutes, but KC knocking on the door of the DCG base. And Florin, I don't think he's going to be able to hold on. Xiaoxi as well. I mean, he's made of paper at this stage of the game. The problem with being Pyke, you have kind of no choice in that department as Busio takes a little bit of damage. Florin is trying to keep himself alive, able to get back over to that fountain, but unable to now protect these Nexus turrets that will be taken out. Now it's a naked Nexus. KC can see the victory here as Yike goes down to the GA. The curtains being called here, and the snipe does come on through. Kalista's taken out, and maybe the curtains have been denied as DCG keep themselves alive in this game, at least for a few moments more.
DCG want an encore. They don't want this one to be over just yet, but it's still on death's door for them. It feels like KC will reset, lick their wounds, will burn up again in 10 seconds. Oh, wait. Bong?
Oh dear, seismic shove, and that is just a Jhin. Very, very dead. Supreme display of talent. Yeah, it did look, it was supreme. He managed to take down the Talia at least. So
yeah,
a 1-for-1 as a result. Does that mean that DCG now have an angle towards the Baron? That is the question. They think yes. I think Canna is really scary.
I mean, Busio stopped his recall. They want to try and do something here.
Their Baron damage isn't exactly the fastest, We'll see what they can get done here. As Canna, with double buffs, is going to just build up some rage here. Has some honey fruit there as well. There's the red bar. He is very scary, but this Baron is going down. And that is going to be secured by Pop9. So a Baron against the flow of play. First one to go over to DCG so far this game. And they are back into it. This gold lead has really been cut in half.
It's just they've so little control on the map. Like Super's top and mid lane. So even with the Baron buff, I don't know if they can do particularly much.
There is a ward there as well. A little bit frightened about that one. Teleport up and available for Canna.
Weaver's wall to get through as well.
Yeah. We do have 26 seconds on the top lane inhib. So that one will be coming back. He would need to kill that. Oh, actually, never mind. He wouldn't. Looking at Nexus turrets respawning relatively soon, I guess. But Weaver's Wall going to come on through as Canna just flashes over the wall, gets on top of Hongso, and that is the main carry down for DCG. Can Canna keep himself alive? Get into that backline as Florin taken down to under half health so quickly. Man, Kalist does a lot of damage at this stage of the game. And in goes Yike one more time. Florin with a big shield, trying to stay alive, trying to be that front line, but he's taken out. Now into zombie form as he's trying to stay relevant, but it doesn't work. Fung also just not a whole lot that Jin can do at this stage of the game either, as the wallet's looking extremely heavy. The supreme display of talent is not named effectively in this moment, as there is at least a little bit of a kill there for Xiaoxi before they do go down, and it's a 3-0 for KC. Back-to-back 3-0s here, so obviously KC versus T1, very even matchup we've got coming up.
I mean, I think it will honestly be a banger now. I'm a little bit biased on that one, but with what KC showed today, like Busio on the rail, roaming a huge amount, Yahoo looking spectacular in that mid lane as well, and Yike stepping up on the international stage. This is what you want to see for a battle against T1.
Yeah, and they looked completely unflustered as well in that entire series. Dominant performance here from KC. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to break it down.
Thank you very much, Atlas and Dagda. Great cast on the day, as it is a clean 3-0, our second one of the day, this time by KC, making the LEC proud and setting up that huge matchup with T1 tomorrow.
You know, as the only person on this analyst desk with European citizenship, I just want to say how proud
Wait a minute, we're from the Commonwealth.
I always
Canadian,
believe...
buddy.
Yeah.
Sorry,
like
you guys
the
are left
Queen.
out. You guys are left out.
That's insane.
I always believed,
That's
and it's just so nice to be rewarded in that belief with that great play. What a dominant series.
Yeah, and I gotta say, for me, there was one player that was absolutely standing out, and it is your Oppo player of the series. It is Yike. Yike was just dominating Pop9. Brother was spawning in with a 5K gold lead every game.
Every game. Yes, yes. He was just outright out-pathing Pop9 throughout this series. If there was a decision in which Pop9 was on vision, you're getting your whole top side cleared out. And a lot of these skirmishes, I felt like he was completely focused in the first series of this international event.
And you know, it's been a long time since we've had a meta where you see a jungler consistently getting like 3-level leads. That was happening this series.
Yeah.
It's felt like every game
And
is
it's still
3
not
levels
this
up.
meta, but it was this series.
It was this series, yeah, for sure. A mammoth gap, and Yike just able to spread his influence throughout the map.
I mean, when you get to the point like how strong he was on Wukong, you were just Thanos. He can just 1v1 the soul laners. He can one-shot the Jin.
Yeah.
There is nothing Pop9 can do at all when you are that far behind this early. It's like when Pop9 is on one item, Yike is on 2 fully completed items, it felt like, every time.
Yeah, and our featured matchup was on the top side of the map, but
True.
we can't even get that going when it's such a dominant performance by Yike, who's just helping out Kana, who barely needs help on his own, but really stopped Florin, stopped Pop9, and the rest of Rela of DCG.
I think that just goes to show like how utterly dominant he was, because the fact, to your point, Kana was doing really well in a lot of these lanes and getting solo kills in matchups that you just don't usually see it. And the fact that we're seeing that, but no, just Yike outperforming in so many of those team fights in the Fury game in my mind was like, oh, he was a giga carry. So it's nice to be able to see Yike at that level internationally, sure, it was a good test to see how DCG would, Relove DCG would be able to perform on the stage. And it was like, unfortunately for them, a failure. They'll be able to regroup, come back tomorrow. But a huge success for K-Corp.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, I think that really does start to lead you to the question. The natural question is, what about these next matchups? 2 teams dominated today. 2 teams got smacked today.
Yeah.
And we are going to have those matchups, right? And I think for KC fans, there's not much more you could have asked for from a series like this. They came in the favorites. They absolutely got the job done. They dominated, especially game 2 and 3, weren't close even at all. And so now, that doesn't make them favorites against T1 by any means, but it shows, hey, they're in pretty good form.
Yeah, great form, but I think the opposition, it's at least a little bit of a step up. Going into tomorrow.
Carrier versus Xiaoxi.
I mean, the Pike had some good moments.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
The early start was good. And again, just like what we said about T1 for KC, they didn't have to show as much here in the draft, right? 3 games, played pretty standard, was able to show they were comprehensively better. And now, again, we need to see what that sneakiness will be against T1 here, Ox.
Yeah, I think when you're going up against a team like T1, we saw great strategy from Team Liquid today. I think you have to focus on that matchup, think how can we find advantages. You know they're really strong players. We know that team fighting's really strong, and that's a little bit of a concern for KC, who are typically a team who lean into those team fights. You're playing against one of the best teams in the world at that portion of the game.
Yeah, and I would say somebody that I've been focusing on, I guess, even domestically, was Yehu, and I think Yehu has just been really on point, so I definitely would love to see how he does versus Faker, because it seems like they've been passing tests throughout, including domestically.
Final thoughts, Azale, before we go to the interview?
Yeah, I mean, I think KC has a real shot. I'm not going to lie. I mean, TL, I think, coming in, I had them ranked below KC, and TL was in winning positions in game 2 and 3.
Yeah.
I think if they can have good drafts, if they can put them inside those positions, they can maybe get across the finish line.
It was a dominant performance and an MSI debut for KC, and now we're standing by right now with Yehu for the Verizon post-game interview.
2016 MSI 플레이 스테이지 1라운드에서 카르민코프가 MSI 매치에서 3대 0으로 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다. 미드라이너 예우 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다. 감사합니다.
야호! 승리 축하드립니다.
Yeah.
네, 예우 선수 고향에 오고 싶다 이런 인터뷰를 남기기도 했었는데 이렇게 고향으로 돌아와서 승리를 거둔 소감 들려주시죠.
일단은 기분 너무 좋고요. 한국에서 이기니까 유럽에서 이겼을 때보다 훨씬 좋은 것 같습니다.
와, 승리 진심으로 축하드립니다. 정말 카르민코프 팬분들의 환호성이 이 경기장을 완전히 메우고 있습니다. 엘리 씨가 이번 MSI에서 좋은 성적을 거두고 싶다 이런 자신감을 내비치셨는데 오늘 출발이 굉장히 좋았습니다. 어떤 준비 과정들이 있었을까요?
준비는 상대팀이 약간 초반 교전을 되게 좋아해가지고 그거에 말리지 말고 우리 할 걸 최대한 잘하자 이런 식으로 준비했습니다.
네, 프랑스 바게트 빵이 맛있나요? 아니면 오늘 대전에서 거둔 3대0 빵이 맛있나요?
3대0 빵이 좀 더 맛있는 것 같고요. 네, 프랑스 빵도 너무 맛있습니다. 네.
오늘 정말 맛있는 승리를 거두게 됐습니다. 저희 손에 든 게 카르민코프 팬들을 상징하는 블루월이잖아요.
네.
오늘 팬들의 함성 정말 대단했는데 Hey, 블루월! Make
And
some
the energy coming
noise!
from the blue wall was amazing.
이런 뜨거운 열기 덕분에 오늘 승리 가져갈 수 있지 않았을까 싶습니다.
I think that
네, 팬분들의
energy
버프가
allowed
확실히
you guys to
느껴지셨나요?
pick up the win
당연하죠.
today.
들으면서 하니까 게임 훨씬 잘
Absolutely.
됐더라고요.
Did you feel the
자,
buff
그렇다면
coming from the
팬분들께
blue wall
감사의
fans
한마디
today?
부탁드립니다.
Absolutely. I was able to play even
한국어
better.
편하신 대로 해주셔도 됩니다.
Would you like to say anything
와주신 분들
to
모두
them?
감사하고
In English or Korean?
네, 감사합니다.
Both works. Thank you so much for showing up to support us. I am very, very grateful.
블루월에 사인을 한번 해주실 수 있을까요? 제가 잡아드릴게요.
Could you sign on their fan sign and show your gratitude to the fans?
카메라에 한번 보여주시죠. 네, 팬분들께 예우 선수의 마음을 담아서
Please show
한번
it to the
전해봅니다.
camera. This is
자, 이번
amazing.
MSI에서 팀원을 꼭 만나고 싶다. 집중 공략하고 있다. 페이커 선수를 만나고
You
싶다.
said
이런 인터뷰도
that the matchup you were looking forward to the most at MSI was against T1 and that you wanted to face Faker and tomorrow you're going straight into that match against T1.
내일 뭐가 됐든
What is your message heading into it?
저희가 이기도록 하겠습니다.
Well, they also won 3-0 today, but I'm going to say this. It's going to be a full 5-game series, and it's going to be 3-2 victory for KC. Please, one more time, give it up for Yehu. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Heji, for that interview. And Ji-sun, happy birthday!
Happy birthday! Happy
The
birthday.
hardest working woman here in LoL Esports. Thank you so much. Joining us on the desk is the victorious AD carry of Karmine Corp. It's Kalis. Congratulations on the victory here. MSI debut done. Something about Korean internationals for your career has been pretty good. How was today?
Thank you. Really happy to be there already. I think I'm really happy with the win today. It's kind of shaky because it's the first game of MSI, right? We have to adapt, and it's kind of stressful, all this stuff, you know? But yeah, happy with the 3-0, happy with the win, and I think tomorrow is going to be really exciting also.
It's funny, you said kind of shaky. Did you know that in the second game you guys had the largest advantage, like a 23k goal lead in international history?
Yeah, that's history. No, I mean, we didn't know. I think the game 2 was pretty good, pretty clean. But like, for example, in the there's like some moments where we are less aggressive as we are. Like in Europe, for example, where we are less used to the stage, used to how the players are gonna react and stuff, and maybe a bit more scared or missing some skill shot and stuff. So it just the adjustments of playing on the stage with the crowd and everything. So I think now that we got this game, we got the 3-0, we have the confidence. I'm really excited to play tomorrow in good conditions.
When you feel like you have some nerves against a team like DCG, do you worry at all about that with T1? Because I know talking to a lot of players, they're like, when you see Faker walk out on the stage and you're about to play him, it's like you're hearing the boss music. You're like, the music comes on, you're like, oh god!
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's pretty scary to play against T1, right? They're the best team since a long time now. They're really scary. Also, it's their home crowd.
True.
So there will be a lot of noise. Will be really good. But honestly, I'm pretty confident. I think if there's one team that can make it out of play-ins, and it's not T1, I think it's us. So we are confident. We are here to beat T1 and make it out of play-ins, right? We obviously respect them, but we don't over-respect them. I think, for example, today they played really aggressive and they did some mistakes that we can probably abuse tomorrow.
Yeah.
But they are still very good, and obviously it's going to be a tough fight, so we have to be really strong, have a good level, and yeah, just be willing to fight them, and I think it's going to be a good series.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, your second time in Korea, first stand last year. You talked about the crowd being a T1 favorite crowd. Definitely so, but the blue wall travels. How was it having that kind of support here against Relove DCG? And more importantly, how do you think they're going to fare against the rest of the crowd here in T1? How's that affect you?
I mean, honestly, it's really exciting. It's also hypes us to play good, right? Like, there's people traveling like from the whole world, paying a lot of money to come here, to come support us. They have a lot of faith into us, so we can't play bad, we can't lose, we can't just be bad and deceive them, right? So I think obviously tomorrow might be a bit harder for them because it's the T1 home crowd and there's a lot, there's a lot of people.
T1 has a few fans. Faker's kind of popular.
2 or 3 fans there, you know. But honestly, I think they are making a lot of noise. We could hear them, so it's really, really good to hear them. And thanks for them to cheer us.
That's a question that I had for you, and it's always been interesting because you kind of spawned into Tier 1 with a lot of like fandom and a lot of like, I would imagine, pressure for any player. Like, how do you come under that kind of pressure, and how do you generally like find, where do you draw that confidence as a player?
I think everyone kind of has pressure playing on stage, and even more on the big stages.
Yeah.
But for me, the first thing is that first League of Legends is my passion first. So when I'm going on stage, I'm like really happy because that's the moment why I'm playing for, right? Like why I'm living every day and stuff. Why I want to compete. I want to play against the best teams in the big stage, all this stuff. So when I'm playing in those big stage, obviously there's a bit of stress before the game, but whenever it comes into coming on stage, playing the game, everything just comes out because I'm focused on the game and how to win, right?
Yeah.
Final question. What's the #1 thing that has to go right for KC to take down T1 tomorrow?
Good one.
I mean, there's 2 things in my head. I would say laning phase and team fights. I think I would say mostly the early game. I think T1, they look really aggressive. They also play mages bots, so they like to move around the map and stuff. So we need to be careful of that. And I think if we go into mid game, I'm pretty confident that we can be like really good against most of the team there in the MSI. So yeah, we just don't have to get too behind in early game, or at least just match them or be ahead. And I think in mid game and team fights we should be pretty good. I think that's our strength.
Yeah. Awesome. Calist, everyone, a 3-0 victor today alongside KC. That matchup is tomorrow at 12 local, 8 p.m. PST, I believe 5 a.m. CEST. KC T1, and after that series we'll have the elimination matchup between TL, Alienware, and Relove Deep Cross Gaming. On behalf of everyone here in Daejeon and working on MSI, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more MSI action. Bye-bye.
Utilize, getting the flash out. Hayes coming over the wall, wants to turn it now, and he is damn fast. He's just running Jose Diono down. Owner, kick flash across the team. Yon immediately deleted, and Hayes about to kill everybody.
And it's a quadra for Pays. T1 are gonna wipe TL off the map.
Kinda die. That's Battle flash.
Jax, no E on Jax.
Oh, what? Oh, I'm alive.
It's a 3-0 for KC. Back-to-back 3-0s here. So obviously, KC versus T1, very even matchup we've got coming up.